Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to call the April 11th South Florida Water Management District Governing Board meeting to order. If you could all cease your comments, I'd appreciate it. Thanks. We'll call the meeting to order, and I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to ask Colonel Roman if you could lead us in the pledge. Thank you. Mr. Bartlett, we have some awards.
We do.
Great.
So we like to recognize our good folks here at the Water Management District, and we skipped it last meeting because, you know, it was your first meeting, but let's do it this meeting. So we're going to recognize folks. So if you, the board, could come down in front of the dais there, and we will recognize both Outstanding Employees of the Month, plus Team Service Awards, and then Time and Service Recognition Awards. So the first one is the March Employee of the Month. He was Employee of the Month last month, so we will go ahead and recognize him this month, and that is Gene Caldwell. He's a Senior Scientist of Operations and Maintenance. Is Gene? Go ahead, yes. So Gene is one of our land managers that essentially does burns and exotics control on some of our incredible natural resources, which is absolutely necessary for our environment, for our species, our wilderness. He does burns on Kissimmee and Lake Okeechobee, which we talked about just yesterday. And I've been through burn training, and that is a complex and somewhat scary endeavor. And so to do it well and to do it frequently is really an impressive feat. And also he takes care of our recreational equipment for access to our crew areas. And personally, he's an outdoorsman, so I think it's the perfect job for you. So anyway, congratulations. All right, and this is April, and we have an April Employee of the Month, and that's Carlos Bedoya. He takes care of our facilities. Carlos, where are you? So we have buildings across the district, and Carlos has really been focusing on making sure our buildings have roofs, and good roofs that work and don't leak and are up to par. So he has set up a system to work with all the people at those buildings to make sure that we are responsive for those roof leaks and keep are able to respond and save money. So for repairs, he has saved the district $300,000, and for replacement, he's saved the district $500,000. That's real money. So thank you, Carlos. All right. We also in April have a Team of the Month, and that's our Python eradication program payment processing enhancements. So I would like to call Shamendra Balkaran, Jackie Betty, Raja Testa, Jennifer Killian, Mike Kirkland, Kadum Kumeta, Madhu Kumeta, and Carlene Nelson Davis. So you've all heard of our Python hunters and the way we compensate them. We used to pay cash. And if you're an auditor, like we have our Inspector General here, paying cash can be complicated and cause extra expenses as far as tracking those expenses. So they got together and formed an electronic payment method, which is fabulous for tracking, for efficiency, for making things happen. And if you ever work for government, going electronic can be quite complicated. But not only did that work for this Python hunter, but it can be used as a technology for vendor payment across the district. So it's fabulous. Thank you so much. All right, now we're getting into service awards. I think you guys have picked up already that working at the district and for the district is awesome. And so we've got service awards for 25-year, 30, and 35-year service. The first person I'd like to call up for a 25-year service award is James Mizell. So James started in '94 with the district. And since 2001, he's been a land manager in Collier County, working on the Abiaka Prairie restoration and working on the crew access area. You've got a good job because you're an outdoorsman, like doing outdoor activities. So you're outdoor a lot. So anyway, that's recognized. All right, another 25-year service award goes to Kang Ren Jin, a lead hydrologic modeler for engineering and construction. So Kang has also been with the district since 1994, and he was promoted to lead engineer in 2000. But he works on the Lake O sediment model. So if you have questions about what happens in Lake Okeechobee when there's a hurricane, when we're doing projects, he's your man because he knows how that works. Also, I don't know how he did it, but he's had 90 publications, scientific publications. I would say, and knowing from my own personal experience, that he's probably most proud of his 3 kids, who are all in medical school right now in 3 different schools. So if you need any parenting tips, he's your guy. All right, now we're going to 30 years. So I would like to invite up Laura Corey, Principal Regional Representative, Palm Beach, Broward, and Martin County. So Laura's specialty is communication. She's worked here since 1989, and in 1994 she was promoted to Public Communications Officer and developed the Hispanic Outreach Program. She now serves as regional rep for Palm Beach, Broward, and Martin counties. I don't know why that would be hard. To work with all those and help them understand the complex issues that we have before us. She did, in 2015, spearhead a 5-year project for the Hillsborough Canal Bank Stabilization Project, which if anybody knows, those kind of projects, there's a lot of public interaction necessary to do those. She led that, and in 2015, Mr. Steinle, you would like to know this, but she was named the South Florida Water Management District Employee of the Year for planning and executing the first Lake Worth Lagoon Fest. So she's been fabulous in that. One of the things that she may not be known for, because not in her district capacity, is that she was the first woman non-doctor board chair at Columbia Hospital. So I got something I need you to check out after this. All right, let's talk about 35 years of service. I'd like to invite up David Butler, Senior Hydrologist for Water Resources. So David was hired as a hydrogeologist too in 1984. And since then, he has been helping with groundwater models for our Central Florida area, where we have those challenges in the Southwest coast. And that is so critical to us because we have to make water supply permitting decisions. And I can tell you over the years, staff have really come to rely on him to help with their water supply decisions and their hydrogeologist types decisions. And so he's earned a lot of respect. That respect also may have something to do with him being a black belt in judo. So anyway, thank you for your 35 years.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bartlett, for doing that. It's incredibly impressive. We've got 115 years of service right there, and I can't remember what I was doing 35 years ago, but I'm very, very impressed with all of our employees. Tia, we have any revisions to the agenda?
Yes, sir. Agenda item number 22 has been postponed.
Thank you. Do any board members have any abstentions? Seeing none, we'll go on. We're going to go to the approval of the March 14th meeting minutes. Those have all been distributed to the board. I hope you've all had a chance to take a look at them. Do I have any corrections, amendments? Can I have a motion to approve?
I'll go ahead and move to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion by the board? If not, all those in favor vote by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We're going to ask Mr. Bartlett to introduce some people, but before I do, I want to point out something. I don't think that everyone on the, actually no one on the board was on the board then. So in February 13th, Secretary Noah Valenstein wrote a letter to all the governing boards, to the water management districts, and it was regarding the implementation of Governor DeSantis' two executive orders, 19-11 and 19-12. And as part of Executive Order 19-11, the governor called for the highest standards of ethics and integrity, and it's something that we all take very seriously, I know, up here. So in an attempt to pursue that ethical standard, those ethical standards, and the transparency that the governor has asked for and that we all want, I'm delighted to ask Mr. Bartlett to introduce our two newest employees, if you do that. And then after that, he's going to introduce two of the leaders of our important federal partnerships.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I do that, the person that you have interacted with, since April 1st, that I think you've all gotten to know very well is Jen Smith. She's my new chief of staff. Jen, you want to stand up so everyone here can see you? Thank you. Yeah. So she is going to be an incredible asset to you, and I'm really excited to have her on board. I know that you're very interested in how we look at our legal reviews and do our legal analysis. So I'm very proud and very excited to introduce to you Paula Cobb, who is our new general counsel and started yesterday at 8 a.m. So I don't know, Paula, would you like to get up and say anything?
Good morning. Thank you, Drew, and thank you, board members, for this opportunity. I really appreciate it very much. I know that you have a lot of issues that are top of mind for you right now coming in, and so I did want to take just a minute to let you know a couple of those items that I'm looking at more immediately in the first weeks of my tenure here. So the first item I want to mention is we are looking carefully at how we conduct our attorney-client sessions, so otherwise known as shade meetings, shade sessions, to make those the exception and not the rule, and there are ways to do that. So we will have some recommendations for you going forward. The other item that we're looking at initially is we're doing an overall case review to take a look at what cases are we involved in, why are we engaged, who is handling those cases for us, is it in-house, is it outside counsel, and why? What are the reasons for that? So that's the second item that we're looking at initially. And then the last item I want to mention is we are also taking a look at, and I'm taking a fresh look at how the lease in the EAA was executed and those procedures that were followed. So I know there are a lot more issues than those three going on in the district, but we are immediately looking at those three in order to advise you moving forward. Thank you for the opportunity. Really look forward to working with this team that Drew has put together, as well as you governing board members. Thank you.
Ms. Chair, another member of the team that's very important for the district is how we communicate with the public and communicate with the media. So I'm proud to introduce you to Sean Cooley, who will be taking that job on April 22nd. I wish it was today, but it's not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bartlett, Mr. Chairman, governing board members. And boy, let me tell you how excited I am to see a black neck stilt as the picture on the screens in front of us. So my name is Sean Cooley again, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about me and where I see our communications efforts going at the district. So I have a background in communications in the NGO world as well as the government world. You might know me as Audubon Florida's communications director, which is why I'm excited about the stilt on the screen. And I'm excited to be here because, like Audubon, the district has a long history of protecting the Everglades and water management in South Florida, and of course Audubon has been a stakeholder of that for many years. In addition to my role at Audubon, I'm also honored to be called Professor Cooley by many undergraduate students at FSU. I'm an adjunct professor in the School of Communications. So that's a little bit about me. And then for the district's communications efforts, I just want to say congratulations and thank you for your commitment to transparency. I promise that as a communications director, that will be top of mind for me, and I will certainly champion that every day that I walk into the doors. I want to tell you that my top-of-mind priorities include increasing public transparency and engagement, improving our website and public engagement tools, and just overall figuring out how we can bring all stakeholders to the table and involve them in the decisions that are made. I take very seriously being funded by taxpayer dollars. I know you all do as well. So I expect us and will lead efforts to champion, expect us to be very responsive and engaging with our taxpayers. I mean, that's important. If we're in a public office, that's a public trust. We have some work to do to rebuild our relationships in the communities. I think we all know that, but I can tell you I've never been more optimistic and never been more excited about that because of your leadership. So thank you so much, Director Bartlett. Thank you so much, Governing Board. I look forward to starting in just a few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. So we do have a couple of people that are critical figureheads as we work through issues with our federal partners through Everglades Restoration. The first I'd like to introduce to you that is here, it will be here all day for the Governing Board, is Colonel Kelly from the Jacksonville office of the Corps of Engineers, and he and I are going to talk frequently. Colonel Kelly.
Thanks, Drew. I'm also Drew Kelly. I'm also a district, not executive, but a district commander, so I guess we'll get that right. But I appreciate being here. It's great to be here. Look forward to talking about the EAA later. But the bottom line for us is we have a fantastic working relationship with the South Florida Water Management District. It is great on all levels, especially at the technical level. The work we're doing right now, completely transparent, lockstep together. We disagree on certain issues, but we have open communication and we'll be able to work through that. One of my objectives, certainly in the next couple of years, is to try to get a little bit more strategic focus and energy towards Everglades restoration. Some of the priorities have changed. The world has certainly changed in the last, 20 years. And so while we do things like reevaluate how we use water on Lake Okeechobee, we're looking to draw into a holistic system, which everybody's already doing. I just in the Corps of Engineers in the Jacksonville district am trying to put a little bit more emphasis and energy on the strategic focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Last, I would like to introduce Adam Gelber, who is the Director of the Office of Ecosystem Restoration, something like that. Everglades Restoration with Department of Interior. He reports to the Assistant Secretary at Department of Interior over parks and wildlife. So,
thanks, Drew.
Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Chair, other governing board members. We've had the opportunity to converse briefly on some topics recently. A great meeting last night. I thought found a lot of value in that for myself as well, being the new executive director. To provide a little background into our organizational structure, the OERI was established by WERDA in 1996 and was one of the first forums to bring together federal, state, tribal, and local agency personnel to engage in Everglades restoration. The forum's objectives were to address emerging issues, potential conflicts, and also reporting back to Congress. The office, primarily the audience of the OERI and reporting process is U.S. Congress, Florida Legislature, the Seminole and the Miccosukee tribes. We have an upcoming task force meeting right here in this room. We appreciate the district working with our office to have that meeting on April 26th. It's an all-day meeting, and lots of activities revolved around the upcoming task force meeting. We'll be taking on the agenda is posted on evergladesrestoration.gov. For that meeting, several topics, several housekeeping topics. We meet twice a year, and we look forward to a regular schedule of that task force to evaluate the progress of Everglades restoration. Biennial report 2018 that is in its final approval, Congress and OMB is in process right now. We hope to have that in the next month in approval and final approval of the 2018 report. In addition to that, my interests are bringing the federal family, DOI interests, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, USGS, National Park Service, and interfacing with the Colonel that you just have met probably in the past and working with the state. We've also on several occasions acknowledged the state's significant support of bringing fresh water, clean fresh water to Everglades National Park and have done an outstanding job of addressing water quality. I feel like we're getting much, much closer to those immediate goals and objectives. My primary focus, as it always has been, I used to manage a fishing tournament in Everglades National Park for 16 years. It was one of the first fishing tournaments to donate all the proceeds back to the park, the Florida Bay, and keeping that always in our crosshairs and evaluating whether or not we're actually moving that water to the park. I'm looking for that solutions moving forwards. Also, as you all take on these other massive infrastructure issues, please don't lose sight of Biscayne National Park and the 10,000 acre feet a month that is going to deliver fresh water to address their seagrass die-offs and other lack of fresh water, as well as the importance of integrated delivery schedule with SEP South. And I appreciate, I'm available at any time to help and work with Drew and others, and I look forward to today's meeting. Thank you for your time.
Hang on one second. Adam?
Yes, sir. Sorry, Scott.
Yeah, no problem. I just had a quick question. Could you restate the name of the website where your agenda for your April 26th meeting is?
We can send it to all the board members, but it's evergladesrestoration.gov.
Okay, great.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyhow.
Thanks. Mr. Bartlett, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Smith, Ms. Cobb, and Mr. Cooley. Colonel Kelly, thanks very much for being here. Mr. Gelber, thank you for being here. We all look forward to working with you. We're now going to go to a couple of organizational matters of the governing board. By statute, the person who lives in the Big Cypress Basin gets to be the chairwoman or man of that board, and that would be Charlotte Roman. So you're going to be a member of the governing board of the district residing in the basement, which you are, so you shall be the chair of the basin board, which you will be, so congratulations. I will no longer call you Colonel Roman. You are now chairwoman. So, I don't know if you want to say anything. You certainly don't have to.
Well, first of all, I want to say what an honor it is to be a part of the Big Cypress Basin Board and to be the chair of that board. I have been out with many of the members of the field station already, and the operation is impressive. I've also been meeting with the county commissioners and also with the senior managers of Collier County, and I anticipate having a wonderful relationship and a positive working relationship with them. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. We're now going to go on to discussion of subcommittees. As you know, there are a bunch of sort of standing committees that need to be filled since we've got a new board. And we're going to start out with audit and finance. And what I'd like to do for all of these is see if anybody wants to volunteer for them. I think you've all read about them. You know what they entail. You all know your skill set, and you know where you'd probably be best suited. So rather than me appointing people, I'd rather have you all volunteer. I will appoint, but I'd rather have you volunteer. So, audit and finance?
Chairman, I'm interested in audit and finance.
As am I.
Good. All right, we don't need more, but we can have. Jackie, would you like to do that also? I would. Okay. And I don't think there's any limit, according to our council, on how many we can have, right? So, three? Three minimum.
It's 3 minimum.
Thank you, Tim.
And can I add that I don't want to be chair?
You can.
May I nominate Cheryl as chair?
Jackie, you want to be chair? Mr. Steinley, I think given your background.
I would be happy to be
Thank you.
chair.
I think you'd be great on that. Okay, so we have Mr. Steinley, Mr. Lipich, and Ms. Meads will be the members of the Finance Committee.
Is it 3 on each one required?
I don't believe so. Oh, there is 3 on each one? Thank you. So, project and lands?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Just a point, just so you have in your minds, you don't have to have subcommittees, right? So you can choose to have subcommittees. This one makes the most sense to have a subcommittee as audit and finance. But project and lands and human resources, you can take any of these issues up as a board. And then if an issue gets really complex to where a board, it needs a subcommittee, you can establish a subcommittee in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. That would be my preference. I don't want to stand up a bunch of committees and give people a lot of work and then not have anything to do. If we need something to do and we have to have a project and lands committee or human resources or whatever committee, we'll address it in the future. So I think that'll take us, do you all agree with that?
Chair, do you mind asking someone to give a brief, just for the public, a brief history of those 2 committees and how often they were meeting before?
I'd be happy to ask staff to do that if you've got.
All right, who can give that? I cannot give that.
I know.
need
Drew,
staff. Terry or
Ms. Bates?
Yeah.
Sure, I can. For Project and Lands Committee, that was meeting on a typically about every other month basis, and the focus of that committee really was subject-driven by the board. So if we had a major new project being initiated, that was a chance to kind of do a deep dive on some of those details for either a major land acquisition or a number of real estate policies that Stephen would bring forward on leasing policies and things like that. So it was a chance just to kind of dive into deeper to individual projects. So on a periodic basis, maybe every other month or so. Is that about right to you? Yeah. And then the Human Resources and Outreach Committee that was originally formed and focused on some of our outreach communication, especially when we had more emphasis and budget at the time for doing things like school programs and events like that the board would weigh in on some of those communication efforts. And especially from a human resources standpoint in 2011 when the district went through a reduction in workforce. And so those issues were extremely important on how that was going to be carried out with compensation packages and how we would approach that reduction in workforce. And so really that committee has not met since that time, since about 2011.
No. And thank you very much for that background, and thank you for asking for that background. That helps a lot. I think the course we're on makes a lot of sense, and as things come up, we'll address them. Anything else anyone wants to say on committees? Great. Tia, is there general public comment?
Yes, sir. We have quite a few.
Great.
Gary Ritter, then Jeremy McBrien, and Commissioner Janet Taylor.
Good morning, Board. Gary Ritter with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. Great meeting last night. It was a little long. Maybe I would suggest maybe we start at 10 next time, 10 in the morning, and we can. Good discussions. I know I don't have a great deal of time here. I wanted to get to the points that that we really support. We really support the Dispersed Water Management Program. We think that it'll provide those water quality benefits that may have been somewhat compromised by a flood control system up in the north end of the lake. You know, to me, that program is just one of many examples where farmers have kind of stepped up to the plate and they're doing their part. We also support those regional projects, you know, and there was some discussion about aquifer storage and recovery. We think those projects can really complement, especially north of the lake, some of the BMPs that farmers have been implementing since the early 1980s. As far as the Lake Okeechobee recession, we are concerned about that, to say the least. And one thing that's not mentioned in that, and what was not talked about yesterday, was the navigation component. In speaking for the rural communities, when the lake drops below 12 feet, the navigation locks are shut down. So that it makes it very challenging for some of the locals and some of the tourists over there to get out in Lake Okeechobee. So that's another consideration that you might take into account with that. You know, as you all learned yesterday, and a lot of times I start out with a talk by saying, you know, Mother Nature never intended for any of us to live in South Florida, really, when you come to think about it. But here we are, all 8.1 million of us, and we have to, you know, try to maintain a level of sustainability with all of the constituents in South Florida. Ernie Cox talked a little bit about the Lake Worth Lagoon. And, of course, he talked about the fishing and, you know, how he can water ski and swim in the Lake Worth Lagoon. And I would, you know, I graduated from Boca High in 1972. And at that time, I-95 had stopped right at Glades Road, and west of that was all agriculture, as far as the eye could see. Lake Worth Lagoon, I would imagine, you know, given the population at that time, it was likely all agriculture as well. So now we have a lot of development. We have malls. We have rooftops. That's going to be clearly a challenge. And I only got 3 seconds left. So, you know, you all had some interesting comments yesterday that were fairly eye-opening to me concerning agriculture. Good questions. My optimistic takeaway with that was that, you know, the word menace never came out of any of y'all's mouth, and I'm encouraged by that. You all are eager to learn, and to me, workshops are going to be good, but in order to understand agriculture, you are going to have to get out with some of the farmers. You're going to have to kick the dirt and understand how they do business, both small, large, and corporate agricultural operations. I can work with Drew, certainly. I can work with staff to make sure that you all will have an opportunity to visit some of those farms if you so choose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, Jeremy McBrien, County Water Resources Manager with Palm Beach County. Palm Beach County strongly encourages collaboration with water supply stakeholders when regional water management decisions are being made as it relates to Lake Okeechobee and the Lake Worth Lagoon. I mentioned that a little bit last month. As it relates to the discussion yesterday, I would encourage you to review the 2001 drought report prepared by this agency. It's just over 500 pages. And it includes some of the same concerns that I think the county has raised and many of the stakeholders in Palm Beach County have raised. I did want to mention a couple things from that report. It states, quote, the Lake Okeechobee area tourism and recreation industries suffered significant economic losses as a result of the drought. With navigation on most of the waterways virtually impossible, the recreational fishing industry suffered the worst losses. Motels, bait and tackle shops, fishing guides, eco-tour operators, marina operators, boat sales, and other retail outlets reported significant loss of revenue. Many of these businesses are small and unable to withstand sustained periods of low activity, which typically result in employee layoffs throughout the region. The report also provides some of the estimated economic impacts that were being asked about yesterday by the Vice Chair, so please take a look at that. Also, I would encourage you to get a briefing on the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project. That's undergoing public review right now with the deadline of May 6th. Palm Beach County is reviewing that report as we speak, and we'll be providing comments to the Corps of Engineers. Thank you.
After Janet Taylor, I have Jean Duncan and Lisa Wilson Davis.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the rest of the board. I want to extend a warm and hearty welcome to all of the new board members of this governing board. My name is Janet Taylor, president of Glades Lives Matter. My hometown, Clewiston, is located south of Lake Okeechobee, which is included in the 16-county region under the South Florida Water Management District. We hope the board remains committed to working for all the people of the 16 counties. Our organization advocates for the well-being of those living in the Glades community, who are often the target of criticism from members in the coastal communities. We share our coastal neighbors' concerns about water and do not want to see harmful discharges or blue jean algae anywhere. But it's important for you all to understand that we are not the cause of these issues. Last year, 95% of the water in Lake Okeechobee came from the north, not the south, where our Glades communities are located. We have appreciated the support of the Water Management District over the years, particularly when we experience flooding like the coastal communities. We deserve flood protection too. Our communities have made the hard and costly choices over the years to convert our septic tanks to sewers. We support others who are willing to do the same too. Our organization has also strongly supported the repairs to the Herbert Hoover Dike, which was built to protect the people in all the South Florida after deadly hurricanes claimed the lives of thousands in 1928 and 1926. In fact, some of my relatives was killed in the 1928 storm. I want to encourage the members of this board to come to our communities, get to know us, and understand that we are part of the solution, not the problem. In the Glades, we farm, we fish, we play football. We raise not just crops, but also football players. We have raised more NFL athletes than anywhere else in the United States. I would hope that the new board will take this opportunity to bring communities together with our coastal neighbors and not further divide us. There is so much hate and so many threats of violence online that I hope this board will serve as a source of unity. We hope that you will continue to follow the science, listen to all of us, and help ensure South Florida can continue to thrive. Thank you again for your commitment and your dedication, and we look forward to working with you in your new venture.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Good morning, and welcome to all of you to one of the hardest jobs you'll ever have. I'm really happy to see that we're instituting the workshops again. It's really nice to have government in the sunshine. Really, it's a breath of fresh air. My name is Gene Duncan. I'm the Water Resources Director for the Miccosukee Tribe. You heard a little bit about the Seminole Tribe yesterday, but there's another tribe in the Everglades. I came to the tribe in 1988. I have 31 years experience with this board. I'm also a member of the federal task force that Adam was up here talking about. I was a member of the RAC committee, if you choose so later on. The Miccosukee tribe has traditional, aboriginal, and statutory rights for use and occupancy in over 300,000 acres of district land. We have the tribe's way of life is in the Everglades, on tree islands, which are important for their cultural and religious purposes. The tree islands are often flooded by excess water. The tribe has lands federal reservation in northern conservation area 3A, about 75,000 acres. They also have a lease in perpetuity of conservation area 3A. That lease is with the state of Florida. It was a settlement of a lawsuit in which the tribe claimed everything south of Lake Okeechobee. And the state of Florida settled, and in that settlement agreement, and the lease that follows, they said they would maintain Conservation Area 3 in its natural state in perpetuity. The only reason the Miccosukee agreed to settle is because you would maintain Conservation Area 3 in its natural state. The tribe also has rights inside Everglades National Park and Big Cypress Preserve, and they have other lands up in Highlands County and Collier County and Dade County. So we have a significant interest in your actions. According to the Clean Water Act, Section 518, the tribe has right to set water quality standards. And we did. We set water quality standards that we hope would protect the Everglades. We were the first in the nation to adopt a numeric criteria for phosphorus. Several years later, the state of Florida adopted the same criteria. And so you'll hear more of us talking about water quality, but I also want to mention, because yesterday was focused on quantity, if we go into a drought and the muck desiccates and dries up and we have wildfires, we lose the muck. We have places where it's burned down to bare rock that can't be replaced. And we lose tree islands. And if you inundate tree islands over the tops for long periods of time, we lose the tropical hardwoods and the islands wash away. You only need to look at Conservation Area 2 to see that. So we look forward to working with you together on quantity and quality and different restoration projects. And again, welcome to one of the hardest jobs you'll ever have. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Duncan.
After Lisa Wilson Davis, I have Scott Kelly, Newton Cook, and Celeste De Palma.
A little shorter. Good morning. My name is Lisa Wilson Davis, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Southeast Florida Utility Council. The council represents utilities located in Martin, Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade, and Monroe counties who provide potable water and wastewater services to over 6.5 million Floridians. I am here today because Lake Okeechobee is the liquid heart of a completely integrated regional water management system that our members rely on to meet the essential needs of our customers, as well as preventing saltwater intrusion and maintaining groundwater supplies during drought conditions. Over the years, our members have invested billions of ratepayers' dollars to develop infrastructure needed to meet the needs of our customers, promote environmental protection, meet minimum flows and levels, and prevent saltwater intrusion. These investments have been made with the understanding that the South Florida Water Management District would ensure Lake Okeechobee would be a backup supply during droughts, thus the 1 in 10-year drought assurance, which has now been reduced to a 1 in 6 because of the 2008 schedules. We must stress that although additional allocations are currently on hold until CERP moves forward, there is still reliance on the assurance provided by Lake Okeechobee during drought conditions. Our members are very concerned with the actions taken over the last several months to take the lake to unsustainably low levels. We have particular concerns with the current operations in respect to their lack of evaluation when the current schedule was adopted. Because of this, there is a lack of analysis to define our risks or make assumptions. Without this information, we are forced to use a crystal ball approach to make decisions and advise our elected officials. As to this, current projections, as you will hear, indicate the lake has a 50% chance of crossing into the water shortage band in the next 2 months. Even more concerning is what this will mean in subsequent years if we have less than normal rainfall. Right now, there's an absolute immediate need to return to and use the lake schedule as analyzed in the EIS and to expedite and fully implement CERP. Moving forward, as the next lake regulation schedule is developed, our members encourage the district to convene meaningful public forums to discuss water supply topics that address technical requirements focused on solutions and provide economic feasibility, a 1 in 10 year level of protection against saltwater intrusion, adequately incorporate climate impacts, and are based on sound science and comprehensive modeling, thus ensuring our ability to provide superior quality, safe, and reliable drinking water to both Floridians and visitors of our great state now and into the future. Thank you.
Scott Kelly.
Scott Kelly. I'm the Assistant City Administrator for the City of West Palm Beach, and I represent the interests of not just the City of West Palm Beach, but also Palm Beach and South Palm Beach, because we serve the water supply for those areas. Our water system is dependent for 50% of our supply from Lake Okeechobee during the dry season. So we really have a real vested interest, and we're the largest surface water utility in South Florida. So it is very much concern of some of the actions that have been occurring because of life and safety. You only have to go back to year 2011 to know what the impacts are of a severe drought on the system. The city, since 2011, has invested tens of millions of dollars for drought-proofing measures. However, we never anticipated that we would have the type of water quality that we're seeing today that's preventing us from utilizing some of the regional water, as well as lowering the water levels in Lake Okeechobee outside what we consider normal practice. So it's really of concern for us. We also, I wanted to mention that we also supply water to some very important environmental features. We maintain a 23 square mile catchment area known as Grassy Waters. It's dependent on water supply. We are also the principal supplier of water supply for the Loxahatchee River for minimum flows and levels during the dry season. And at this point, I have to say that we're now going to have to suspend discharges to Loxahatchee, which could adversely impact that wild and scenic river nationally recognized. So I guess really what I would like to do is I would like to pass out, for the record, a resolution that my commission has passed. We're asking for a couple things in the resolution. First off, we're asking that good sound science, as we proceed ahead with the 3-year LOSUM evaluations, that good sound science, and that we would have meaningful input. We feel that we have not been able to have meaningful input into any of the decision-making that's been done to date. The city has done extensive modeling of the watershed. We've calibrated that model against the historic record, and even though I know it's been characterized that the city, by certain individuals, that the city's crying wolf, in fact, it's not crying wolf. We're very much concerned about what's happening today and what's happening into the future. So with that, I just wanted to congratulate all you all. We're looking forward to hopefully some really great collaboration in the future. You have a great executive director. We've worked with him historically, and we know his style is collaboration. We just hope in the future that we can have some meaningful input as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And if you could give that resolution to Ms. Barnett so she could distribute it to us, that would be great.
Yep, after Newton, I have Celeste and then Bob Mooney.
I tell you, that sleeping bag wasn't all that comfortable last night. I enjoy being able to stand up here occasionally and not rant and rave. And I want to thank the land management staff here at the December RAC Recreation meeting. One of the requests from our stakeholders who come to that meeting was about the FEB, which was closed. And it was closed for moving rocks over to the new EAA2 reservoir. And of course, that area, that was right in the middle of duck season, I might add, which made a lot of people a bit unhappy. But thanks to the great staff you have, Jerry Krentz, Steve Coughlin, Dan Cotter, B.J. Patel, over in the land management, it was announced this week that they're reopening the FEB to the public. Now, that place has become a major bass fishing area. It's incredible. We were looking at it. Jerry and I went out there maybe 10 years ago when it was going to be a regular reservoir. And then over the years, everything changes, as you will find out around here, incidentally. And we ended up with an FEB. And we have to put the recreation components in these things. I went to the PIR meeting in 2002 on the impoundments that are being built today next to Loxahatchee Refuge. And if you're not there at that PIR meeting and put in the boat ramps and the access and the parking, you don't change the core. It's very difficult to change them once they get going down the line. So the FEB was another project where we had gone in and done a tremendous amount of work on the Deepwater Reservoir that was going to go be there. I mean, building boat ramps on Deepwater reservoirs, the C-43 is another prime example where 8 years ago, I guess, we started work on that. So incidentally, that's why you need a recreation meetings. The district just does wonderful things, and they do it years and years and years in advance, and it's because of the land management people. Because without those people persistently working over the years, we wouldn't put the thousands and thousands and thousands of people we put out on the properties. And as I speak, there's thousands of people fishing and turkey hunting still in a lot of places on the properties. And all of them look to us for guidance here on these properties, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Good morning, governing board members. Again, it was great to be here yesterday and great to be here today with you all. I want to start by congratulating both our new general counsel and our communications director, extending you both, where are you? A very warm welcome. Oh, you're back there already. Good. A very warm welcome. We look forward to working with you all. And obviously, Sean will miss you, but we're happy that you're here now. So this is Palm for Audubon, Florida. I just wanted to take a quick second to recognize the board's step in increasing transparency and public participation. Yesterday's workshop was great. I think that you'll hear a lot from people that attended that the conversations were fantastic, and I thoroughly enjoyed them. And I also want to recognize Drew, Executive Director Drew Bartlett, because he took on your directive to increase transparency and make public participation easier, and he did exactly that. The agenda, the backup, the presentations were posted online days before the meeting. That allowed me to prepare better for today's meeting, and I really appreciated it. So I just wanted to make sure that I give thanks where thanks I do. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to continue working with you all. Thanks.
After Bob Mooney, I have Todd Hallman and Kara Kapp.
Hello again. Last night was a killer. And I haven't sat through one of those here at the district for at least 10 years. I've been around here since '95 when I was working with USGS and stationed here. But the lesson last night was there's a lot of minutia that the district has to deal with. And I surely hope that you guys will stay in the forest and not get down in the trees. Some of those presentations last night, I think I saw 10 years ago. If you're around here long enough, you see them many times. They show up. Oh, this is on my forehead because I used to wear it on my ass. But that was disrespectful, and I'm not going to be disrespectful to you guys. You got a tough job to do, and you're starting out fresh. So good luck on that. My real comment is Lake Okeechobee. Everybody likes to say it's too low, it's too high, it's too dirty, it's too everything. But the real truth of Lake Okeechobee is it's an active failure. The Corps finally classified that after Katrina, when they got their ass handed to them in New Orleans.
Sir, can you please keep the decorum and not use that word? Thanks.
Yes, sir. Excuse me. It's an act of failure. It could fail any day, any time. It still seeps. The area they started to work on was up at Pahokee, although they said for years, well, it's the old part of the dike that was the problem, which is down by Belglade and Clewiston. But it so happened the worst part of the dike was up by Pahokee, where Les Bromwell in his report in 2006 for the district said that it was within hours of failure. The Corps said, no, our engineer didn't say that, even though the engineer did say that in a meeting with Les. So the real thing you have to pay attention to is human life. That's always the priority. And you have to pay attention to what's ahead, not what is now, not what is past. You can keep yourself buried in the past. Good luck to you.
Board members, I'm Todd Hallman. I represent the Florida Sportsmen's Conservation Association, also Future Hunting of Florida, sit on the board there. I'm actually on the Sportsman's Trust Group, working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife on the headwaters of the Everglades there, trying to save land, 150,000 acres, among other things. I come here today because I want to congratulate you first, but this is only the second time I've ever spoke to this board in 15 years. And I guess I'm here today because I'm worried about the recreation part of the RAC. I've sat in this building probably 40 times in the last 15 years on the recreation aspect of the RAC, which I call RAC-REC. So that's one organization, and like Newton said, thanks to Jerry Krantz and Steve Coughlin, BJ Cattell, and Dan Cotter that sit on that. Thank you to T up there that sits in on those meetings also and gets the agenda out. But that's something that can't go away. We get more accomplished at that meeting in 3 hours every 3 months, that we don't have to come here and talk to you. That's why I don't come here. I don't need to. We're represented already from that meeting. But we need to keep that, and I just don't understand why this is a hard job you guys have, okay? You're going to need every tool you have in the toolbox. Don't get rid of those tools. Keep those tools going, because you're going to need them. Good luck, and thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kara Kapp for the National Parks Conservation Association. Good to see all of you. Congratulations and welcome to Paula and Sean. It was great hearing about your priorities for this agency and the work that you'll be doing ahead. We also wanted to congratulate the board on confirmation by the Senate Ethics and Elections Committee this week. I was happy to be able to see you in Tallahassee. The timing was just beautiful that committee took up that vote on Everglades Action Day. So we had Floridians from across the state in the legislative offices meeting about Everglades. I led the advocacy team for folks here from Palm Beach County, which included some business entities, some students from the different universities. And I'm happy to say that as we were meeting with decision makers from different parties who serve on different committees, we heard across the board strong support for the governor's bold Everglades plan and his funding request for this year. So I think that's good news. And there's certainly all exciting things ahead for the Everglades. I also wanted to comment on a small but important infrastructure change that I noticed here at the district. For years, I've been coming here and I have mentioned off and on to staff that the water fountain by the visitor bathroom would be ideal for a bottle filling station. I mentioned it once to Executive Director Bartlett before he even officially took over the job, and 2 weeks later it's done. So it's a small thing, but the district should always be leading the way on conservation. So well done and thank you, and I'm looking forward to the important presentations and discussions on the agenda today.
I have no further comments on this item, sir.
Great, thanks. We'll go now to board comment. This is an opportunity for anyone to say anything that's on their mind before we go into the rest of the agenda. If anyone wants to say anything, they may.
Executive Director Bartlett, Could you give me, I think history is important, even though I don't want to get lost in it, because I can't make decent decisions if I don't know where I'm coming from. So we had I didn't catch her name, I'm sorry, but we had the lady who spoke for Southeast Utility Council. Can you give me, who belongs to that? Out of the 16 counties, could you please just let me know? That's an important thing.
I would actually have to ask Ms. Davis, it's Lisa Wilson Davis, to tell you who the membership is. I believe it's from Martin County down to Monroe. Where is Lisa still here? She had to leave. Okay. And I have worked with there is a statewide utility council as well that I've worked with off and on various issues. And Lisa sits on that utility council, which is part of the Florida Water Environment Association, of the utilities across the state. So they must have their own local utility council where they work through issues like sea level rise that are unique, well, not necessarily unique, but for their particular citizenry in Southeast Florida. I can't tell you when they were formed, but what I can do is I do know Lisa well, and I can make sure she gives you a call, and we can get that history.
And I appreciate that, and I know I can look all this stuff up by myself. I'm just looking a lot of different stuff up, so sometimes I forget once I write something down. Mm-hmm. And I think someone had told me I could look it up online, but I just was not able or didn't do it. So I think it's really important. I want to know I know how Martin County gets its water. Now I know, because I've studied, how Palm Beach County gets its water. I think I kind of know how, Broward and Dade with the wells recharged. I want to know that stuff, and I think those are basics for us to understand how every single different county gets its water, and not getting into the weeds, but just how we would tell an 8th grade class, this is how this area gets their water.
Gotcha.
I appreciate it, because it's interesting too. They're all members of the utility, but they might get their water different ways.
Right.
Some of them.
That's right. They
Thank
often
you.
do. Yes. We can set up something.
Great. Any other members?
I just have a quick comment. With respect to, I believe the gentleman's name was Scott Kelly, who came to speak before us. I would like to make sure that people have meaningful input. And so I don't know what went into or how we got to where we were today with a comment with respect to the feeling that perhaps they're not having meaningful input in the process. But I would just like to bring it forward right here and now to say, from at least my perspective, if we could reach out to him to find out what he means by that and how we can sort of turn the tide to bring him into the fold in a meaningful way.
Mr. Chair, I got his cell phone while he was speaking, so we'll engage right away and make sure. I mean, I was thinking the same thing you were, Mr. Wagner. Thank you.
I think we all were. Thank you. I associate myself with both of your remarks, and I appreciate it. I also want to thank the rest of the governing board for the trip up to Tallahassee. I think everyone did very well, and we acquitted ourselves well. I want to thank Chairman Baxley, who's the chairman of the Ethics and Elections Committee, for shepherding us through and helping us with that. He was a great host. If there's nothing further on that.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
So to the Farm Bureau, I was born onto a farm. In fact, when I was 3 years old, 56 years ago, on Easter Sunday, my dad and I got in trouble because he took me with him to feed the pigs, and I fell in. I'll never forget the look on his face as he carried me back to the house. But I think it's important that we recognize that we're all at the table together. Agriculture is part of our history. It is part of Florida. We are obliged to have open and honest discussions about where we are today, the things that we need to fix, and how to consider everyone's needs. And I think we intend to be just judges, and That's all I wanted to tell you. I'm happy to look at anybody's farm, let's go.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. Okay, we're going to move on to the consent agenda, and I'd just like to note that we've got a resolution proclaiming April as Water Conservation Month. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. We heard a little bit about it today, and Drew, thank you for the new water fountain. That's I don't know why in 2019, but anyway. It's the last month of our dry season. Our water needs are most acute. We've been hearing about that from pretty much everybody we've been talking to. So we really need to highlight conservation of water. The district continues in its efforts we're trying to cultivate a strong water conservation ethic to prevent and reduce wasteful uses of water resources and to support programs that employ water-saving technology and education programs. So the governing board, we need to urge every citizen and visitor to become more aware, and that's something I want to work with our new Director of Communications on as we go forward, because I think we brought this up yesterday. It's really important. Yes, if we're using too much water now, then maybe it'll save us later when it gets really bad, and it shouldn't be that hard. This isn't rocket science, and we're not reinventing any wheels. There are lots of communities and lots of places that do this very well. So with resolution number, it's 2019-0403, we're going to be joining the governor, the cabinet, and Florida and the section of the American Water Works Association and other water management districts around the state and at least 26 local government entities within our district boundaries in supporting water conservation through the approval of their similar resolutions. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Great. Does any board member want to move anything from the consent agenda to the discussion agenda? If not, you can make a comment.
I thought this was an appropriate time to make a comment, and I appreciate so much your interest in this yesterday, Chair, the Water Conservation Month, and just food for thought if we can't do it now or if there's an issue with this for some reason. To me, it seems like the Water Management District is the perfect entity to form partnerships with organizations such as the Native Plant Society or IFAS, Florida Friendly Plants, and to talk about water conservation on our website. And also, I think it would be a good idea for the board to consider and perhaps staff to recommend what it would mean. Some counties water 2 days a week, and they're very proud of their conservation history, like Broward. And some counties, like mine, Martin, waters 3 days a week. And of course, we waste like 1.7 billion gallons of water to tide, so you might say to yourself, well, why even care, But that's not the point. We have to learn good values, and it seems like this is a perfect thing to expound on, maybe not today, but in the future, because we should be disciplined in our use of water and how we care for our environment, and think about all the 60% I've heard that we waste on our lawns. I'm sorry. I think it's atrocious. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to say that the board might be interested that I have a Florida-friendly yard, and I also have a National Wildlife Federation certified yard. So it goes a long way to conserving water.
Great. Thank you. I think this is something we will be looking at over time. Thank you. So we need to...
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Could I ask John, on item 22, since I know it's postponed, but it was yesterday, and again, just keeping with transparency, says it was changed yesterday. Could you just tell us why it was postponed?
Certainly. As you may be aware, your engineering staff has a very rigorous QA/QC process that we go through, especially when it comes to change orders. Over the last 5 years, roughly on $620 million worth of work that this agency has done, our change order rate has been about 1.2%. I know you, Mr. Martinez, are in the construction industry, so you can appreciate how low that rate is. So in leading up to today and being able to present this item to the governing board for your consideration. We went back earlier this week and took a closer look at that $3.8 million number that was on the agenda. And we found some things that lead us to believe that we can do better. And we're going to take a closer look at it and have some more discussions and negotiations on the price of the additional work that needs to be done associated with that structure.
Okay, thank you, John. And Mr. Chair, and I'm not sure how the process works as to what items get on the consent agenda and how that does work. I'd like to ask that whenever we're going to take a look at a change order of that magnitude, that maybe it not get put on the consent agenda so that we can talk about it a little bit more?
Sure. You always have the option of moving anything from just for procedurally, you always have the option of moving anything from consent to discussion, and that'll take it off. So that's the short answer, but okay, going forward. And thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Mitnick, for looking at that further to sharpen your pencils on that. I appreciate it. I need a motion to approve consent agenda items 13 to 21.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda items 13 through 21.
Second.
Great. I have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion by the governing board? If not, I'll entertain a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. Thanks. And now we'll move on to technical reports. Mr. Mitnick, if you have any gas left in your tank after yesterday, I'll call you back up.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
All right. So after yesterday's workshop, I expect that all the board members are ready to be water managers. You can recite structure names and locations at will. And today's water conditions report is going to be the speed round. So with that, I thought I'd start off this month's presentation. A couple of the members have asked questions about how we interact, we being the water managers, how we interact with our federal partners in the Corps of Engineers and Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds and Colonel Kelly that are here with us today. So I thought I'd just kind of walk through what is a weekly battle rhythm or weekly plan of attack as we go through it. So it starts off, that coordination kind of starts off on Monday afternoons with a group of the STA managers. They're actually under Terry's group in Water Resources, get together, and they have a conversation specifically and narrowly focused on the ability of the stormwater treatment areas to accept, treat, and deliver lake water, Lake Okeechobee water. Exclusive of any runoff that may be occurring within the basins, this conversation is only geared towards Lake Okeechobee, such that when we get to later portions of the weekend, you have decisions being made about how much water to send to the conservation areas from that one decision tree that I described yesterday during the workshop. So then that leads into a much broader conversation on Tuesday mornings with a larger group of STA managers that talk about the overall conditions of the STA. Are there any science plan projects under Terry's group that are currently underway within the STAs as part of the restoration strategies effort? What treatment cells are in need of minimum flows or additional flows or no flows, those kinds of things. Then also on Tuesday morning, your staff as well as staff from the Corps of Engineers get together and talk about all of the environmental conditions. Some of the board members may have seen that report, the environmental conditions report. It's the more detailed version of what Dr. Gray will be presenting next that is produced on a weekly basis. And we get together with the Corps water managers and talk about the environmental conditions of the entire system, starting from the Kissimmee chain of lakes, going all the way down to Florida Bay. That leads into a conversation that most everybody, I suspect, that is interested in Lake Okeechobee is familiar with, called the Periodic Scientist Call that the Corps of Engineers hosts on Tuesday afternoons. Wednesday mornings are for the water managers, both here, your water managers, as well as the water managers in Jacksonville under Colonel Kelly's command, get together and discuss system operations given those environmental conditions that were just outlined the day before. And that ultimately leads up to Thursday and Friday where Colonel Kelly and his team eventually make their release decisions as it relates to Lake Okeechobee. So that's sort of the weekly progression of the coordination that happens every single week. So that's how we work with our federal partners in the operations and management of the overall system. So jumping off from there, looking at rainfall last month.
John,
yes.
just real quick.
Yes.
So you end the week on Thursday, and Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds will make the decision as to how much to let out or how much not to. It was all collaborated with you and your team during the week, but ultimately that's her decision, correct? Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, you've probably seen weekly all of the board members get the district's weekly recommendation. It is also posted on our website for the public to view. It's readily accessible. That recommendation feeds up into the Corps' process, and maybe a little bit later on, Colonel Kelly's going to be up here and talking about another agenda item. He can describe their decision-making process. But that feeds into their decision-making process when Colonel Kelly makes the final decision on the end portions of the week on how they are managing Lake Okeechobee levels and their release decision.
A quick follow-up on that?
Certainly.
How often are you and the Corps aligned? Do they often sort of make this? I'm just on a percentage basis. You're making a recommendation at the end of the week. It goes up to Colonel Kelly. I know we've got a great working relationship with the Army Corps. Do you often find that the final decision is different from our recommendation, or are they mostly aligned on balance?
On occasion in years past, yes, they have been different, but again, it's a partnership, and we work together to manage the overall system and the objectives of what the system is designed for, as we discussed yesterday.
Thanks.
So, looking at rainfall, month of March, you can see, was a below average month. So far for the month of April, we got one rainstorm that blew through just earlier this week, in fact. And over here, as I described last month, you can see the anticipated or nominal averages that you can expect during each of the months. And if you'll give me one moment, I need to change something on the computer here because it's giving me fits. All right, we'll see if this works. So, month of March, it was below average rainfall. It was preceded by 3 months of near average, with the exception of the month of January, which was a surplus of rain. So overall, the month of March was roughly 70% of average rainfall, and district-wide, we only got about 1.6 inches or so. The majority of those rains were over here along the East Coast, with the least amount of rain being up in the upper Kissimmee Basin up here. So where that leaves us as over the last 30 days, this is just a graphic of the rainfall distribution over the last 30 days. As you get into these yellows and red colors, you can see those are the higher intensity rainfalls. So over the last 30 days, those higher intensity or largest amount of rain actually fell just offshore. So it wasn't on land except for some portions right there of Palm Beach County, and that's why on the previous graphic here you can see that edge of the southeast coast had somewhat of a minor surplus of water as compared to the average amount that you would expect during that month. So overall, district-wide, for the dry season since November up until now, we've gotten roughly just over 12.5 inches of rain. We're just slightly above average for the dry season to date. Got a surplus of roughly 1.4 inches there. The majority of those rains have been over here along the southwest coast. So starting up at the upper chain, and I'll have some more detailed graphics as we get farther down into the presentation, but just from a higher level, looking at the hydrographs for each of the lakes, East Lake Toho, it's continuing to recede down its regulation schedule, again trying to get down to this June 1 date. You can see some minor fluctuations in the lake level associated with these two rain events right here. Similar story down in Lake Toho. It's continuing its recession to get down to its summer pool on June 1st. Lake Kissimmee is a similar story. It's working its way down. We've been making releases from Lake Kissimmee. There were a couple rain events, particularly this one back here in late January, February, that increased its stage, but it's working its way down. Right now, I believe we're discharging on the order of about 600 cubic feet per second out of Lake Kissimmee and flowing down the Kissimmee River. So going down to Lake Okeechobee, it was at 11.79 as of 2 days ago. I think this morning's lake level was 11.72, so it's gone down slightly from the last 2 days, and that's a reflection of the drier weather that we've had over the last 2 days after that rain event passed through on Tuesday. For the last 30 days, however, the lake's come down roughly 3/4 of a foot, and the Corps of Engineers is continuing to utilize their additional operational flexibility as they work to manage lake levels. So where that looks through time, you see this little bump in lake stage that we saw earlier this year from rainfall on the lake. Since then, it resumed its recession. As discharges have decreased out of the lake, you can see the recession is sort of not plateaued, but reduced or decreased its rate of recession, and the lake is just working down through the beneficial use band. So what that looks like as far as a projection, as you recall, this is the position analysis that your staff produces every month. It starts with the beginning of the month, the first of the month, and what the lake level is at the beginning of the month, and it projects out using all 41 years of historical records, and these are probability lines of what you can expect for Lake Okeechobee stage at any given time out into the future. Typically what I'll focus in on is this 50% probability line here, and this was the subject of the public speaker's comments earlier in the meeting about there's a 50% probability of the Lake Okeechobee entering into the water shortage management ban as you get out in here to July towards August. We've talked a lot about El Nino, so if you just look at the subset of El Nino years, this is what you can reasonably expect if those rainfalls from those El Nino years were to manifest this year. This would be the projection of lake stages. You can see some of them do drop down into the water shortage management band. Other of them that were representative of a strong El Nino event show rapid rises in Lake Okeechobee once you get into the wet season. But that's just the distribution of those years from the historical record and what types of rainfall that it brought to the system. If I just zoom in real quick, obviously we're sitting here, today is April 10th. It's been 10 days since that projection was produced. So if you kind of follow along with those purplish lines, those purple dots right through here, you can see since the beginning of the month, the lake is kind of following along that 50th percentile or 50th probability projection for lake stages since the model run was produced back in the first of the month. And just gives you an idea of how the lake has been tracking over the last 10 days or so. So looking at more of the southern end of the system, Water Conservation Area 1 up here in the upper right-hand corner is just continuing to recede, following down its schedule line until it gets down to its summer pool here later in the year. The Corps had been managing Conservation Area 1 and moving water from Area 1 down into Area 2. I believe from some of the discussions we've had this week, they'll be curtailing those discharges from Area 1 into 2 and closing the S10 structures. Everybody remembers the S10 structures from yesterday, right? All right. So they'll be closing down on the S10 structures either today or later this week, early next week, and decreasing that discharge from Area 1 into Area 2. Area 2, right now, because we are past February 1st, there are two lines on this graphic, the green and the blue. Because we are past February 1st, the official line that we look at to judge how we are, whether we're above schedule or below schedule, is this green line. And you can see that it is right at its schedule line. That will be the representative official stage for Area 2, I believe, until the beginning of June. So at which time it'll switch back up to the blue line up here. So right now, based on that metric, Area 2 is right at its schedule. And as I said, the Corps is decreasing the movement of water from Area 1 down into Area 2. Likewise, they would be decreasing the movement of water from Area 2 down into Area 3, absent any additional rainfall. So looking at Area 3, it is tracking right along. I would not say it's above its schedule. It's actually within its schedule. For me to say it's above its schedule, it'd probably be above this red line here. So it's in one of the lower operational bands associated with the Conservation Area 3 regulation schedule. And we're continuing to move water out of Area 3 pursuant to the rainfall plan. Last month I had described some of the construction work that DOT was doing here along Tamiami Trail, and that necessitated the closure of the 333 structure. We had some fair amount of conversation about that structure yesterday, but that structure is once again opened as DOT has completed that work, so we're moving water from Area 3 through the 333 structure into the L29 canal that then flows underneath the newly constructed bridges into Northeast Shark River Slough. So we're moving roughly about 600 CFS via that route right now. About 200 to 250 of that is turning around the corner and coming down the South Dade conveyance system and being used to hydrate the headwaters of Taylor Slough right in here, so as to keep Taylor Slough hydrated and flowing. So this is a new graphic for this month. It is the three regulation schedules that I did not talk about yesterday because I wanted to save it for today. So the first one in the upper left-hand side is the Rotenberger Wildlife Management Area. As I talked about yesterday, STA 5-6 in that complex is not connected to Lake Okeechobee. You cannot move water currently to that stormwater treatment area from Lake Okeechobee, nor can you move Lake Okeechobee water into the Rotenberger either without constructing some additional infrastructure as well. So looking at the regulation schedule associated with that wildlife management area, you can see it's just slightly below its regulation schedule and it's receding for this time of the year. Going over to the middle graphic, that is the Holy Land Wildlife Management Area. It has its own regulation schedule. Typically inflows to the Holy Land come from this structure right here, G200, that sits along the Miami Canal. So inflows to the Holy Land will be from treated water that has come down either from the basin or from Lake Okeechobee, was treated through the A1FEB, STA 3-4, and then discharged through this canal that runs along the bottom into the Miami Canal, and then the G200 pump station would then pick it up and move it into the Holy Land Wildlife Management Area. So for this time of year right now, the Holy Land is above its schedule and is not in need of any additional inflows. The third graphic here is the A1FEB. It has a regulation schedule, but it's a very simple regulation schedule. You can see the red line at the top at 14 feet. That's the maximum storage pool inside this facility. So it's just a straight line at its max pool. And then the bottom line down here, roughly at 10, is ground surface. It's ground surface on average in this facility is about 9.9 feet NGVD. So that's a very simple regulation schedule. You can see how earlier in the year levels within the FEB were drawn down in preparation for the movement of that stockpiled material that was located right here. And they were held down for a period of time until it was determined we were not going to undertake that effort this dry season, at which time we immediately began putting water into the FEB at the beginning of March and filled it up probably 2.5 to 3 feet of the entire 4-foot pool or storage capacity in the facility, at which time we were decreasing, given the environmental conditions in the entire system, decreasing the flows out of Lake Okeechobee, moving southward. And right now we're operating to once again pull down the A1 FEB, create some storage volume, and move that water into STA 3/4 from the FEB for treatment and subsequent discharge down into Water Conservation Area 3. Or it could go through this pump station over here, the S7 pump station, and discharged over into Conservation Area 2.
John, sorry.
Certainly.
Before you move on. Might be a stupid question. 5.6, STA 5.6 does not get fed by the lake. I'm trying to pull up on the system status report that you suggested using. The primary feed for STA 5.6 is what? The ag area and rainfall?
It's the C139 basin over here, yes. So it's rainfall driven. So
Rainfall
as
driven.
there's rain and runoff within the C139 basin, that generates inflows into Stormwater Treatment Area 5.6.
And can you just show the stoplight on 5.6? Is that?
It doesn't really have a stoplight in this graphic.
I guess my question is it being used to the full extent?
Terry, do you recall?
Would it be an orange or a red right
performances for
now?
this week? Okay.
Okay.
I'll have to get back to you, sir.
That's fine.
I have a follow-up question right along the lines of what Board Member Steinle was asking. Let me, when it was originally designed, when we originally built STA 5.6, were we supposed to have, was it originally designed with the idea that we would in fact have a connection to it and it wouldn't be solely rainfall, or?
No, it was not.
Okay.
Or the original construction, so it was actually 2 STAs. There was STA 5 that roughly sat up here, if the cursor will cooperate, roughly sat up here. Then there was a separate portion that was STA 6 that sat down here. That was the original Everglades construction project. Then, as we fast forward in time to the 2000s, just before the Restoration Strategies Initiative, there was an effort to, actually, let me back up a little bit further. So these 3 parcels, there were 3 parcels that were purchased. This parcel here, what we all know today is A1 and A2 parcel right in here, and then this parcel over here. They were all purchased as part of the Talisman acquisition a number of years ago. So they were referred to as compartments A, that everybody talks about here in the middle, B over here, and then C over here. So after that acquisition in the 2000s, and they were originally intended to be the site of, under the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, the Everglades Agricultural Area Storage Reservoir. It was 3 compartments over those 3 parcels of land, roughly 60,000 acres. In the early to mid-2000s, there was analysis done that determined that the entire storage pool under that original concept of 360,000 acre-feet of storage could be accomplished solely by using parcel A. That then in turn freed up parcels C and B over here to be utilized for stormwater treatment areas. So that's when STA 5.6 came to be, and we connected up one complete STA through the entire area. But it was never anticipated to be connected to Lake Okeechobee. It was always to serve the C139 basin and its discharges down here into the Everglades Protection Area and Conservation Area 3. So the C-139 basin is over here.
Okay. Do we know whether STA 5 and 6, or and maybe this was a question that was asked previously, but do we know whether they're operating at, I guess, vegetative capacity?
Right. Yes, that was the question that was asked earlier that I did not have an answer to, but we will get that answer.
Okay. And then I just had one more question that was unrelated to STA 5 and 6. I think you had mentioned in the flow equalization basin that we had intentionally drawn down the water level.
Yes.
For a period of time, with the idea that we were going to do something, I think with respect, is it a quarry that's there?
Correct. There is a stockpile of material, roughly 600 to 800,000 cubic yards of material, rock and sand, that was quarried as part of the original construction project to build a deep storage reservoir on this parcel.
Okay. We had an idea that we were going to move that.
Correct.
Okay. How come we didn't move it?
I'm sorry?
How come we did not move it?
Circumstances changed as we got farther and farther into the dry season. It was determined that we would not have sufficient amount of time before the onset of the wet season to get in there and get all 600,000 to 800,000 cubic yards of that material and get it out in time to be able to move it over to the new location over here on A2. So, and given the other regional conditions, we made a determination it would be better served to start inflowing water and moving water out from Lake Okeechobee down into storage in the A1 FEB.
Is this a critical precondition of doing work on the EAA reservoir, moving the items from here to there?
I would not say it's a critical precondition, but it is a necessary action that as we get into the next dry season, that we'll be looking to do to start moving that material over.
Okay. Can we get like a report, or can I get a status update as to how quickly that can get moved over to where it needs to be and when the plan is to do that?
Certainly.
Okay.
Just to give you a quick idea of how long, when we were looking at doing it, because you're trucking that material back and forth, it was roughly 180 to 200 days to be able to move all of it.
Is there any reason that we didn't do it piecemeal? Like, we can't get everything now, but let's do half now and half next year?
Yeah, you heard some speakers earlier talk about the recreational uses within the A1 FEB. So that also factored into our consideration. Do we just keep it closed and try to only do a portion of it, or do we open it back up for recreational access and allow those individuals to get back in the property, recognizing that we're not going to be able to get all of it? So those were some of the factors that went into it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitnick,
Yes, ma'am.
are there ways you can move water to 5-6 just with pumps?
Actually, so there's a couple different things depending on what it is that we're talking about. So the Miami Canal comes down, and this cursor is really not cooperating today. Will come down here roughly to this point, and then there's a divide structure right there that segregates the Miami Canal between the upper, what I will call untreated water, and treated water that comes out of STA 3-4 down here. So this entire segment down here, it would be treated water. There's the STA 5-6 discharge canal will run along the northern portion of the Rotenberger Wildlife Management Area and then come down parallel to the Miami Canal and subsequently discharge out right around, I want to say it's somewhere in here. So there is the ability to set up a series of temporary pumps, and I talked a little bit about that yesterday's discussion, along this levee to move water into the discharge canal and then try to backfeed it to the stormwater treatment area, but that is a very complex and complicated operational scenario, and it would not work effectively as long as there are runoff and inflows coming from the C-139 basin at the same time. There's another connection way up here in the basin, and I apologize, I don't really have a good map that shows that some temporary pumps could be set up there. But again, we're talking very small flows. You'd only be able to do 2 to 300 CFS through that route. But it is possible physically.
And Mr. Chair, since I sort of started this line of questioning, I think if I can summarize what I think our concern is just the full utilization of 5.6. So maybe we can come back to that with more data. The site report that I'm looking at, John, and I'm probably looking at it wrong, says 0 flow right now. But again, I think if I may, our concern is full utilization, and maybe we can follow up with some data
Absolutely.
around
I
that.
think that would be a good topic to touch on the workshop that Mr. Bartlett was talking about when it comes to water quality next month. And we can talk about how those connections work and how they're being utilized and what was the original plan and the original concept for the Everglades construction project and how it evolved over time.
When you say the workshop, we're talking about the workshop next year, right? Drew, we're not doing it again until next year. You promised us.
Hey, water quality is the one I want. So these two lands that you're showing us, Rottenberger and Holly, that's just wildlife management there?
Yes, ma'am. They are wildlife management areas
Okay.
Under the purview of the Conservation Commission. So, looking at the more detailed numbers of how water is moved throughout the system, we added some additional graphics up here for some of the creeks that flow into the upper chain of lakes. So Boggy Creek, Shingle Creek, and Reedy Creek, all of those inflows are uncontrolled inflows. In other words, there is no water control structure. We don't have any control over the amount of water that comes down through those creeks. So again, just refreshing everybody's memory, these volumes that I'm talking about are just for the dry season, so since November 1st of this year. You can see the amount of water, I'll just jump down to right here, that has come out of the upper chain of lakes, moving down the Kissimmee River is roughly that 228,000, almost 229,000 acre feet of water. Inflows, total inflows here in green to Lake Okeechobee, were roughly 286,000, 287,000 acre feet. There's one more uncontrolled inflow over here at Fish Eating Creek. Of that, you can see the releases east and west to the estuary were roughly 300,000 acre feet, because that also accounts for direct rainfall over Lake Okeechobee over the intervening time. And then this time for this month, I propagated that down through each of the subsequent structures till you reach the estuary. So what the Caloosahatchee estuary received in conjunction with any lake water that was moved out into the Caloosahatchee River, and accounting for any basin runoff that occurred within the Caloosahatchee Basin, was some almost 430,000 acre feet since November 1st. Similar story over on the East Coast, close to 34,000 acre feet left Lake Okeechobee into the C44 canal, and accounting for any basin runoff, there was roughly 31,000 acre feet of that actually made it out to the estuary. Can't remember if this was on the graphic last month, but I also accounted for any of those upper East Coast discharges from the C23 and 24 canals. This number does not include the C25 canal, which would discharge actually up here to the Indian River Lagoon, but that just accounts for any discharges from C23, 24, 10 Mile Creek, that nature, into the estuary itself.
Can you describe for me on, I think it's C44, it goes from 33, maybe 34,000, actually down to 30,
correct,
20. How does that happen? How do we lose water from the system?
So oftentimes when we talk about water supply coming out of Lake Okeechobee, everybody gravitates towards the Everglades agricultural area. The Lake Okeechobee service area, for which it is responsible for water supply, actually encompasses all the way out through the C44 basin and then down the Caloosahatchee to the C43 as well. So that difference in those numbers, that decrease of what came out of the lake and what actually went to the estuary, went to water supply users within this Martin County, within the C44 basin.
People in that area are pulling from the, okay.
And in addition to that, it's releases made for the maintenance of navigation in the navigation channel that is the C-44 canal. Yes, and Calkins would be taking some of that water that left. So as there were discharges, this 31,000 acre feet, the Calkins facility that sits right there would also be taking some of that water into storage to prevent it from going into the estuary. Thank you for that, Mr. Bartlett.
That takes into account all watershed
Yes,
activity.
all the C-44.
For the C-44. Okay.
Correct.
This is a great chart. Thank you.
So similar for the southern portions of the system, total releases south, which includes all uses, tribal uses, water supply uses, maintenance of levels within the stormwater treatment areas, all of it, all in, so to speak, roughly 460,000 acre feet. Came out of Lake Okeechobee since the beginning of November. I've since gone in and staff has been able to break it down some based on last month's discussion about how much EAA runoff was generated over that period of time and how much was delivered for irrigation over that period of time. So then we get down to the inflows that actually made it to the stormwater treatment areas and the flow equalization basin, segregated them out as to what the amount of water that came from the lake attributed to those inflows versus how much runoff and other inflows occurred as well. Then we come down to...
So is that in the aggregate, 161.1 plus 236.4 is the total amount?
See, I knew you would ask that one. You cannot do the math, no.
Okay.
Because there's a number of other things that are going on. So if you try to add those numbers up and reach that 457, it's not going to add up straight. Because I don't mean to be condescending, but it is a little complicated in how the water moves around and how it's accounted for.
I'm totally aware of how complicated it is. No doubt about that.
Because I did exactly what you were trying to do, because I am an engineer. I tried to add it up, and I was sufficiently scolded by staff that, no, you can't do that. Because there are other processes going on in how the water is moving around. Like I said, whether it's going to the environmental supply uses as part of the stormwater treatment areas and maintenance of their levels, or going to tribal uses. But there's a number of other things going on.
But at some level, if you start with the 457, right?
Right.
You're ending up at some point with, let's call it 400. So you're losing some percentage to whatever else is out there, some factor, and you're retaining that 400, right? I mean, that's effectively what's happening?
Right.
Okay. I'm just trying to conceptually understand, and thank you for that.
Yeah, this number is relatively easy to measure because as we talked about yesterday, we have those structures and we have flow monitors and flow meters on those structures. So it's very easy to calculate this number, and then you get into evaporation and other uses. Once you get down into the basin, that's why you can't do the straight math.
So the next question is...
It's not a full water budget is what I'm saying.
Okay, so the next question is, over time, are we able to tell historically whether we're getting around the same yield each year, or is it somehow more is disappearing as the years go on, or less is disappearing, or the same?
I know it varies by climate. The climatology will have a large impact on how much gets moved around, how much evaporation occurs, how much seeps away and gets into the groundwater, all of that.
Okay. Is there any way to sort of factor those, understanding that some years are wetter and some years are drier, to have an idea that we're consistent with the yield, or things are changing on us? I know things are generally changing because of weather conditions and climate, but accepting those factors, is there a way to try to measure whether
I'll tell you
a
what,
yield is...
let me take that back to staff and beat it around and see if we can come up with a way to do that.
Just curious, yeah. Thank you very much.
So looking at inflows from the stormwater treatment areas down into the conservation areas, that's this roughly 330,000 acre feet. We talked about some of those flood control releases from in between going through the S10s the 11s and the S12s as you come down this route. This 6.2 is reflective of what I described last month and the need to open up some of those structures given the construction that DOT was doing along Tamiami Trail. We updated this title to reflect that as the water that is discharged out of the lower East Coast towards the intercoastal waterway for both of these two numbers. So this is what left the conservation area and made it to the intercoastal, and then what basin runoff within the urban areas along the lower East Coast was discharged to the intercoastal. And then, of course, all the way at the bottom, all the green arrows are representative of how much water left Area 3A and made it to Everglades National Park over this time period. So this graphic...
Wait up, John. Wait up, I'm sorry.
Certainly.
I'm going crazy trying to reconcile these numbers, but I've given up. But is it safe to say that the EAA runoff, that total amount will go through our STAs?
Yes.
It will.
Yes. So this is a new graphic. Last month, the board had asked about the Big Cypress Basin, and Chairwoman Roman will get a more detailed briefing of the hydrology and system operations at your basin board meeting later this month. But I just included this as a real quick snapshot of the Big Cypress Basin. You can see this is the canal network over in Big Cypress Basin. It is not connected to the regional system, so they are solely reliant on any rainfall and runoff that occurs within their system itself. These couple numbers here just reflect the outflows over that system. And then this graphic to the right is just a one-time snapshot on this particular day. And the way it is interpreted is these little light blue boxes. That is the operational ranges of all of the canals within the Big Cypress Basin. So yesterday when we were talking about regulation schedules and operating plans for large bodies of water like Okeechobee Water Conservation Area, they have a regulation schedule, but canal systems, they just have an operating range. You operate it between this elevation and that elevation. So that's what that light blue box is in these bar charts. So anytime that the canal stage is outside or below of that range, these bars will show up in that darker blue. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. And like I said, Ms. Roman will get a more detailed briefing about that later this month. If it's green, it means it's within the operational range, and fortunately none of them are red, meaning they're above their operational ranges. So I just wanted to bring that to the board and give you a quick snapshot of what it looks. And then I would presume that at the next board meeting, Chairwoman Roman would have a report out on the activities and discussions at the Big Cypress Basin meeting later this month. So the future. Currently, the Climate Prediction Center is projecting above average rains through the month of June. You'll notice that I stopped there at the month of June because this is the part where Mr. Wagner always likes to chide me that I tell you there's equal chances of above average, average, or below average rainfall. So no disrespect to our new general counsel, Ms. Cobb, and any of the attorneys on the board. As you know, anytime you get two attorneys in a room interpreting something, you're liable to get two different opinions. So when it comes to meteorology, same thing can happen. I did not include anything past June. Right now, the Climate Prediction Center official forecast is for that equal chances all the way through the month of December. However, I will convey to you that there is some climate models that indicate as we move into the months of June and July that there is a stronger signal for a slightly below average precipitation for South Florida. So it's still in the wait and see. There's a lot that can happen between now and then. We still have a very strong El Nino signal, and that was reflective of the rains that we just had earlier this week. So it's something we're going to continue to keep an eye on and watch as we move into the future. It's nothing to take to the bank at this point. As always, what I can tell you, what is likely to happen in the next 7 days, is that it's going to be relatively dry until we get out here. I think that's Monday, where we're likely to see some rains along the lower East Coast along here. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Mr. Mitnick, would you please go back to the first black and white slide that had the meetings? Okay. Could you or someone please share with the group who is on the periodic scientist call so we understand who the stakeholders are?
So the periodic scientist call is hosted by the Corps of Engineers, and it is reflective not only agency participation, the district scientist, the Department of Environmental Protection. I always keep looking at him. Department of Environmental Protection is on the call. Other agencies of the state are on the call. There are other non-governmental organizations that call into it. I think the city of Sanibel calls into it. There's a number of scientists in the public that call in and express their opinions. 298 districts call in. Tommy Stroud participates in that discussion as well. So it's an open public forum for a scientific discussion.
And if the public wants to participate in that, how do they find that phone number?
I would contact the Corps of Engineers, and either the colonel or lieutenant colonel can provide that information.
Okay.
Or John Campbell in Jacksonville, their
Okay.
public relations officer.
So looking at these different meeting days and looking at your wonderful chart, sorry, it's the one that shows the arrows like this, like that. 15, thanks, page 15. So we learned, I think it's one more. So we learned last night that some of those structures are Army Corps structures and some are South Florida Water Management District structures.
Yes.
And that's not really clear on this chart.
No.
So at what point are you talking to the Corps about the water moving south or moving into the water conservation areas from the STAs and going into Everglades National Park? I mean, did they have to give you permission to do what's on this chart, or do you tell them what you hope you can do? How does that interchange work?
So it's a continuum. It's not like just one day we have a conversation and then you don't talk for several days. It's a continuum, and we're constantly communicating with your water managers and the Corps' water managers of how the system is being operated and how water is moving around. If I went back to that very first slide, that Wednesday morning call between the water managers is the more focused official discussion of how water is being operated, and they'll talk about those trade-offs. We'll talk about, if I can pull it up here, we'll talk about this number right here and how much water for that particular week is moving into the water conservation areas from the stormwater treatment areas, and then that helps them in our discussion to make decisions on whether or not to continue to move water from Area 1 down into Area 2 or Area 2 into Area 3, or do they need to back off? How much inflows are coming into the conservation areas versus also there's a discussion along the lower East Coast. How much water is coming out of the conservation areas for water supply purposes and groundwater recharge along the lower East Coast, and if that amount of water is sufficient to be able to, went too far. If that amount of water is sufficient to be able to maintain this recession along the regulation schedule for Area 1, then the Corps wouldn't be opening up the S10 structures and moving water from Area 1 into Area 2. And so it's that constant communication and dialogue that happens day in and day out. But the arranged set time frame is Wednesday mornings, where they get together and they run through the whole system top to bottom. You take into consideration construction activities, Like we talked about the DOT construction on L29, that's a topic of discussion. How do we want to handle that? Do we just want to cease all discharges out of Area 3 to the park? Or would we rather open up S12, C, and D and be able to accommodate those flows in the interim? Those kinds of trade-offs happen. Same thing up in the Kissimmee River, how the construction that's going on for the restoration efforts up there and how you operate a flowing river while you're trying to restore it.
And the tribes, because they have some concerns with the water flow, I think particularly 3-4. So like, is someone talking to them, or are there just markers that you know to be very considerate of?
Yes, you have a tribal coordinator on your staff, Armando Ramirez, who handles that communication with the tribal communities.
What do you think we do best, and what do you think we do worst?
You give me a lot of latitude on that
with the
one.
chart. I mean, we're all trying so desperately to understand, and we want healthy ecosystems, and we want to protect people, and we want to give people the water that they legally have a right to. Is it? I would say it's. I might be wrong, but like Florida Bay, and that's the saddest story, isn't it? Besides the destruction of the estuaries, I mean.
Terry?
Yes, absolutely, and it's just you guys are the professionals.
No, I will tell you from my perspective, for having been at the district nearly 35 years, and the change that I've seen in my career has been the relationship between the water managers and the scientific staff that has grown over time, because it used to be, here's a bunch of engineers over there doing their thing, and the biologists would respond to, gosh, this is really bad, look what's happening in the system. And over the course, probably about starting 20 years ago, certainly not my stead, others at the district that brought that together, integrated our engineering staff and our scientific staff. And so the meeting that John talks about on Tuesdays, we're literally around a conference room table, all the key water managers, the scientific staff from every ecosystem. It's not one person that stands up there and shares it. It's the Kissimmee biologist, the Florida Bay biologist, in the room, face-to-face, walking through exactly what John walks you through to share that information. There's water management decisions for public health and safety reasons that have to get made. We're in flood control mode. That's going to take precedent. But many, many times there are balancing that can take place. If it's wading bird nesting season and we're having really great our snail kite nesting occurring and we want to moderate kind of the recession rate, they get that feedback from the scientific staff, and then they figure out how can we operate the system to make that happen. That has been a huge advancement in water management in the last 20 years, and the Corps of Engineers is part of that as well. They ask a lot of questions. They're in Jacksonville, but they call in, and they're asking those same kind of questions you'll even hear on the periodic scientist call. The staff from Jacksonville is trying to better understand what we know from an ecological standpoint. So from my perspective, that's something we've really evolved on a go-forward basis, and it takes into consideration the water supply element, the flood protection, and the ecosystem, and what things we can do better. The water managers are pretty amazing at when you say, gosh, we really need to get some water to Northeast Conservation Area 3, or Northeast Conservation Area 3, what can you do? And they will figure out how to manipulate the system with the water available and all the balancing to get water to that location if it's possible to do it. It's been, I think, a dramatic change in how water management's operated.
Thank you for sharing. I can see your passion in that, and that's for the animals too. So that's wonderful.
Mr. Chairman. John, does the federal consent decree that we're under with Judge Moreno, does that hinder you?
I would say no. From a water manager perspective, I would say no.
Okay.
At this point in time.
Thank you.
Can I just add to that? I would say it doesn't hinder us operationally. We make the operational decisions we need to make. We may have to deal with the consequences of that, and what does that mean as far as compliance with that consent decree? If we have an exceedance of water quality standards, there's a whole process to deal with that. But for real-time water management, the decisions are made that need to be made for the system.
Yeah, it's an after-the-fact compliance test So you move the water and you don't have an instantaneous analyzer right there telling you what its water quality is.
So I think with respect to WCA 1 and 2 and 3, et cetera, as we move water through those areas from 1 to 2 to 3, we did learn that that movement seems to me to be very black and white as to when you can do it. In order to move it out, first of all, we don't control it. Those are all Army Corps structures, correct?
The 10 structures going in between
Correct.
the conservation areas.
That's right.
Are the Army Corps of Engineers. We control the ones that let water out to the lower East Coast.
Okay. So those are all controlled between WCA 1, 2, and 3. Those structures are all controlled by Army Corps?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's pretty black and white. You need to be able to move a certain part in, equal parts in that you're moving out, right? You can't move out before you're moving.
That's only under certain circumstances, not all the time. But
Okay.
yes.
I guess the question I had is, do you find yourself ever in a position, I mean, maybe not ever, because, but do you have occurrences where you want to move water from WCA 1 into 2A, or you want to move it from 2A into 3A or whatnot, and you find it inflexible to do so, that you just simply can't do it? We need to move from 1 to 2, but I can't put enough back in 1 to get authority to do that. Do those things come up often? And do you have any operational flexibility to obtain a variance of some sort in a
Yes.
situation where you need
So
to do it?
we'll talk about Area 2. And you can, it doesn't go back far enough, but you can kind of see part of it right here in this portion of the graphic. So this red line is the schedule, the official regulation schedule that I showed you yesterday for Area 2A. This dotted line up here was part of an emergency deviation that the Corps of Engineers implemented to deal with high water conditions in the conservation areas. So it was precipitated by the fact that Area 3A had too much water in it. So therefore, all the water that was stacked up in 2A, you really couldn't move down into 3A without causing additional damage to Area 3A. Hence, there was an emergency deviation that allowed Area 2A to go up to this dotted red line.
So you have some flexibility. As of yesterday, I thought it was totally inflexible, but I guess as I learn more, I'm starting to understand that's helpful to me to know that there are options available to you.
Yeah, there are options and processes and procedures at the federal level to request and obtain a deviation from those regulation schedules.
Thank you.
Well, thanks very much, John. I appreciate that, and I like the fact that you took what we talked about last month and have incorporated it into this month's, and it was a great presentation. Dr. Gray.
There. Just be careful with it because the mouse will want to jump back around. So
Okay.
continue to move the mouse.
I like following John, he sets me up. Sometimes the technology and I part company. I'm here today to give you the April Governing Board update on ecological conditions. Again, because we're covering such a wide area from the upper chain of lakes just south of Orlando down to the Keys, sections may be more abbreviated, and I'm always looking for feedback on what you want to hear about and make sure we get it incorporated.
Dr. Gray, you are my favorite part of these board meetings. Thank you for what you do. I want to hear more next time about Monroe County. I want to hear more about the Bay. I want to hear more about Monroe County. I'd like to hear some conversation of the reef. I know that that's not necessarily in our purview, but what we are doing is causing this problem, so I think it's something that we should talk about more often. And I don't want to see the next thing on the endangered species list, fishing boat captains.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have a serious problem there, and we want to hear more about we need to hear more about how we are going to fix that problem.
Okay. Yeah, we have a staff that's dedicated to the Florida Bay, and they bring a wealth of information forward. And again, you know, I'll tap that expertise, and we have projects in the area that I think are important to highlight, and we'll do that. So starting with the north end of the system, one thing that I think John made very clear is that things have been dry, and what you see on the Kissimmee, in particular, the restored areas, and oh, yes, the missing mouse. These areas are very flashy, and they dry out. And one thing that we want to do, and what Headwaters revitalization will help us, is to be able to have a continuous flow and keep the floodplain hydrated for a longer period of time, so we can reach our expectations and see how the floodplain responds to the restoration of the flows for this area. But it has been dry. You can see here on the floodplain that we have basically sandbars exposed. We have just some pooling that occurs as the system dries out. And also along the river channel itself, the restored areas of the river, you can see that the sandbars are exposed as the flow rates drop. Moving on to Lake Okeechobee, again, as you see these areas, red, of course, is where the water is below ground, at or below ground, and those areas have expanded since last month. And what we're seeing then is that the utilization of this area of the marsh has declined in terms of wading birds. I'll get to that in a moment. But this is the type of trend you would see over a dry season. In terms of Lake Okeechobee, we like to see a recession rate of around 1/2 foot a month. And I think last month, John, you mentioned it was 3/4 foot. So it's a little bit fast, just in terms of the ecology for the lake. I mentioned the wading bird usage. We had actually seen an upsurge of foraging. Wow, this really is acting strangely. We had seen an upsurge in foraging in March when water levels were above 12. There was plenty of prey, but what we haven't seen is any nesting on the lake. It's just been too dry. The areas in which they want to, birds tend to nest, they want to oftentimes have water underneath to help reduce predation on the nest areas. So the nesting's been low, but the foraging was high in March, but it's declined since then. What we have seen, and this is some good news, is that we have seen a resurgence of some of the submerged aquatic vegetation in this area of the Indian Prairie Basin. We've seen some small regrowth of Valsinaria in Lake Okeechobee. This is something that we tend to start expecting to see as the lake stage drops around an elevation of 12. We're 11.72 right now, so we have better light penetration. One thing we want to be careful of is that if it continues to fall too far, then these areas with recent regrowth will dry out again. So we want to, again, keep an eye on that recession rate and look at how the grasses are returning. But this is important in terms of balancing the nutrient uptake in the lake and in terms for a healthy lake. And this is, again, illustrated by the algal bloom potential that we look at. You can see that the most recent one, this one here, is April 6th, that we're seeing some bloom potential. It's still below what we consider to be bloom conditions, which is below 40 micrograms per liter. But it does show that there's a potential for bloom conditions. One thing, I don't know if I explained last month, is that when you see these gray streaks across the graphics, that's where the clouds have interfered with the satellite imagery. So just so you know that it's nothing to be concerned about. What we really try and focus on is getting as clear a shot as possible. But you can see that, you know, these conditions wax and wane over the months. And it's something that we keep and monitor every week, assuming we get a good satellite imagery.
Can you explain why they seem to stack up on that western side?
A lot of times it's prevailing winds, especially if you have an onshore breeze, then they'll move into the area of Fishing Bay and that. The circulation pattern of the lake shifts. You know, the gyre can either be, you know, clockwise or counterclockwise, but we tend to see it stacking up. Also, it meets resistance in this part of the edge of the lake. It meets vegetation resistance, so it'll concentrate. Whereas in the open water, it's much more dispersed.
Can I ask a water testing question?
Sure.
So we test the water on the lake? Is that our responsibility? How often do we pull samples and test them? And how many locations on the lake do we pull and test from?
I do not recall the number of locations. I know we are out there twice a month. We have different monitoring runs that we do. One's through the more of the center of the lake, the other along the littoral zone. We probably have upwards of 20 or 25 sampling areas. We do it for a number of parameters, including nutrients, temperature, water clarity. So we're out there at least twice a month, if not more often. And then we have specialized times where we'll go out to look in terms of like the SAV monitoring. We do that once a year. We do an intensive lake-wide mapping, usually in August, because that's when the peak of the growing season has occurred. And then we do quarterly transects and look at key sites to see about the recovery. But I'll get you the numbers of how often we're out there and how many sites we look at.
And we could maybe cover that in our water quality workshop.
Sure.
But I'm really interested in nutrients. Where do we test them? What do they look like all around the lake? But we can do that at the workshop.
Absolutely.
Can I ask a very quick question as
Sure.
well? I'm sorry. When we talked about the wading birds and the nesting and the fact that I think we're not seeing as much, you saw foraging, but not really evidence of nesting.
Correct.
And this may be a very silly question, but when they do not nest on or near the lake, are there other areas in the region where the birds will go to nest, such that you're not?
We'll see that in potentially other wet areas. They would then fly to the lake to feed and then disperse back if they feel they don't have sufficient water available for protection of the nest. So they'll come in from. And if you look at something like snail kites, they may be nesting north of the lake and coming down in the lake and feeding and going back north. So they do move. They don't have to nest where they're feeding.
Okay.
But the issue is how long a flight do they have in order to gain enough food to help sustain a nest and not use it up just flying back and forth.
Okay, so I think what you're identifying is when they're not nesting on the lake, there is a heightened risk to the wading birds as a result of that, or?
Not necessarily, because they could be nesting otherwhere. It's just saying that lake conditions right now are not conducive to them nesting. It's been good for feeding, but for nesting, not so much. So they may be nesting even in wetlands adjacent to the lake.
So what I would be concerned about, I guess the heart of my question is, what is the meaningful, what does it mean when they're not, in relation to what we're doing from a water management perspective, keeping water in the lake, lowering water from the lake, why does it matter to us where the wading birds are nesting? How is that supposed to factor into our analysis in terms of from an ecological standpoint?
We use information, again, going back to the lake and how quickly the water levels may be declining. We use that to help set a recession rate for nesting. One thing that we didn't really touch on is sometimes the water, we have what we call a reversal, and the water will come back up. And that may make it a little bit better for nesting, but it may disperse all the prey fish that they're feeding upon. So there's a number of balancing things that we look at. We have performance goals in particular for the Greater Everglades, and we have a annual wading bird report that is produced by staff here at the district that looks at how well are we doing in the number of nests that we expected to see and the number of fledglings fledged. So all of those things go into our longer-term metrics for restoration of the Everglades.
When we take those measurements, are we looking out, for instance, there's a mention that sometimes they nest on the lake, sometimes due to whatever condition, it may be drier there, they nest somewhere else. When we're taking our wading bird report into consideration, are we trying to count the global number of nests in the region, including Lake Okeechobee and elsewhere, or do we just say to ourselves, let's just look at the lake and they're here this year, they're not here this year? Because for me, it would be more concerning if the wading birds are at risk rather than where they plant their nest if it doesn't make a difference ecologically. I hope I'm making some
Yeah,
sense.
absolutely. We look, basically, all of the district properties from the Kissimmee, the Channel Lakes, Kissimmee, Lake Okeechobee southward. We have wading blurred survey flights that go out, so we're looking at the entire area. What we don't usually have a great handle on is some of the isolated wetlands, private properties. We don't necessarily see those. One thing to keep in mind for like this year in particular is that there was an incredible nesting success last year, one of the best I think we've seen in decades. And so this year being low is not necessarily a worry to the scientists, that we know that there is enough recruitment back into the populations and they're sustainable for a longer period of time.
Over time, is there some sort of correlation between the lake being lower and there being, generally speaking, in the entire region, lower nesting rates, or is there not a correlation between that?
There is a correlation. Usually when the lake is lower and we have more substantial vegetation to the lake, we have more SAV, we have good emergent vegetation, and we also do management in terms of the quality of the emergent vegetation. We tend to see more nesting, but again, is it the right water level at the right time?
Okay.
Yeah, so that's always the challenge.
But what you're actually saying is when it's a little bit lower, you're actually seeing more success in the nesting situation.
We have for some species, again, it's a balancing in terms of, how low versus how high. We've had incredible resurgence of snail kites on Lake Okeechobee, but when the water starts getting too low, then they are definitely at risk for predation. So it's a question of, keeping a healthy ecosystem is the bottom line. That really builds the base for everything that then occurs on top of it.
And I've got just one more question. I'm so sorry. I'm
That's okay.
hogging all the time here. The eelgrass that we're seeing, and you're starting to see, I think, markers of it. Last night we talked about scientists giving a bunch of advice. I think it was Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds who mentioned that a bunch of scientists had come in and effectively said, our theory is that if you lower the lake level to somewhere between 11 and 12 feet, you're going to start to see the regrowth of the eelgrass. Are we seeing, I just wanted to confirm, you are in fact seeing those markers. So what these scientists who told us theorized, they're actually turning out to have been correct.
Well, and I'd like to say it's based on more than theory, because we've been through a number of highs and lows on the lake. Yep. And we know that especially the factors that limit regrowth are really water clarity. And if you have a shallow lake, you have more ability for the light to penetrate to the bottom to get those seeds to germinate, to get those plants to grow. If the water's highly turbid, highly milky, like after a storm, you're just not going to see it. And what we saw in the past, yesterday they mentioned the drought of 2000, 2001. We had several high years in a row, successive high years in a row, which led to the decision at that time to lower the lake, to get the grasses to regrow. Did we have a good sense of prediction of how low it would go? Absolutely not. I can remember being part of those discussions, and we didn't expect that. But we clearly knew that we needed to reduce levels to get the grasses to restore. When you start going way too low, though, what happens is you dry out those grasses and you expose the bottom that oxidizes. Now that, again, can have good things and bad things. So it's a range in which we try and work, and again, it's a question of what is your objective, what are you trying to achieve, how can you achieve it without basically putting other things at risk.
Thank you very much. That was very informative, and I appreciate it.
Certainly. Jackie?
Dr. Gray, just for purposes of reference, how many birds are left? Like I feel like I read 90% of the bird life was no longer here after the late 1800s or something like that. I mean, it's important because this is just a part of the ecosystem that's really suffered. The ladies' hats, the whole thing. I mean, what percentage of the original bird life from Lake Okeechobee to Florida Bay remains?
I'll have to get with my experts to get you that number, but what I can tell you is that we've seen, last year we saw nesting in the range that we saw pre-impact. So the ability for them, for some species, like ibis, some of the roseate spoonbills, wood storks, were nesting in the numbers that we had not seen since a lot of the changes had gone on to the ecosystem. So the problem is that when these birds don't just live in Florida, so you have to look at the population across their entire range, and that's the challenge of getting the number you're asking for. But you know, and then there are some birds that we just don't understand that are continuing to decline. It's not just in Florida, it's in the Louisiana area, which is something like the tricolored herons or the little blues. They just seem to be kind of diminishing, and we don't know why. So, you know, I think there's global effects as well as local effects.
Has the snail kite continued its rebound? As I saw that, I was fascinated to read about these invasive softball-sized snails that they're feeding on. Is it continuing? Is the trend continuing while we're on this bird chat?
That is a remarkable and somewhat ironic situation that they were able to utilize an exotic species as a more stable food source. We still don't know why the native apple snails have declined. We think they were hit very, very hard in the last several droughts, and the populations haven't come back, and the exotics have moved in. But the population was considered critically endangered, and by having that food source, it definitely has rebounded. It makes the snail kite biologists nervous because they're relying on a species that's not supposed to be here. And will that species also go belly up someday? They don't know. But it has, you know, I think we were in the low 100s of breeding pairs, and we're upwards of, you know, 700 plus now. So it's really, and probably higher than that. It's really come back quite a bit.
Thank you.
Okay, where was I? We talked about a lake, and if you haven't figured out by now, this was the first ecosystem I worked on when I got here, so I'm a little passionate about the lake. But one of the things that we do to help restore that ecosystem is what we call controlled burns. We do this in cooperation with the Florida Wildlife Commission and Department of Forestry and the Corps. What we do is, because we get, with the higher nutrient levels, we'll get cattail in the littoral zone where it's not desirable at all. They spray it just to kill it, you know, so the biomass will burn easier, and this keeps it from depositing into the sediments, and it opens up these areas. And what we've seen is when we do these burns, is actually this becomes like putting out a for rent sign for the snail kites, you know, buy here, nest here. It really opens it up to them, and they have been quite successful using those opened areas. And you can see then the contrast between where we've sprayed and then burned, and then this just becomes opens back up, and you get better fisheries, you get, as I mentioned, better wading bird utilization. It's a very effective tool. Moving on to the estuaries, for the St. Lucie, we monitor the inflows to the estuary. The blue is the amount of water coming from Lake Okeechobee. It's run about 28% this past month rather. It varies, of course, depending on when we come off of a very, very wet season as we had in 2018. The flows have recently been discontinued, and we're seeing a positive rebound in terms of salinity in the estuary. And you can see by the color coding here from back in March that the middle estuary was in the lower, almost fresh condition. I think this is 5 to 18. And now, as we move back into April, we're getting more salt water into the middle estuary. And this is the area then we monitor for things like oysters and submerged aquatic vegetation. We did have a request, I did remember, Ms. Thurlow-Libish, to bring you back what fisheries data. We don't collect this data, and we don't often get summaries of it, but we are in the process of doing something called the Restoration Coordination and Verification. It's a part of SERP. It is the ecological assessment arm of SERP, but it includes multiple agencies, and they're just finishing up their 5-year system status report. And so we get this information from the participating agencies, and we summarize it in that report. And that report hopefully will be released within the next few weeks. We do have on the East Coast snook being tracked by the FWC from 2008 to 2015. There also is a tag monitoring program that includes many different fish species such as sea trout, snook, and sheep's head. And then FAU is doing continuous monitoring for bull sharks and spotted eagle rays. So that is ongoing as well. And just to give you some photo images to go with the species I'm talking about. Looking at oysters, this is one of the contracts that we do manage. We use this as an indicator not only of preferred salinities, which help set the range of salinities we want for the estuary, and we monitor them 4 times a year, and we look at density and live dead condition. And you can see, of course, there was a decline after the excessive flows that occurred last wet season, but we still are seeing some recruitment going on in this part of the estuary.
I'm sorry, may I ask a question? Why 2013 and then 2014? Can you just talk about that? And then 2015?
2013 was the lost summer.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember. A lot of discharge to the estuaries. They were predominantly fresh for a very long period of time, and so the recruitment starting into 2014 was fairly low. Conditions were not the best. And then in 2015, we had a break from the discharges, at least for a short period of time, and we actually had an incredible rebound. Now, where they're getting the oyster spat from is actually further out into the Indian River Lagoon. They'll move in from other inlets and come back in once the salinity conditions are stabilized.
So that's a tremendous rebound.
Yeah. So they can rebound, but it's not conducive to long-term stability. Any other questions on this slide?
Thanks.
Okay.
How do you measure threshold for oyster density?
Ooh. I mean, I think we look at, overall the density overall. You can see actually it's captured here in this threshold of what we consider a good, fair, or poor density, greater than 500 per meter squared quadrat. It's a measuring device. It's basically a big plastic square that you lay down and you use for counts. So those are the type of things that we want to see. We want to see different age classes. We want to see a lot more living than dead. Those are the things that we measure. Moving on to the Caloosahatchee, as we mentioned, that the flows have been moderated to the Caloosahatchee. I believe the current rate of release is around 1,000 CFS. One thing that, in talking about our relationship with the Corps is we have all the formal meetings that John mentioned, but we're on the phone a lot. Where at times you don't really understand. I've experienced it doesn't matter what agency you're from, you're talking scientist to scientist or technical person to technical person to share your information. So we collaborate very closely with them, in particular to help design and move water out in what we call pulse release fashion, which is to try and mimic a more natural rainfall distribution of water and also break up any stratification that occurs. So we're talking with the Corps constantly. The volumes of releases right now are around 1,000 CFS. As we look at what's also going on in Lake Okeechobee in terms of seeing those plants come back but not wanting it to drop too much, we'll be talking with the stakeholders and with the Corps. Can we drop to 800, let's say? Is there some slight reduction that we can make that helps ease that transition for all the ecosystems? And those are the type of conversations we would have as well. As you can see from this graphic, we've actually seen an increase in salinity in the Caloosahatchee as well. We're in the 5 to 18 range in this light blue color from Fort Myers down below Cape Coral. The upper estuary is 5 and below, which again, this is such a long gradient estuary that you want to see these changes in salinity. You never want one salinity through an entire estuary. It has to be a range of salinities to be healthy.
I have a question on that last slide.
Sure.
Your range for the light blue portion is 5 to 18?
Correct.
And some conservationists and environmental groups has said that the desirable is around 10. What portion of that is below 10 or around 10, do you know?
The green color is below 10. That's 0 to 5, so it'd be just north of Fort Myers. And then the higher ranges, the blue, would be 18 to 30. So this reach, it's a large range, but within that reach, you generally have conditions that allow for a variety of estuarine species. Not all components of the estuary need the same salinity in the same spot. And again, that's what we talked about, needing that gradient of salinities. And it also changes seasonally, monthly. I mean, it's a tidally influenced. There's a number of factors that influence that salinity regime. So those constituents of the estuary that can move up and down with the flow, they'll move and stay within their sweet spot. The ones that are fixed on the bottom, like oysters, that's where you need to start watching and making sure that you're not constantly exceeding the preferred ranges.
So do you agree with 10 CFS being a good balance in that estuary?
It depends on where you have it.
Salinity.
Yeah. Where you have it, how long you have it, what spot. Again, we look at a number of different parameters when we look at salinity in the estuary. So to pick one number at one spot, it's not going to work for everything.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question to that. On this particular chart, and I think on this particular chart, you have the ranges 0 to 5, 5 to 18, 18 to 30, and then greater than 30.
Correct.
I know that other people have talked about, and I believe Board Member Roman had just mentioned that somebody out there has mentioned 10 as a target ideal, and I understand that there are different areas that may be different for other items. On this particular chart, it doesn't tell me, for instance, what's good and what's bad. So when I look at this, like if I look at March, I can't tell. I know we have lines here separating the upper, middle, and lower estuary, but I cannot tell from this particular chart whether March is better than April or whether April is better than May. I think it looks like April. If I had to take a guess, I would tell you it looks like April's better because the lines sort of match up with the light blue. Is that what we're shooting for? Or is that an indicator of healthiness, or do we get better from March to April? I guess is my question, and how do I know that?
There are a lot of factors to consider. Estuaries are not static systems. They're dynamic. You want to see these type of fluctuations in salinity. You don't want extremes in the wrong places. You don't want seawater at S79. That's definitely bad.
Okay.
But to have this type of change over time is part of a natural system as much as this one's been modified.
So you want to see some vacillation and some movement above and below. Is the idea that you want to keep that sort of movement limited to the middle estuary area?
No, we look at the entire estuary. We look from, at S79, which is the structure that divides the estuary from the C43 canal, all the way down to the outer estuary. So you always want to see some gradient, and where the positions are would depend on what's hatching at that time. What kind of fish larvae do you have? What type of oysters do you have? What type of grasses do you have? So you always want to, and you want it then the time, at some times of the year, it's not as critical. If you don't have much reproduction going on your grasses or your fisheries, you can have ranges that look a little bit odd because they're not really at that point probably affecting anything. But at certain times of the year, in particular the spring is one of the sensitive times, and that's when you have oyster settling, that's when you have seagrass growth occurring, charging up. So it's seasonal, it's species specific, it's a gradient. You always want to, if possible, maintain a good gradient because that's what a healthy estuary is.
Okay, so basically, and I think this is what you're saying, is that in the springtime, you'd like to see that middle estuary do what it did between March and April, go back and get a little saltier.
You know, I think both March and April were fine. Again, it's not, you know, it's because the ranges are so wide, it was a little bit fresher at Fort Myers, you know, a little bit fresher down towards Cape Coral, but this is still within the good conditions for a lot of the plants and animals that live in this region.
Neither of the two dates are alarming to you?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
I have one. Can you explain the relationship between the flow of water and the saturation of salinity in that water?
I'll try. You have an estuary is a mixture of salt water from the Gulf, in this particular case, the Caloosahatchee, and fresh water coming in, not only from the C-43 at S-79, but there's tidal creeks that contribute to this. And so the mixture of those create the ranges that you'll see in terms of salinity. I can't tell you right now you need X to get Y, because I don't know where the tides are. If you have very strong, what we call the king tides, that really push a lot of water up, it's going to push a lot of salt up into the system. If you have high releases that we've seen, like in the wintertime, then you do get a flip-flop of what maybe you would typically see. So it's always a mixture of the two sources of water that give you the ranges of salinity.
And I believe that the Caloosahatchee does have monitoring equipment there at the mouth of this estuary.
We have, I think, 3 stations. I don't want to guess. I'll come back to the fish slide. You can see that we have stations at Sanibel, Shell Point, and Cape Coral that are down, of course, in this area. And we also have a station at S-79. So we have some stations. We have different stations. That's for salinity. We have other stations for, we have a station where the I-75 bridge crosses the Caloosahatchee. We have a salinity station there. We call it Val I-75. And then we have other stations that aren't shown here per se, but are where we monitor for different components of the ecosystem, like seagrasses, like fisheries, like benthic invertebrates.
Thank you.
Dr. Gray, on that slide, I think this is where that number 10 seems to come from, and the good range starts at 10 to 30.
Again, for oysters. Oysters can actually tolerate even a lot higher salinities than other things. They, 10 to 30 for oysters. Other things are more sensitive. They really don't want to get anything much above, 10 to 15. So that's why we look at a number of different components, and that's why we always want that gradient.
Dr. Gray, thanks. It's amazing how complex this is and all the things you have to manage. Do we have targets for gradients within the system so that we do encourage things like spawning and grass beds and oysters to sort of know when we're in the sweet spot? I think it goes back to what Mr. Wagner was asking us. Okay, here's the data, but what does it mean?
Right. We have what we call a salinity envelope. So we basically draw a rectangle box around the estuary, and we say we want this end to be low salinity, and we want this end to be a higher salinity. But that box moves with the tides, it moves with the inflows, it moves with the seasons. So we do have those goals, and we use those to help also relate back to the amount of water we may be releasing. Is it, how little, how much we're releasing, and how they affect where those salinities are occurring. So certainly more information that we can bring back. Where was I? Also fish monitoring on the Caloosahatchee. Again, this isn't something that we do, but we are wrapping this information around into our system status report. And some of the species that, in particular, right now in the Caloosahatchee, this is habitat for the endangered small-toothed sawfish. They tend to use the estuary as part of their nursery area, but they're also looking at commercial and sport fishery species like tarpon, drum, and Goliath grouper bull sharks. I mentioned, again, oyster density. Again, this is monitored 4 times a year. And we see slightly different pattern on the West Coast than we do on the East Coast. But, we saw that, after the in 14 and 15, we saw an increase in 14, a decline in 15, and then it started rebounding. But the last couple of years, with the amount of fresh water that's been going into the system, the red tide, the blue-green algae, all these combined to really depress those populations. Moving to the stormwater treatment areas, and this will be certainly part of the water quality workshop. One thing that we added to this graphic is we show you the inflow concentration for the different stormwater treatment areas and the outflow in terms of give you an idea how they're performing. We added something called the phosphorus loading rate, and this is the amount of phosphorus each STA is receiving on a unit area. And this is something that we try and keep usually in the range of about 1. It's challenging to keep it that low. You can see in some of these where it's been above 2 that the numbers coming out are not the greatest, STA 1 East, STA 1 West, but we've also had flowways offline in terms of rehabilitation and topography. Those STAs that have had low loading rates tend to be doing better, like STA 3-4. Okay, so here's the oxymoron. Here you have STA 5-6, which is not connected to Lake Okeechobee, so at times can dry out, and dry out can be just as bad as too much water. But they are also doing work on 5-6 right now. There's a high ridge along the western edge of that STA that's being basically removed to give us better treatment area. The more topographic differences you have, the more uneven your plant growth. So I just wanted to make that information aware to you. So again, as we said before, there's a number of factors that are considered in terms of where we move water, how much water we move, when we move it, antecedent conditions, how well is that flowway doing? Can it take more water? Do we have any management activities going on? We have the Restoration Strategies Science Plan that sometimes requires a discrete flow event for a certain period of time that we work into our operations. We have recreational usages. There's a number of things that go into how we operate those STAs.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Who measures the inflow TP concentration into each of those STAs, and who measures the outflow?
We do.
Okay. People inside the district are doing this themselves?
They are.
Okay.
And all that data is loaded into our database, DB Hydro, which is publicly available.
From each of those STAs, so across all of them, that's district managed, and on the outflow is also district managed.
Right, and it's part of our permits with DEP in terms of. I'm sorry, I used to work there too, but it was a long time ago.
And when we focus on water, I really would like to know about, again, where things are collected, how they're collected. Is it a period of days? Terry has helped me with this before. But just so everybody knows, my concern is the numbers that are coming in from the north. Why? What can we do? How can we work together with all of the stakeholders? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but under the consent decree, we have until 2025 to bring our outflow numbers down to 13 parts per billion. And I got to tell you, I just love Martin Luther King sermons. Once Martin Luther King said, if you ever are going somewhere and you take the wrong turn and you get lost, you got to stop, pull over, turn around, and go back to get in the right direction. So I want us to just happily and comfortably talk about these numbers and what we can actively do together, all stakeholders, to not only understand them, but see what we can do to reduce them.
Okay.
The consent decree, just as a follow-up to that question, will the consent decree look at our combined average? See, in the right column, we have an all STAs combined. Is that how we are going to be scored, or are we
believe
going to
that-
be scored on each individual STA?
I believe that's correct. I think it's the combined, but, so it doesn't excuse 5.6, but it's something that, it tells us where to focus our intent.
Because if you take STA 3.4 out of the equation, and then you run the averages, it's a lot higher, right? I mean,
That's correct.
So obviously, if we're being graded under this consent decree as to whether we've met our obligations, if we're not going to be graded based on the collective average, then that entire right column is meaningless.
No, we
And
are.
it's measured by STA. Each one has their NPDS permit, so it's
Okay.
measured by
Okay.
Stand corrected.
So to me, at least from my perspective, the far right column then is a little bit misleading because it doesn't help us get to where we need to get to. It's a false success because you're including the greatest success, which is STA 3.4, but that right column to me is not, somebody's going to look at that and go, well, on average, you look okay, but we don't grade you on average. Each particular STA gets its own particular grade, and so under that thing, we're like in sort of, 80% failure rate or something like that.
Mr. Chair, so we need to check on whether it's the collective or the individual. The goal is when it enters the water conservation area, it's going to help the water conservation area achieve water quality standards, which are set to protect the water conservation area. So as staff, as we work on, each of these SDAs, we're going to try to get every one of them to where they're discharging in a way that meets the water quality standards in the receiving water body, or else you get hot spots, where they're discharging. And so, it's good to know them all, maybe because that is the way the permits are constructed. I'll have to check that. But that doesn't change the goal.
I mean, on some level, it's comforting that the inflow volume for STA 3 and 4 is by far the highest one.
Right, because it may be a flow-weighted, calculation.
But I would like to know how we're going to I want to know how we comply with this consent decree.
You and me both.
Okay.
I have something else. I know I talk too much. Please forgive me. So, Sanibel has an ordinance that will not allow homeowners, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, homeowners cannot use phosphorus and nitrogen on their yards, on their grass, because, well, we just passed the same thing. We used that ordinance and passed that same ordinance in Islamorada because we're in a constant growing season. So it was explained to us that we really didn't need to fertilize that way and that we wanted to do our part. And so now you can't throw yard trash into the water because of, anyway, I don't know if we need to have those sorts of conversations. If farming has to have phosphorus and nitrogen, where is all of the phosphorus and nitrogen coming from? And is there anything we can do with local communities to get them to cut back on phosphorus and nitrogen? But I am determined that we are going to reach this goal by 2025, and it won't be through building reservoirs.
Ms. Mead, let me just follow up real quick. We happen to have in the House the person who wrote that ordinance, and Vice Mayor Mick Denham back there. So thank you, Mick, for giving us a good model ordinance that can be used by other communities. And it is something that hopefully we're going to be looking at this in water quality workshop next month. And Mr. Rolovich.
Thank you. My question was, do you have see the inflow volume. Is there a capacity? Like, is there, that's often been a question of Congressman Brian Mast and others. So, I mean, is that close to capacity?
This is for the water year, and so there are a number of factors. I won't say it's complicated. I'll tell you there's a number of factors that go into the inflow capacity. One is what your loading rate has been. One is the condition of the STA, or is the vegetation healthy. Another one is the size of the STA. 3-4 is the biggest, so it's not too surprising that it's getting that much more water. The time of year when you're sending the water, you know, are the plants growing? Are they senescing? All those things go into the decision-making process. I think that the challenge has been that people may see a walled-off area that you can send water to, but it's got not just a storage or hydrologic capacity, it's got to be able to treat that water. So you have to have sufficient contact time with the plants and the biota there to allow it to do its job. So it's not a straightforward answer. It's hard to answer that one. It really
Right.
is.
I understand that, and it's hard for people like me to not be able to get an answer. You know, it's just, there has to be some way to judge or grade how well something is doing and how well something is not doing, and if capacity isn't the right thing to be judging. It's just like with the water farming. I know that things are complex and you know, can't get a straight answer. You know, that's not good. In these kinds of situations, we have to find some way to grade these very, very, very expensive projects. And that was one of my questions that was sent back to us through staff. And maybe we'll talk about that later. But how much did the stormwater treatment areas cost? How much do they cost to maintain each year? I mean, these are massive investments. And with such a massive investment, although I empathize that it's hard to get a straight answer, it makes me like it less when I can't, just because it's so expensive, so much taxpayer money going into this.
If I were to give you one data point to see how these things, their capacity and their function, look at the outflow concentration. That
Okay.
tells you how it's doing. And that's the measure. And that's where we have the Restoration Strategies program in order to expand some of these areas, in order to make the cells level so we have better even growth across them. To look at why is 3-4 doing so well? What is different about 3-4 that makes it such a powerhouse? And how can we replicate that in the other STAs? But if you need a point to point to, I would say look at the outflow concentration.
Thanks.
So I think we talked about a couple things related to this slide last month, and I think I asked whether it would be possible, to your point, to use the same stoplight ratings process on the load capacity, or the ecological capacity. So I'm hearing that it's not as easy as that, right? If we wanted a quick reference to...
Yeah. I mean, the challenge is, you know, the phosphorus loading rate is one factor, but let me move on to the next slide because I want to show you some of the things that you asked for as well, and I think that'll help tell you why it's not always easy to put a stop on. I thought, John, we did have, was it just on the conservation areas? We don't have it on the STAs? Okay.
And Dr. Gray, before you move on to that,
Yeah.
So the other thing we talked about was what are the factors? Why is it that the load, the TPC, in certain areas are higher than in other areas? So if we isolate STA 1s, east-west, clearly the phosphorus load is much heavier by a factor of 2 almost than the other areas. So can you remind me, is there a study available on what contributes to what's going around or what's going on around that area?
Right.
Or what type of water is being delivered that makes it such a higher load than the others?
I don't have the specifics, but we do have a program that looks at the contributing basins and the activities in those contributing basins, and that's definitely something we need to bring back to the water quality workshop so we can really delve into it. The eastern side, you have to look at the, one of the parameters is the thickness of muck, because it becomes an incredible storage for phosphorus, and as it's moved for development or agriculture, it may be releasing more phosphorus. So it's intensity of land use, it's the type of land use, it's the type of soil characteristics. Those all play into why some STAs are receiving higher inflow concentrations than others.
The land to the north that feeds into STA 1 East and 1 West, do we own much of that land that we lease, or is that, this isn't probably for you, Dr. Gray, it's probably for someone else. Do we have, okay, John's never mind. John's shaking his head no, it's privately owned land.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think most of it is privately owned, but again, we can check with our real estate folks and get that. Steve's saying no too. So.
Yeah, so when we do a quality workshop, we'll talk about farms, what's where, whether it's cattle, where.
Is that area still governed by the best management practices of the
Yes.
district? Okay.
Yes.
And are we in control of policing that, as opposed to what's happening north of the lake? We don't really have that control. So we have control here, right?
We have a different setup for the BMP south of the lake. We have basically a suite of options that they can implement that have to total up to a certain score, but we also have data that monitors the basin outflow and helps us focus in on areas where there may be hot spots. That's our staff doing most of that work.
Has it been suggested, or is it being considered that whatever menu of options people have for the best management practices in the 1E, 1 West areas, perhaps we should revisit the menu that they're capable of selecting, because they are a factor of 2, at some level 4 times higher in the PPB concentration than anywhere else. I mean, is somebody revisiting this to say maybe the best management practices in that particular area need to be tweaked so that the numbers go down? Because they're extreme. They seem, at least to me, I don't know if it seems to everybody else, they seem extremely high.
We do evaluate every year the performance, and we use that information then in concert with Department of Environmental Protection. Sorry, I looked at you, Kendra. But it's the two agencies really focus in again, and Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services to say, what's going on in these areas? Where can we do better? In terms of updating the practices that are available, I'd have to defer to our BMP staff. I don't have that information for you. Okay. But again, it's something we can bring back.
Mr. Chair, so at the end of the day, we have a legal obligation, and that's not, and I say we as collective, because it is the Water Management District, but we're going to need partners for those inflow concentrations and to look at that. But we have an obligation to try to get to water quality standards coming out of those structures. And so I think the conversation is right on point. As we sit here in 2019, we got till 2025, maybe sooner than then, to try to get those outflow concentrations. So that is not just looking at STA performance. That's looking at inflow concentrations and figure out if there's a better way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm, you know, from my perspective, I'm very worried about those numbers. We have to get somewhere by 2025. You'd like to see the numbers start to improve in 2020 and continue to improve in 2021. So at least at some level you're on track. I don't think you can wake up in 2024 and go, you know what, we hope to go down from 245 to, like, you know, 54. I just don't think the world, there's not some sort of switch in the room that somebody forgot to flick, and then all of a sudden the phosphorus just magically, you know, goes down by a factor of, you know, half or whatever it may be. So, I mean, I just think this is critically important. We've raised these things, and I think the collective averages are a scary thing to look at, because they're not really that accurate. You have two particular areas that are terribly troubling in terms of where they're at and where they need to be.
And I agree, and what I would say is that the infrastructure work for those two areas is not done yet. Under the Restoration Strategies Plan, which was modeled out with all our federal partners to figure out how to get to those outflow concentrations.
Yeah.
So that is still all coming online.
I hear that, and in my world, people call that an affirmative defense. You go, well,
Yep.
I didn't meet my obligation, but I got an excuse for it. And I would like to be able to be in a position to know that we, from our particular district, are doing as much as we can, even if we don't have some of the infrastructure tools that we expected to have in place. We are still doing our dead level best to get ahead of the curve and to reduce whatever the phosphorus intake is in those particular areas. The other question I had is and I think this is very important to me, which is a question that Mr. Steinley asked and amongst others, and I do think it's incredibly important. I understand the difference between hydrologic capacity and vegetative capacity. I don't know if those are the words that you use, but those are the words I use. I understand that the plants can overdose if they're overrun with a bunch of phosphorus-rich water. Even though you can run the water through it, the SDA is going to have a problem. I'm totally with the district staff, and I appreciate their education of me on that particular concept. You mentioned that the way to measure whether the vegetation is at its capacity is by looking at the outflow number.
It would be a combination of the outflow number in terms of how the STA itself is performing. But you can have flowways within that STA that are in bad shape. So you have to look at the internal conditions, and I've got some photos to show you of that, as well as the outflow performance. And then you look at the phosphorus loading. One thing that we haven't mentioned is that when you have high water running through these systems, even if it was completely, nutrient reduced, the plants can't withstand certain water heights. They start popping out of the sediment. They get knocked over. They don't grow as much because of the leaves are submerged. So it's again a number of different factors that we look at. But again, if you had to point to one thing about how they're doing, look at the outflow concentration, at least to start there.
The outflow concentration would be inextricably linked to the inflow concentration, right? I mean,
yes and no.
Because you could have a small amount of water that was incredibly nutrient rich running through there, and your output's still going to be high. I mean, if you can control the input, it seems that you're going to, by science, reduce the output.
Yeah, if every STA was the exact same shape, and you had water coming in one end and going out the other, and they all covered 100 yards, let's say, yeah, you could do that. But the problem is that they're not all the same shape. So you could have a super high nutrient concentration coming in, but if it's running through a lot longer treatment train, then it'll get knocked down. So that's, again, some of the factors that we look at in terms of how we lay out the cells and we lay out the type of vegetation.
Okay. I just have one more question. It was mentioned that these, and I understand that's a relative word, that these STAs are expensive. I mean, everything I've seen, at least as far as I'm concerned, is expensive. But relatively speaking, I understood that the STAs were actually one of the more economic things that we can do. How does that, in your mind, how does it rate, or can somebody comment on
I'll give you the
cost analysis vis-a-vis?
Yeah. The benefit of my experience, because it goes back a little bit, when we were first, we were committed to the STAs for a number of reasons, one of which it's a natural treatment. It's a green treatment. And it didn't require, at that time we thought, almost little management or refurbishment. We've since learned that we can overcome that, unfortunately. But we had to look at a number of different treatment technologies. We were required by our first 404 permit from the Army Corps of Engineers. And we had to look at a suite of things. And one of the things we looked at was chemical treatment plants. Those are not cheap. They work wonders. But what they do is they strip everything, and then you have a residual you have to deal with. So again, balancing, you wanted the water to be treated, you wanted it to be compatible with the downstream resource, and chemical treatment at that time was nowhere near compatible, but it worked the best. So that's some of the challenges we've faced in looking at these different mechanisms. We've looked at different vegetation communities in the STAs. I mentioned last time the periphyton-based ones, which we know can get to ultra-low concentrations, but at the time we were told that they were very sensitive to any variation in flow rate or depth. And we've since studied that, and we realize now we have more capacity, we have more variance we can achieve and still have them perform well. But they do require either you take away the muck so they can have the constant contact with the rock, with the limestone, or you got to lay down a bunch of limestone, so that's jacking up the cost again. We looked at soil amendments. Soil amendments work. They're expensive to apply. Again, we need to look at what would happen to the water quality if there's anything changed that we don't like. How long do they last? We don't know. I mean, we could spend, $1 million and it would work great for 5 years, and then we'd have to spend another $1 million. So a lot of where we've landed is looking at systems that use natural processes, use green processes, and are fairly robust. But you can even, they're biological systems. They have their own vagaries. So you can have them perform well, or you can have them break. And then all of this is subject to Mother Nature perturbation. Hurricanes, droughts, fires. So it's.
I very much appreciate it, and
Sure.
I want to thank you for answering not just my tough questions, but the other
That's right.
board members who have asked tough questions. Earlier this week, we sat on the other side of this and had a group.
Now I know where you're coming from.
Had a group of people asking us questions that we did not know were coming. So I truly appreciate it. You're always a wealth of information, as is John and everybody else on the staff, and it's incredibly helpful for us, at least for me, to understand how we get to where we're getting to. So thank you very much. I
Glad
really
to help.
appreciate it.
And I have a quick question. So can you remind us again the relationship between phosphorus, nitrogen in the water, and alga blooms?
You get blooms when you have too much nutrients. The type of bloom you get depends on whether you have too much phosphorus or too much nitrogen. Some algae can capture nitrogen from the atmosphere and bring it into the system. Some have to use the nitrogen that's already in the system. Some need phosphorus.
And I'm not an expert on cattle farming at all, but I know that over the years, the government has changed things that cattle farmers can do with cattle because what was left over in the milk or the meat became a health hazard to the population. So as we honestly go through this conversation about nutrient-rich water coming into the system, let's just all embrace one another and do the best we can, understanding that the end goal is water supply for everyone and healthy environments for everyone, because I sense that might be a difficult conversation for us to have.
Yeah, thank you.
I have one follow-up. I'm so sorry, but this.
Does he get a limit of questions? No, just kidding.
I make a motion.
We see these algae blooms to the east
And the west.
and the west. How come we don't see them to the south?
We have seen them to the south.
Okay.
And in fact, we've seen them actually reach the front end of the STAs. And what's interesting is the vegetation there sort of blocks it, and it just sort of dissipates.
Okay.
But we do.
But we are seeing them also to the south?
Yes.
Okay, and when they come
Yeah.
south, are they being effectively cleaned by the STAs?
That's what I was saying. In the STAs, anyway, the vegetation's trapping it at the front end, and it's not moving further into the system. It tends to die in place, and then those nutrients are used up. I'm not aware of blooms in the conservation areas, but there's been blooms in Florida Bay. I mean, there's blooms everywhere.
Thank you.
One of the questions I know I received last month was, what does a healthy STA look like? And this is an aerial view of cell 3A and STA 3-4. You can see the wide expanse of healthy cattail. You can see on the ground level it's lush and green. But if you look at one of the other flowways in 3-4, this is cell 1A, the cattail has died off in areas. We get large open water areas, and what this does is we call a short circuit. This allows water to move and bypass the vegetation so it doesn't get treated. And again, on the ground level, then you're seeing floating cattail and cattail die-off. So these are the type of signs that we look at. I mentioned that, we would like to rest these systems during the dry season as much as possible. When you have conditions that you're seeing over here on the right, pull this back out. This takes longer than a dry season to recover. If you have to go back in and replant and have the plant growth, this can take upwards of a year or so. And when it's completely decimated, it can take multiple years, so something to keep in mind. Another, besides just being a cool photo, when we look at the performance of the STAs, we're looking at the vegetation, we're looking at how phosphorus cycles through them. But we also have another component to the STAs. We don't necessarily control this component, but this is one cell in STA 1 East on one day, and those are all alligators. And what we are learning is that the incredible richness, the species richness in these systems can be a boon or it can be a problem. Alligators can stir up the bottom. You can see that when they get a lot of activity, they're creating this disturbed water. And if this is near an outflow monitoring station, it's going to skew your outflow concentration. They, in and of themselves, tend to be what we call a sink for phosphorus because they just keep growing, and all the scutes and the bones and all that, it just absorbs phosphorus. But we also have very dense fishery populations, a lot of bird populations. So it's just some of the factors that we're taking into consideration and trying to better understand what factors affect STA performance besides the vegetation that I mentioned. Moving further south in the system, we look at salinity in Biscayne Bay at 2 monitoring stations. We try and keep it below about 35, and we are just hovering that range at the northern station, Biscayne Bay 8. It's in a little bit better range than 10. We have the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetland Program that I mentioned last month that's showing some improvements. These systems are still primarily groundwater driven, and the question is how do you reallocate, or not allocate, but how do you redirect that water to get better salinities in these systems? Going into the Central Everglades, we watch water levels. Again, this will key to wading bird foraging and nesting. It also keys to plant growth. The Everglades system, the water conservation areas, have been generally drying out, in particular in the Big Cypress and Everglades National Park area, because it's been overall a dry spring. The recession rates are okay, and water levels are a little bit higher than they were last year, so this is good. But we've had some interesting situation with some of the wading birds. One of the birds that's at the south end of the system, the one that causes a lot of challenges for water movement at times, is the Cape Sable seaside sparrow, in particular subpopulation D, and I just realized I probably should have provided you a location map, so we'll have to think about getting that in next time. But this area, we didn't expect much from. It was wet still from the hurricane. It stayed wet, but we actually saw, for 2018, a fairly significant reproductive success in this population. So that's a bit of good news that was unexpected, so we wanted to bring to you and let you know. Again, we're not quite sure why it happened that way, but it's telling us that right now that the habitat in that area is still pretty good condition, and there were several breeding pairs that were successfully nesting and raising young. It was wet enough that we didn't see multiple clutches, which is typical for this species, but we still feel like there was some good news coming out of the seaside sparrow in that subpopulation. But overall, for the Everglades wading bird nesting, and this is the colonies that are along Alligator Alley and Tamiami Trail and that, you can see 2018 versus 2019, it is significantly down. But again, I don't want to scare you. We had such a banner year in 2018 that this is not necessarily of concern to the ornithologists. What does affect nesting is what we call a reversal. This is when you've had a nice gradual recession in stages, and then you get a rainfall event that drives the water levels up, and this disperses the prey that the birds feed on. So this can disrupt nesting. But again, thank goodness for last year. Moving then into Florida Bay, which will be significantly beefed up next month. We monitor primarily in the eastern side of the bay. We have what we call our MFL monitoring sites, the 5 creek flows that are indicated here by the stars. We have a target flow and a target salinity, and we are both within those 2 targets, so conditions are good in the eastern bay. In other areas, we are seeing some increases in salinity, in particular the Central Bay, which doesn't have a direct discharge point. We tend to see higher numbers in areas of Garfield Bight and Terrapin. But again, they are still, and in the Western Bay and Johnson Key, they are still tracking a little bit higher salinities, but compared to even the last couple of years, the salinities are slightly moderated. But we do see those higher, even above seawater values, between 36 and 40 in that area of the bay, whereas the Central Bay is moderated a little bit below 40 for almost all of those sites. And that's my presentation.
I just have to put in one more plug for Monroe County. Orlando is the tourist, brings in the highest tourism for Florida. Before Hurricane Irma, we were right up there. Monroe County was right up there with tourism dollars and the importance of the economy of Florida. We're down maybe to number 3, coming back up. So I know that we are a long way away, but don't forget about us because we matter too.
Thank you.
Dr. Gray, thank you very much for adding the photographs and the fish information and other information we all asked for. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gray. That was an excellent presentation. I think you've teed up very well what we're going to be seeing. At our next workshop, I'll bring my toothbrush because I have a feeling I won't be there a while. Mr. Martinez?
Yes, Dr. Gray, the last slide that you showed us, could you maybe add on those 2 charts and give us a top and a bottom line as to what would be acceptable level? Because I'm looking at it, and honestly, I have no idea whether what I'm looking for is what I'm looking at is good or bad, or when it was good or when it was bad.
I'll take a look at that. I think, numbers in the 40s are not unusual. That is higher than usually local seawater, which runs around 35, 37. Lower numbers are okay too when you've had a lot of freshwater inflow. So right now these numbers are fairly good, except when you saw in 2015 when we had the seagrass die-off, the numbers were like in the 60s and the 70s. So
okay, but again, you could have had 400 there, and I wouldn't have jumped and thought anything of it.
I wouldn't pull that on you.
But that's why. Just give me something so that I can look at. And then one last question. Dr. Gray, you're a scientist. Would you tell me what, not a full opinion, are you content right now with the management and the level of Lake Okeechobee as far as the ecosystem that you monitor?
I think the level of the lake, I like to see it get down to 12 as often as possible. We're slightly below that. It's been a challenge because we lost a lot of the submerged aquatic vegetation. That becomes an alternate pathway for nutrient uptake besides just plankton, algae. So I think right now we're okay. I'm a little cautious if it keeps dropping too much. But that's, it's in isolation. I'm just talking about the lake.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But again, to hopefully get back, and I heard Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds talking yesterday, we used to have 40,000 of submerged aquatic vegetation acres. I think now we're down to 5,000 or something. And in order to eventually get back, hopefully back up to 40, we do need to bring it down so that the sunlight can get through and it can germinate and we can start seeing the eelgrass. So we start seeing. You're in agreement with that?
I am. I mean, we have a range for the lake, 15.5 to 12.5, or some people say 15 to 12. You can err, just for the lake ecology, you can err lower on that. You can drop down to 12, maybe 11 and a half. I wouldn't want to go much lower than that.
Okay.
Because of the lake itself. You know, I think sometimes the high ranges are too high. Because the lake is surrounded by a levee, when you add water to it, it can only go deeper instead of a natural lake where it can spread out.
Right.
So that's one of the challenges too.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Stein?
And by extension on that question, so how do we, I know Irma threw a wrench in it, but how do we avoid these cycles of growth and depletion of the lake vegetation? In other words, if the lake level, I mean, does the lake level need to stay between 11 and 15 to remain on the path of recovery? Or does it need to stay, I mean, are we at a point where it needs to, we need to try to keep it low for a period of time to have the most effective recovery? Considering that that's only one factor of the lake levels, is the vegetation. But I'm just curious because that is a factor we've considered in the levels. We're on a path towards recovery. Where does it need to stay to maintain that recovery?
I think that the challenge is you do need a period of recovery. We've done laboratory experiments that show how long it takes for the seeds to germinate and the plants to grow to a healthy condition. And that can take upwards of 3 months. And that's, you know, what the lake elevation, it's a factor of not only the depth of the water, but also the water clarity. If the water's clear, it doesn't have to be as low. But if the water's really dirty, it has to be lower. So that's all that factors into that. You know, I'm hopeful that as we revisit the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual, that we'll be able to put in a lot more of the ecological needs of the system in that operation manual and not, you know, cause undue concern for other users. I think there's ways to improve that, potentially that performance. But again, I would, you know, as a scientist and as someone who worked on Lake Okeechobee, I like to see it get low more often than it has been, and that would be around 12.
Just if I could, Mr. Chair, just throw in. So it underscores right now the place where water is stored to the greatest capacity is Lake Okeechobee, right? Because we don't have places to put it elsewise. And so it really underscores the importance of SERP and the importance of being aggressive in SERP. So we have other places to put excess water. And that will give us so many more tools to get the lake in the range we need it for a healthy lake. If we could capture before it gets there and store it up there, if we could move it out when it's high in the lake and store it down south, you know, that's the importance of SERP. I mean, we have an imperfect system for the environment right now. And so when you think about what Governor DeSantis has done with his budget and the state with their budget, I mean, it's very encouraging. That needs to continue. And then we need to make sure that other people's budgets get upgraded because we're going to be living with this imperfect system until we get a lot more storage in the system.
Well said. Thanks. Mr. Bartlett. Dr. Gray, I think you're done. Thank you very much. You did a great job. The next agenda item is the Governing Board consideration of agency priorities. I know I don't want to do that on an empty stomach, so we're going to suspend until 1:15 for lunch. Good afternoon. I'd like to start back up. If you could have your seats. Thanks. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, the April 11th Governing Board meeting. If you could take your conversations outside or cease them, that would be wonderful. Thank you. We're going to now take a look at some of the Governing Board priorities and the way we're going to look at them. And before we do that, I want to set the stage a little bit and sort of, again, set the stage with the foundation of where we're going, and that where we're going is where the governor wants us to go. And he set a very bold, very ambitious set of priorities for the state. And with his executive order 9-12, I referenced it earlier this morning. There was 9-11 and 9-12. 9-12 was achieving more now for Florida's environment. And in that executive order, the governor directed the agency to immediately start the next phase of the EAA project design, which we're all aware of, to expedite completion of the Everglades restoration projects, including C-43 reservoir, and also to include the water quality feature, and also for C-44 stormwater treatment area and the Tamiami Trail bridging project. We're going to identify projects that currently support nutrient reduction and seek out opportunities to add additional mechanisms to reduce nutrient impacts. And we're going to increase transparency and accountability. We're also going to, everything we do once the budget goes in, it's in state law, so that's what we're doing. Those are our priorities. So based on the direction set by the governor, defined in the executive order, what we're going to do now is the board is going to weigh in a little bit. We're going to take public input, and we're going to sort of figure out where we're going, what our priorities are. So the board, working alongside the executive director, we've begun to move the governor's directives forward. We're doing that as expeditiously as possible. We want the policy decisions made by this board to be as open and transparent to the public as possible and to include input from all the stakeholders within the district. Now, this agenda item is meant to start a dialogue between the board and the public so that we have the most well-rounded perspective as we go into our budget process, as we complete our strategic planning process and make very meaningful policy decisions on major projects such as the EAA reservoir. I'm going to ask Rich Sands, he's already standing there, he's beat me to it, to highlight the district's current strategic plan. I also want to say there is going to be public comment, and there's also a portal on the website for anybody who can't be here today and would like to make comment. I'd ask you to check out our website, and it's southfloridawatermanagementdistrict.gov, and there will be a portal there to make comments. So, Mr. Sands?
Yes, sir. Governing Board, this presentation was developed in response to your request for an overview of the existing strategic plan. It was adopted in December by the Governing Board and went in with the preliminary budget submittal in January. So this is just simply a review of the existing strategic plan. It's intended to act as a backdrop for the Board's future consideration of agency priorities. I know the past weeks have been very busy for you, so I want you to know that this agenda item is only informative, and there is no formal Governing Board action required today. With that, the strategic plan is deeply integrated into our business cycle, and you're going to see it is the starting point of the Water District's annual business process. June through December is the traditional time when staff works towards our recommendations of what should be presented to you for our recommendation for the strategic plan items. At this time as well, in November and December, you'll receive that initial draft. There's public input allowed during those, or is taken during certainly the November, December, but I take phone calls from the public all the time as we're starting to draft this. And then during the annual budget period from November to September, the strategic plan is interwoven into allocation of resources in the budget process. During that time, there's also public input. You can see other public comment opportunities also exist. The preliminary budget, November through December, the capital improvement plan, January through February, the tentative budget, is February, July timeframe, and then finally the final budget in September. So there are multiple points for your input as well as the public's input. The strategic plan is required by Florida statute. Section 373.036 outlines the requirements. You can see the water district annually, each year we have to update it. We have to develop a 5-year horizon strategic plan, and then each year report an annual work plan that gives our progress using metrics and measurements that we have towards this 5-year plan. The strategic plan is required to identify the strategic priorities, the success indicators, and guides resource allocations. So it's your opportunity to guide to staff where we should focus our limited resources. Strategic plan development, as I said before, occurs within the staff from June to October timeframe, and then we bring it to you for debate during November, December, and then in January it's submitted to Tallahassee as part of the budget submission. The annual work plan performance, where we report on this year's fiscal year accomplishment and milestones, that goes the 1st of March with the South Florida Environmental Report. It is Chapter 2 of Volume 2 of that report. In order to meet the Florida statute, the strategic plan hierarchy is developed as shown on the right side there. We start out with an overall mission statement, and we're going to review that next. What's called mission elements, and these are commonly referred to as core missions. The strategic priority is a statement that kind of gives a guiding encapsulation of what is meant by the core mission. And implementation strategies are those 5 or 6 things where you want us to focus resources to accomplish during that 5-year period. Performance measures are developed using our SAP system to provide quantitative measurements towards things. We measure process in a cycle, that is efficiency and effectiveness output of things that work in a circle. And at the district, we use earned value, which is industry standard towards our project execution. So we measure the accomplishment of cost and schedule for projects. And those process and project metrics are what work their way into each individual staff member's performance plan. So essentially, your guiding, salient, strategic priorities end up as daily mission requirements for each of us here at the district as we get our performance rated each year. Right now, the current strategic plan mission is laid out as such: to manage and protect water resources of the region by balancing and improving flood control, water supply, and water quality through restoration of natural systems. Of course, that is open to your changing as we go through the strategic plan process, but that's currently what's in place. Looking in the first core mission of flood control, you can see right below it, following down through that hierarchy, the core mission element of flood control, and it's essentially ensuring and managing water flow. John has spent the last 48 hours discussing how we execute that, but you can see the strategic priority for the staff in-house. We have been told to refurbish, replace, improve, and manage the regional water management system by, and that's where you kind of list off where you want us to focus our resources and our time. So you can see, you can read those for yourself, but you can see incorporating new works into the water management system is something that we focus on and we measure. And we also we measure and focus on coordinating with staff and federal partners. And we also optimize infrastructure maintenance by adhering to and exceeding industry standards. That's the 80 planned versus 20 unplanned maintenance. So we measure that. We also right now focus on that. Chris has us putting in place an automated parts system using SAP, where SAP will see that we're at a certain warehouse elevation on a part. It will automatically make the purchase requisition and purchase order to a prearranged contract where we're getting those parts at a reduced price, and essentially the Napa truck will show up and deliver. So we're always trying to find faster and more efficient ways to do maintenance of all the facilities. So that's a quick overview of the core mission for flood control. Along with that, we always, for the 3 core missions we're going to discuss, we always choose a handful of strategic projects that, when measured, tell us how we're doing towards that 5-year goal. And right now we've got 17 of the 211 active projects. The district has 211 active projects going on. You can see here the flood control, we've got 17 of those that are selected as strategic projects. This is where we report in the annual work plan the annual milestones, like we want to get the rebar laid in. We want to get the clearing and grubbing of this effort done. So this is where the project manager puts in their schedule what they plan to accomplish to meet that 5-year goal. So this is how we measure it. And then earned value checks how they're doing schedule-wise and how they're doing work production-wise, and gives a single cost performance index or a schedule performance index. It all boils into another number. If they're perfect, they get a 1.0. If they're behind schedule, they get a 0.9. So it's a ratio. So each project of the district has a single ratio that tell you whether it's behind schedule or ahead of schedule, under cost or over cost. And that's essentially how we look at the strategic projects and tell whether we are delivering on what you've directed us to do. Going into the second core mission, natural systems and restoration, you can see overall it's protecting and restoring the ecosystems. The strategic priority that we're currently working under for this fiscal year is restore the northern and southern Everglades by, and then you can see the strategies we've been given. Maximizing the use of available water storage, implementing solutions to improve water quality, treatment, and reduce nutrient loads, managing invasive and exotic nuisance vegetation on district lands. So you can see these are the primary focus areas that we're currently working under in our annual work plan for natural systems and restoration. We've got 16 of the 211 active projects that are currently labeled as key strategic projects for natural systems and restoration, and you can see they're highlighted by C43 and 44 on the list. So you can see the level of what strategic projects are selected, are what the level of projects are selected as strategic. Again, I forgot to mention, we do have a website that's available to the public where you click on this and it will bring up an interactive GIS type based, and you can see synopsis of what the project is, who the project manager is, what the schedule is, and how we're doing essentially. And Natural Systems also has a smaller category of strategic projects that focus strictly on restoration strategies. So those group of restoration project strategies, we have selected 5 projects that tell us how that particular program is doing. The third core mission is water supply, and you can see it's safeguarding and expanding the water resources is the main focus. Strategic priority we're working under right now is meet the current and future demands of water users and the environment by, and you can see there now we go to the implementation strategies, diversify water supply options, promoting water conservation measures, using water reservation and minimum flow, minimum water level authorities to protect for natural systems. So those are some of the categories of work that we put into our annual work plan. And once again, this core mission has its own strategic projects, of which there are 10, and each year those are, I will say, as the strategic projects are a living list. Some we accomplish and they come off. Sometimes priorities change and some will be removed and others will be put on. So annually, you will guide us into what you think the strategic projects are. But for right now, that's what we're working under. Finally, we have what we call a core support mission, And this is just kind of the blanket mission support, because those of us who work in the Admin Services Division, we support all the production of all the other divisions. We're the ones that procure the resources. We're the ones that make sure the fuel is ordered. It's all the business support things that go on. So we measure ourselves. And you can see there we've got a core mission element of delivering efficient and cost-effective services. So we look at every business process we have as we go through a cycle, and we use process management in order to make it as fast and as cheap as we can. We've got people that have to do 120% of a workload, and what we've done is automated tools to allow SAP to do a lot of the work that admin services personnel used to do. So the system does a lot of the thinking. It normally gins up a recommendation, and then the person selects, yes, I agree with that. So I liken it to 2001: A Space Odyssey. HAL puts up a lot of decisions for us, and we choose yes or no. My fear is always that HAL just keeps sending Napa trucks, and we tell HAL to stop, and he won't. But SAP, we are getting better and better at each year and getting it to automate our business processes. As you can see there, some of the implementation strategies we've got, we focus resources on core functions, minimizing the administration costs, and measuring performance, ensuring accountability, transparency, and public involvement. We actually measure how we do replying to public records requests. We measure ourselves on overhead costs, and I can say the law requires us to be at 15% or low of our budget spent towards administrative support, and last year we were in the normal range of 7.1. So we are running the district about as efficiently as we can, and now it's all about getting the few number of staff we have to provide support, give them more tools so that they can do more support in their typical 8-hour day. And then once again, working towards employing and developing a high-quality, diverse workforce. As you have turnover, you've got to get people trained up into a very complicated system as you're learning. They've got to learn a very complicated SAP system, and they've got to learn their job. So HR does a wonderful job of bringing in top-quality people, and we have a pretty stringent training program that gets people on board. Each of these core missions, as you can see, there are success indicators that I mentioned, and those are listed out, and that is normally what gets put into people's performance plans. Finally, currently available to the public, the strategic plan is always online. It's under Candy's budget area, so it's online at the XWeb under the budget documents. Volume 2, Chapter 2, which is our annual work plan, where we report the actual performance towards the metrics of all this stuff, is available in the South Florida Environmental Report. There's also a link to that on the web. And finally, this is a demonstration of C43 of what this strategic project dashboard looks like, where you can essentially see where all the strategic projects in this natural systems, and you can see what it brings up for the public. So at a minimum, they can find out what the project's about, what its intent is, and there's always the project manager's name that they can call if they have more questions. As a roundup, this is a recap of the core missions. You can see we have what we consider 3 primary core missions of flood control, natural systems, and water supply, and then a supporting core mission of mission support. Pending your questions, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sams. I appreciate that. We're going to go now to, we'll go straight to public comment, and then we'll come back for the board, and we can follow up. And if you can sit down now, we might call you back up. Tia, we have public comment?
Yes, sir. I have Marissa Caroso, James Evans, then Rayanne Wessel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Marissa Caroso on behalf of the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. Thank you for the opportunity to provide recommendations on the district's priorities today. I think this is a really excellent time to be starting this conversation, and I have a few points to bring up for consideration. I think the overarching message I'd like to start out with is in looking at water supply, water quality, all of the flood control, everything that goes into the strategic plan is prioritizing projects and initiatives that provide the greatest ecosystem and restoration benefits. With an emphasis on expediting SERP storage and treatment projects like the EA Reservoir and C43 Reservoir. And with C43, we wanted to express our thanks again for the swift action by the district to start developing the water quality treatment component. We certainly support kicking off the feasibility study as soon as possible, and we stand ready to be a partner in that effort. Sticking with the Caloosahatchee watershed, we'd also like, as priorities are discussed for the district, to look at revisiting the minimum flow and level rule that was proposed last year, perhaps to conduct a public hearing on that. And as we've commented on in the past, the real-time monitoring data exists to establish a flow protective of the estuary, representing a level to support and range to support healthy salinity levels. I did want to touch briefly on water supply as well, and point out that for a number of years we've been concerned about how the natural systems are dealt with in the district's regional water supply plans. When demand is projected out, the natural systems are not considered as a water user in the same way as other use categories like urban or agriculture. In fact, they are left basically to rely on reservations or minimum flows and levels. So we'd like to see that balance corrected in future updates to the regional water supply plan. And I appreciate you taking public comments and input on your strategic plan going forward, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Governing Board. Congratulations on your appointments. Drew, congratulations. I know you do a great job like you did with the DEP. I'm James Evans. I'm the Director of Natural Resource for the City of Sanibel. And I second everything that Marissa just said, but I also wanted to add a little more detail. As you may know, the City of Sanibel, along with the City of Cape Coral, the Town of Fort Myers Beach, the City of Fort Myers, Bonita Beach, or the City of Bonita, as well as Estero, we challenged the minimum flow and level rule for the Caloosahatchee. And the reason we challenged that rule was because we felt that the rule as proposed was inadequate to protect the resources that we're tasked with protecting. And we felt that the level that it was established at 400 cubic feet per second, did not adequately provide the salinities that were needed to keep, or water flows that were needed to keep the salinities below the 10 practical salinity unit level in Fort Myers, and that's at the Fort Myers monitoring station. So that's what's important about the 10 PSU. We don't want 10 PSU throughout the entire estuary. We want it within a specific location, and of course that's going to oscillate back and forth as Dr. Gray mentioned earlier. And certainly you have a lot of great scientists at the district. They do a lot of great science, and they did a lot of great science in the MFL. But we think that we need an opportunity to go back and take another look at that. Sit down with scientists, and also bring it back for a public hearing so that we have an opportunity to weigh in and bring the governing board up to speed on what that MFL is and what it means to the Caloosahatchee. So that's critical. And it's also important to note that last year, we had a series of events that led up to the conditions that we experienced last summer. From January through May, the Caloosahatchee was getting about 650 cubic feet per second. That's well above what's proposed in the MFL rule of 400 cubic feet per second. But yet, we were still experiencing salinities that exceeded the salinity criteria established by the previous MFL rule. So we need to go back and look at that, 89 days of exceedances, just so we can be in a situation where we got deluged throughout the summer, and of course had another lost summer on both the West Coast and East Coast. If we would have released some of that water to the Caloosahatchee, that we were asking for that would have helped get the lake down a little bit. It wouldn't have solved the problem. It wouldn't have eliminated the problems, but it certainly would have helped. But that's something that we need to take another look at, and we'd appreciate if we could have an opportunity to sit down with your scientists. And of course, we strongly support the governor's water resource priorities and encourage the district to expeditiously move forward with EA Reservoir as well as the C43 water quality treatment component. So thank you for your time.
After Rayanne Wessel, I have Irela Bagay, Joan Lawrence, and then Jean Duncan.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Board, thank you. My name is Rayanne Wessel, Natural Resource Policy Director for the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. I've lived here for 40 years working in environmental issues, and for the past 25 I've spent on Caloosahatchee and Everglades issues. If you haven't already, you'll start to get a weekly report from me and the West Coast stakeholders that reports all the conditions, a snapshot of conditions we see week to week, just to help in the decision making between the Corps and the Water Management District. I want to try to talk about 6 quick priorities. I will have to follow up with details later, but to follow on with the Caloosahatchee MFL, understand that the monitoring we do that goes into providing this report is monitoring the natural resource system. We're monitoring the river and estuary. It is that monitoring that informs our information about the flows needed to reach the salinities that are needed to support the tape grass and the habitat in the estuary. Without that, we lose it. So we have a dead system. Number 2, updating performance measures. This is critically important because performance measures like the MFL are carried forward in all the state projects and the CERT projects. A wrong target means the habitat that is promoted, the habitat benefits that are promoted in a project and advertised in a project won't be met. If you have the wrong target, you have the wrong answer, the wrong result. Number 3, addressing adaptive protocols. As you discussed yesterday, water shortage is the thing that really animates everybody because everybody needs the same water at the same time. This protocol is the only protocol that was established to cut off one natural system without respect to anybody else. That's the Caloosahatchee Estuary. That box that you saw yesterday that says the board gets to decide to cut her off, that is not good water policy and, in fact, doesn't support the system going forward. When we have water shortage, we're entirely engaged in sharing that shortfall, understanding we need cutbacks, but we can't be singled out, and that's what we have been. And that leads to the devastating losses of tape grass and habitat destruction. Number 4, comprehensive water supply planning that Marissa touched on. Your 20-year plans for water supply planning involve 6 uses, human uses. They do not include the natural system. That is akin to forgetting to put your mortgage into your home budget. It's a big piece that you're missing, so you won't have comprehensive water supply planning without it. Reviewing water shortage protocols, you touched on this yesterday. This is risk versus harm. When we talk about risk, we're talking about a potential chance of water shortage versus actual harm that's being done because of shortage. And then finally, water quality, number 6. This is where we have to do better on land if we want to protect water. Updating the 25-year-old stormwater rules that we have in this state is an easy place to start. We know what kind of growth has happened in the last 25 years. That includes agriculture, but it also includes permitting of wetlands. We have to stop permitting wetland destruction if we want to protect water quality on land. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Irela Bagay, and I'm a former governing board member. So I know all too well the challenge that you all are facing with this job, and I'm happy to be a resource to you, should you need me. What have I been doing since I left the district? I've become an advocate of the environment and the economy. I chair the Resilience Committee at the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to speak on a very important priority for Miami-Dade County, which is Biscayne Bay. It's an essential part of Miami-Dade's economy. Miami-Dade County provides a GDP, an annual GDP of over $111 billion. And it's a large part coming from real estate, trade, and tourism. In addition, Miami-Dade County happens to be a large contributor to your ad valorem budget here at the district. In recent years, unfortunately, Biscayne Bay has been experiencing hypersalinity, seagrass die-off, coral disease, periods of algal blooms, and red tide. You know, it doesn't get mentioned, but we have experienced that degradation as well. So these are all obvious indicators that our bay is also in ecological decline. The Board of County Commissioners of Miami-Dade County recently created a Biscayne Bay task force, which will be made up of experts and key stakeholders that will take a holistic approach to our bay's challenges and prioritize actions to create an action plan. In 2017, the district's governing board recognized the need to act on the bay's health and created a Biscayne Bay Restoration Initiative to complement Miami-Dade's work. Additionally, Miami-Dade County has been a significant land acquisition partner for the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Project, for the SERP project. We feel that this is the only project that will actually achieve restoration goals for Biscayne Bay's health and Biscayne National Park. And on behalf of all Biscayne Bay stakeholders from Miami-Dade County, we look forward to working with the district to continue supporting this project. The Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 1 project is showing remarkable results, and I invite you to come and check out the pilot projects so you can see for yourselves. And I also recommend and ask for your continued support for the new planning efforts that have been that are being kicked off for Phase 2. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Joan Lawrence. I'm a resident of Miami-Dade County and also a member of its boating community. I'm also speaking on behalf of your continuing to prioritize the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands SERP project. As you've heard, it's the only SERP project to directly benefit Miami-Dade County and Biscayne Bay. And I see from your slides, from Mr. Sand's slide, it's already one of your key strategic projects. The district had accelerated Phase 1 of the project. That's basically a distribution system to get water to the bay in various points that are not point source single discharge points. And Phase 2 is going to analyze a source of additional fresh water to flow through that distribution system. A project management plan and scoping exercise are anticipated to commence this fall, with the Water Management District as a local sponsor and the Army Corps of Engineers. A consistent flow of fresh water is vital to the health of Biscayne Bay. And you've heard from Rella Baguet, Biscayne Bay is a huge economic driver for our county, Miami-Dade County. Again, I urge the district to continue expediting the completion of Phase 1 and the commencement of Phase 2 of the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Project, a key priority and a key strategic project. And thank you all very much for your time.
After Jean Duncan, I have Celeste De Palma, Doug Bornick, and Richard Johnson.
Good afternoon again. Most people that know me would say I'm going to come up here and tell you your number one priority will be water quality, but they would be wrong. We've been experiencing a problem for over 20 years that affects almost every part of the system. Florida Bay and Biscayne Bay are dying of hypersalinity. And the water in Lake Okeechobee has been held too high, and you're having to blow out both estuaries. And a very big part of that is your inability to move water. It all piles up. The constipation occurs, and it all piles up right there on Tamiami Trail. So when it's raining up in the Kissimmee and Lake Okeechobee is full, And the water conservation areas are over the tops of the tree islands, and it's just absolutely maxed out. And the wildlife is dying because, you know, ground mammals can only tread water for a few months at a time before you'd kill them all. The Fish and Wildlife Service has the gates closed on Tamiami Trail to protect subpopulation A of the Cape Sable seaside sparrow. Now, you ought to know how they calculate that population. If they count one bird, they say, well, if there's one, there must be two because they like to breed. And so we're going to multiply by a factor of 8. And so 1 becomes 8. And then they have to estimate how many birds there are. Now, there's maybe 3 or 4 birds left in subpopulation A. We're talking about single species management of the entire ecosystem to try and protect subpopulation A. There are other subpopulations on the east side of Shark River Slough, and Fish and Wildlife Service has rejected all of our attempts to have them move those birds over to the other subpopulations so that the system can work. We've suggested captive breeding, translocation, predator control. All things have been rejected by Fish and Wildlife Service. We have single species management of an entire ecosystem, and this has been going on for over 20 years. Now, very soon, you're going to hit the wet season. And when that water comes down and fills up the lake and fills up the conservation areas, and you are forced to blow out the estuaries, these guys over here on the coast are going to be over here screaming and shouting again. And I don't blame them. And meanwhile, Florida Bay and Biscayne Bay die of hypersalinity. You've got to figure out a way how to get those gates open. On a related note, that's just on the west side. The east side, we now have bridges. We used to have culverts, and we asked the park to clean them out. They wouldn't clean them out. So they built bridges. They wanted their skyway. Now they've got it. But they also requested Conservation Area 3B taken out of the Mod Waters project. Water's not allowed to flow through 3B. It all has to come down 3A, make a 90-degree left-hand turn, flow across the L29 canal, make another 90-degree turn, and flow under the bridges into the park. There's nothing natural about that, folks. You got to figure out a way to get 3B back into the system so that we can make this system work. Some people will tell you, oh, we have SEP. SEP splits 3B in half. And we get another canal, another separation of the system. That's not really a very good answer. So I would tell you, you've got a few months to figure out how to do this before we start hitting the rainy season. That's got to be your number one priority. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Governing Board members, and thank you for the opportunity to provide some feedback in the strategic plan. One of the main priorities that the district should adopt is passing every decision through the lens of doing no harm to the environment. And that might sound very simple and straightforward, but obviously in practice, this is not so. It's very complicated. The district's three-pronged mission of water supply, flood control, and ecosystem restoration merits taking a second look at the way that water is and has been allocated. And the law, permits are not supposed to be issued if they cause harm to the environment. This is a live within your means type of approach. However, it seems that we're often in a situation where water has been allocated to water users first to the detriment of the natural system. We urge you to put a priority on ensuring that permits are not being issued if they're going to cause harm to the environment. And we also would like to urge you to take another look at permits that have already been issued to ensure that if water resources have been over-allocated, efforts are initiated to remedy the harm that has been caused. I'll also touch on water supply plans, and I concur with my colleagues Marisa and Rayan on this, but the district needs to do a better job to address and recognize the ecosystem's water needs. Currently, all water supply plans deal with water for the environment via the minimum flow levels and water reservations that assume a greater level of harm to the natural systems instead of considering a do no harm approach. Especially in the face of sea level rise and climate change, we're going to see a greater need for water for the environment. So we need to make sure that we're putting that first and center. We all know that water is a finite resource. I think Ms. Jackie Thorlow-Lippisch said it best when she said that Florida's soul is her water. So I just wanted to put a plug in here since we're considering what we're going to be doing together in the next few years. So I look forward to working with you on that. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. Commend you for a long day yesterday. That was tough. Wonderful session. I'm Doug Bornick with the Indian River Citrus League. I'm also on the Indian River Lagoon Council, St. John's Governing Board, and a few other things. But I'm here to urge you to keep dispersed storage or water farming as one of your priorities. It's a tool that works. The St. John's has embraced it. This district has started to utilize that tool. It's a fast, effective way of keeping water out of the Indian River Lagoon and the Caloosahatchee estuary systems. It's a great tool in your toolbox, and if you plumb pick the right sites, it'll work, and it's a proven technology. It was born out of a dying citrus industry. It was my idea of about 10 years ago as I drove back from a meeting at Kissimmee towards Stewart. I thought of, as Stewart's industry, 50,000 acres of citrus was dying, and now that is all gone in the last decade. Another 100,000 in Indian River and St. Lucie County has died and has gone. 36 commercial packing houses have gone away because of this disease greening. All that land sitting fallow in a perfect location to park water that is currently going into the lagoon and bludgeoning the lagoon. We can park every drop you don't want in the western sections of Martin, St. Lucie, as well as what we're doing in Indian River and Brevard County. I encourage you to keep that a priority. Thank you for your time.
Richard Johnson, then Scott Zucker.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members as well as staff. My name is Richard Johnson. I actually wear a different hat today. I am here representing the City of Sanibel. My comments, along with my colleagues, I share those same concerns and those suggestions. But I would like to say thank you, first of all, for your commitment to science-based water management decisions designed to benefit stakeholders without doing harm to other stakeholders. The workshop yesterday, although it was long, I think it was very beneficial for you, me, as well as the staff members. It gave them a chance to share additional information with you in the public eye so that we see what goes on. I am encouraged by Dr. Gray's report on the estuaries and salinity conditions. It shows that the decisions that we've been making, you've been making, most recently are the right decisions. The estuaries are responding well, and we're doing well there. The recent flows are the right flows, and I think it's different from what we have established in the rule, but I think science proves exactly what the right flows are, and I think we should follow that real-life model as opposed to the model that we may develop otherwise. I urge you to hold public meetings on the MFL rule so that the district scientists and staff can meet with the public and municipal scientists to get this right and get this set. The City of Sanibel, our constituents, scientific communities look forward to working with you, and I thank you very much for your balanced approach to managing water in the state of Florida. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Scott Zucker. I'm representing Audubon Everglades, which is the local Audubon chapter in Palm Beach County. First of all, I want to thank you so much for allowing us to comment on these priorities. I also want to thank you for that wonderful morning where we spent over an hour on science. And you asked some wonderful questions, and we heard a wonderful report by Dr. Gray. And I'm gratified by, of course, the wonderful 2017-18 perfect storm year for wading birds. But what we want to see is that continue. And the only way that's going to continue is if, as part of the mission elements and strategic priorities, we actually put science and a healthy habitat in those priorities. I think that in order to have a healthy ecosystem, we need to actually make that part of our priorities. And I just wanted to kind of make that statement today. Thank you.
No further comments.
Great. Thank you all very much for your comments. I appreciate them. And as I said earlier, we do have, for anyone watching or listening and who can't be here today, we do have a portal on our website, and we'd love to have your comments through that. And I'll start now by asking for board comment. John?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to talk about one of the key strategic projects that Rich Sands spoke about just a few minutes ago, and a few of the members of our audience spoke about. That's the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Project. John, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you're my guy. So when did we begin, say, the design phase of phase one, more or less? What year would you say that was?
I would be probably part of the Accelerate program back in early to mid 2000s.
Early 2000?
Between 2000 and 2005, yes, with the Accelerate program. So let me back up. When Governor Bush was elected, he instituted a program called Accelerate. It was a series of, although it's Accelerate, as in 8 projects, there were 8 main projects, but there were 13 projects in total. Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 1 project was a component of it. So Deering Estates, which you and I have talked about, was one portion of that. So there were other elements to that Phase 1 project that the state and the district moved out on in the design phase and constructed a large portion of it. There are still other features remaining to be constructed. So that was in that early 2000, middle 2000 timeframe, around 2004, 5, 6.
Okay. So we started it back then. It's still not finished. We have a phase 2, which it is my understanding from speaking with John that it's been tabled for so long and it's been in the shelf for so long that now we're probably, when we get it back out of the shelf, now there's now new design requirements, so we're going to have to redesign it before we can get it started again. I am asking respectfully, Mr. Chairman, and from my board members, Mr. Director, let's get this project back in line. Biscayne Bay is a very, very, very important ecosystem, obviously to Miami-Dade County, but I think it's important to everybody. It's the one project in SERP that is in Dade County, and I think my constituents deserve no less. So I'm going to keep asking about this over and over and over again. I'm not going away, so please, I ask that this be prioritized. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other board members like to make comments? No, not about anything. We're just doing priorities now.
Well, I just have to
You're
tell
going
you
to have a chance to
something.
make public comment later,
Okay.
or board comment later, if it's not about priorities. I'd like to try and keep this focused on that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Can you just, please forgive me if I'm not getting this right, but I mean, are we talking about where are we on this sheet of paper?
We're on 25.
Okay, so it says, are we talking about identifying strategic priorities?
Yes, we are.
Okay, then I think I'm in the right place. So does that include the mission statement?
Sure.
Okay. I would like the board to consider rewriting our mission statement to include something like this. Our goal is to achieve a healthy ecology throughout the 16 counties of the South Florida Water Management District while protecting water resources of the region and improving flood control, water supply, and water quality.
Mr. Sands, how often do we update our mission, and what's the normal protocol for that?
We'll start in June. It is publicly noticed, and it gets submitted in January, so November, December. It's certainly up to you. We could draft it, notice the mission statement, and do it as quickly as you would like to.
Is it June is a normal process?
June is when the in-house staff starts looking at it, and we start queuing up all the work that we've accomplished versus what we think we can do the next year. Normally, November, December is when this high-level stuff is discussed here in the chambers.
Mr. Lipich, do you want to wait for November, December? Do you want to?
I really don't. I think I wasn't totally planning on doing this today either, but.
Well, let's not do it today. Let's give staff some guidance on to be able to come back to us.
Okay, but I think we should make it a goal to have this for the next meeting. I think that how are we supposed to start moving in the direction, we only have 2 or 4 years. So how are we going to start moving in that direction without a mission statement that we can internalize? And I'm sorry, the one that's presently here, I don't find reflective of the values of Governor DeSantis, nor you all, as I've only met you for a short time. So is there a way that we can make it a goal, Chair, to achieve this by next month?
I think we can ask staff to bring it back next month. You have to notice it, you said, Mr. Sands?
We would have to. This is a formally submitted document in fulfillment of the statute.
Understood.
So we can notice it as part of the board agenda and have a public hearing or meeting right here with the board next month on the mission statement.
How's the rest of the board feel?
With that?
No, sir. That's perfectly fine. As long as it gets publicly noticed and it comes before the chambers and you give us approval, then Candy and I could submit it to Tallahassee as a adjustment to our submitted document.
Okay. Is everyone on board with that?
Sure.
Great. Do you don't need a motion, do you? Or do you?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, sir.
Just after action to go ahead and bring that up next month.
And I would ask Ms. Lipich to give me a copy of what she read from. That would be super.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
I have a comment. I think it may actually maybe be directed more towards Dr. Gray than yourself. So if she's
yes, sir. I'm a civil engineer, so
she told me I couldn't.
I'm as close to John's camp as you can get.
She told me I couldn't ask her any more questions, so I think I'm gonna call her back up at some point here. I think this sort of echoes what Board Member Martinez had talked about with respect to Biscayne Bay, but also a lot of public comments which went not only to Biscayne Bay and hyper salinity issues, but also to I think it was Ms. DePalma who came up and suggested that we do no harm to the environment in what we do and how we set our priorities. And Mr. Duncan, who also I think sort of kicked this off with a sort of a sense of urgency in terms of what we're looking at with respect to this Cape Sable seaside sparrow. And I have a few questions about the gates being closed and how we open them if we feel that we need to, and what that procedure is, because I have a few questions on it. I'll just start off with a couple of them. Gene Duncan mentioned a multiplier of 8. Are we looking at one bird and suspecting that there might be 8 out there? I mean, I find that a little bit odd.
This is where I turn it to Terry.
Okay.
I would say those population estimates are done by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, so it's not a matter of they see one bird and assume 8, but they do have a survey methodology. These are very discrete, small birds, hard to find in a huge area. So as they do their surveys, they do they play a call, and if they hear a return call from a bird, the calculation that they make is they assume, I think it's 16 birds for each call that they hear.
All
so
right.
it's a very specific thing done by Fish and Wildlife Service for that
All right.
endangered species.
Okay, good. Then the people who make those things are not in this room right now?
That's correct.
Okay, so I can ask any question I want without fear that somebody's going to get insulted. Have these birds ever been in an abundance of population anywhere at any time?
Their population has dropped dramatically, and that was a subject of an entire environmental impact assessment with the Fish and Wildlife Service over operations of those federal structures. So it was a multi-year effort based on a dramatic decline in this endangered species.
But were they ever at a meaningful, what I mean is, did these birds ever have a meaningful abundance? When you say a dramatic decline, if something in my mind goes from 200 to 4, that could be characterized as a dramatic decline. But if there were only 200 birds ever, that's not a lot to me.
I don't recall the number off the top of my head. I think they were on the order of 38,000 or so birds, and they went down to their projected low. I think there were about 2,000 that were left, which is what triggered emergency action with the Fish and Wildlife Service because of that.
Do we know when there were 38,000, or is that just another projection?
No, we do a monitoring report. It's one of our conditions of our permits that we operate. But Fish and Wildlife Service has an entire record on this endangered species and their biological opinion, which has been applied to the Army Corps of Engineers structures and literally changed the operating plan for the structures, the S-12 structures that you learned about yesterday.
Okay, because when you and I first spoke on the telephone, I had a little bit of I was a little bit shocked to learn that there were red lights on our map which marked what I consider to be water arteries for us to move water through. And those red lights were there solely, as far as I knew, because of the Cape Sable seaside sparrow. And not only were they there, but they're there for like 3/4 of the year. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I would just offer the Corps of Engineers may want to speak to that because those are the conditions that regulate their operation of the S-12 structures, so they may have more information to add to that.
Are there times where we want to move water down down those red lights that we cannot do it? Okay. From an ecological standpoint, do you believe that protecting this seaside sparrow is harming other ecological measures? Because there's do no harm to the environment mantra rings true for me. The question is, do you protect this single species? Are we protecting a single species to the detriment of other ecological conditions in the environment?
I would say that's a consideration when it comes to endangered species. They have the tendency to trump other things. And so sometimes it's a snail kite that might trump another water management action. So there's very specific requirements relative to endangered species.
Okay, I'm aware that certain species, because they're endangered, trump others. But I guess my question is, on the whole, as we look at all the ecological factors, by holding back water and not allowing it to flow through 2 of the 4, as far as I can tell, structures at the Tamiami Trail, what I kind of call a tourniquet. Does our holding that back, is that negatively impacting the environment?
And it depends on which part of the environment. But as Mr. Duncan relayed to you, there are absolutely impacts in Water Conservation Area 3A from holding that water too deep, too long, to the detriment of tree islands and the ecosystem the Everglades ecosystem that exists in Conservation Area 3A.
Does Florida Bay suffer as a result?
I think it limits the amount of water that we can send through that part of the system.
Does Biscayne Bay suffer as a result?
I don't know that it affects Biscayne Bay and how we move water in that direction.
Mr. Chair. This issue is one that I very much appreciate Terry's experience in all this, but she's not driving this debate. It's the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the Corps of Engineers. And so I know, Mr. Wagner, you're getting a lot of good information from Terry. She doesn't have it all. I would love to have you to have a conversation with Larry Williams at Fish and Wildlife about all the history of the Cape Sable. The one thing I would point out is the solution is, as Tom Van Lint put it yesterday, is getting water to Shark River Slough. And there's been no shortage of effort on building bridges Governor DeSantis applied for and is trying to get more money to undo the tourniquet down there. We've broken ground on expanding the S333 structures to move water under those bridges. So 12A and 12B are a tool we have currently that we can use. Whether it would lower the water conservation area 3 levels sufficiently fast enough to prevent harm, that just depends on how much it rained and how bad it is in 3A. But it's moving water down Shark River Slough is really the key answer.
I've only 2 more questions then on that subject.
All right.
Okay. The first is there any way at any time to achieve a variance of that red light that's in place from October to July? And if so, how do we get that variance?
Terry, I think that has happened before. We've gotten a variance and opened them early in the season. Right?
Are there certain special conditions that you need to do that?
So I'll talk about the recent past. As everybody's aware, we've talked about massive discharges to 2 estuaries in the last summers. At the same time, that southern end of the system, if you recall some of the slides from yesterday's presentation, how the southern end of the system during those excessive rainfall years was plugged up. You couldn't move water out of Conservation Area 3. Those also necessitated emergency actions by Governor Scott at the time. That was part of those emergency actions that I just described earlier for your question about Conservation Area 2 and the emergency deviation that the Corps of Engineers implemented during that time frame. As all of that is happening at the same time, the Corps of Engineers is having those conversations with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about the overall regional conditions and what is going on in Conservation Area 3 and seeking to work with them in a cooperative manner to get S12A or B opened earlier than it would be. And that conversation is having at the federal level between those 2 agencies.
Okay. Then just one final question here. If we were not artificially holding back the water and the water was just naturally flowing through no human interference, is there an opinion on whether the Sparrow would even survive? Or would it just go naturally into extinction?
I think that opinion lies with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to render that. And
but is there some sort of opinion out there, like if we had just stepped back and nature just did its thing?
So from what I heard yesterday from Dr. Van Lent, that if we did not have the Everglades modified the way we have it with the canals intersecting it and the berms all through it, the natural river kind of area of the Everglades would have flowed around that habitat area that 12A and B discharges to. So it may be a whole different situation.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question? Is there a way for this board to provide their input to the discussions that are happening on a national level about this issue?
I think that's a public process, isn't it? Let me get Adam Gelber up, who's part of Department of Interior and may be better at speaking to interior matters.
Thanks, Drew. This is a very complex discussion. It's not just the number of species, it's the habitat constraints by the developed areas that provide for ESA consultation. It is going to take a process to get to that place to evaluate additional flows into Everglades National Park. We're currently working with the Corps right now to engage in a discussion regarding COP and other water movements as we have new water, and that water, what we at Interior know is that the water is coming and we need to get prepared for it. And we need to have that conversation to see where that goes. The problem, or the ESA does not allow for, as species decline, it does not allow for it to become delisted. There's no conversation there. It doesn't allow also, ESA does not allow for competing interests of species. And so the point here is that as the species, if it does continue to decline, that constriction or that regulatory process becomes more stringent. in regards to the species. The idea of that high ground I have not spoken specifically with Barry, and that's a very good idea to get Barry in here, Rosen. Sorry, not Larry Williams. Sorry, Barry Rosen's the water quality guy for USGS. But in extreme high water events, those structures, I believe, are open. But it's underneath an emergency situation there of an extreme high water event. The complication is that when we have that high water on the S12A structure, that water probably should be moving through there, because normally it would move through that section or that area as it would, because that's where it is. I think that's where the conversation needs to go. The S12A structure is the westernmost one, closest to that high ground. There's definitely a topographic feature in that area, but that's what we hope to engage in moving this forward with COP and other new water conversation. Does that make sense?
It does. When you say there's a process in place, like how long does something like that take?
A biological opinion. So ESA is not just restricted to the Sparrow and the Tamiami Trail. It's a national piece of legislation. And so there's a lot of conversation that needs to be happened when we have opened that up. So to get to your question, 18 months is what a biological opinion of this nature is, the general time frame for reviewing all of the legal ramifications associated with a federal action. That's how this started. The Corps is the one in charge of the federal action of moving water through those structures, so they need to seek authorization through NEPA to achieve those goals, and that is part of one of many federal nexuses for consultation.
Thanks.
Anything else, John? Terry?
The only thing, could I just clarify, because thank goodness for Google and
yeah, I
being
don't
able to
have
look
mine
up
up.
some data.
I need my
So
Google
the
open.
population figures just for the sparrow back in '81, the population was about 6,500, 6,600 birds, so I was off by order of magnitude. And it fell to a really precipitous low of about 2,000, a little less than 2,000 birds when they started the process for changing the water schedule.
Have they always been falling though? From do we have numbers pre-1981?
I think that was the first population data was from 1981.
Okay.
I just have one quick question. If we were able to send more water in that direction, then doesn't that mean that we would not send so much to the east and the west, to the estuaries to the east and the west?
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
I mean,
and we've got a crisis.
I mean, the answer is yes. It's moving the water south.
Right.
This is why we've been unplugging Tamiami Trail.
Right.
So.
And so the reason that we're all up here banging our heads on the table over a bird is not that we don't love birds, but because of the damage that's being, the unbelievable damage that is being done to the estuaries to the east and the west for the love of one bird. So if this isn't messed up, I mean, this feels messed up to me, and 18 months is an awful long time.
I guess my question is, even if we put these infrastructure projects in place that quote-unquote uncork or unplug or open up Tamiami Trail, some of them are virtually useless for 75% of the year. Is that correct? I mean, I'm just curious to know if that's correct.
True.
I'm not sure what you mean. So they are useful for high water events, right? So we put this in place, and so water conservation area fills up, gets above the regulation schedule, and floods the tree islands. If we open up, have a lot more ability to move water into the park, then that's an incredibly good tool. So it depends on the year.
But I guess what I'm saying is the two areas that typically have a red light, I've seen two spots that have red lights. I think they're the two western openings.
No, you're right.
We created these openings. These were infrastructure projects that we did. We paid for. We built them out. We opened them up. And I think prospectively, we believe that at any time of the year, but for the Sparrow, we can move water through them. But in a normal circumstance, 75% of the year, they're shut off completely. I'm just trying to understand. That is a correct statement?
That is a correct statement.
Okay.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Wagner? Because
Yeah.
I spoke with the doctor from the Everglades Foundation.
Dr.
Yes,
Van Lant.
Exactly, yesterday, because this was my question too. And there's a couple things going on. I think in terms of choosing priorities here, obviously the priorities should be ones that we can control. We are not going to have any success fighting the Endangered Species Act. I know that. We might have some input, but we're not going to change anything over the course of our term. So what I learned was that the importance of water flow is concentrated from WCA 3 down to the national park is concentrated in that eastern segment, which we do control. That is the deepest slough. Am I correct about that? And that is what we're looking at with COP and everything of increasing. So I think everybody, and I myself, hear your concern about wanting to have all the pipes open. But what gives me a little bit of comfort is that those pipes on the west are less important than the pipes on the east. And they're the ones we can control on the east. The west seems to me, a battle that might cause us all to go crazy.
I just had a question from this discussion that I thought of. When this project was approved to build this area for, was there not a biological opinion that was required that identified any of these constraints that we now face?
And when you say this project, we're talking about the S12 structures. So the S12 structures, going back to all those authorizations that I walked through yesterday, those were those original authorizations going up to 1968, long before the Endangered Species Act, Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, NEPA, everything. So no, there wasn't.
So there wasn't. Thank you.
Okay, so 12A through 12D was built prior to the Endangered Species Act coming into existence?
Mr. Wagner, you okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
So something about driving crazy. I just want to make sure it's not there yet. Tia, you said there's another public comment?
Yes, sir. Mike Collins.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I didn't think I was getting an opportunity to talk about this. Mr. Wagner, 1935 hurricane. Cape Sable seaside sparrow lived, if you look at that map, the lower left-hand corner of the peninsula of Florida is Cape Sable. Sandy soil, pine uplands, grass structures under it, normal to pine habitat. 1935 hurricane took the sediments in the western half of Florida Bay and filled in that pine upland section of Cape Sable. It became marl prairie and mangrove habitat. The Cape Sable sparrow in 1935 vacated that area and moved north up towards Tamiami Trail looking for suitable habitat. It's a subspecies of the seaside sparrow, which is fairly widely distributed, and probably a threatened species in almost all of its habitats up and down the east coast of the United States. In 1999, about 3 or 4 months before I came to this board, Superintendent Dick Ring of Everglades National Park, Jay Slack from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, invited me to lunch because Dick Ring at that time, who was seriously the most radical superintendent I think the park's ever seen, considered me the most radical advocate he'd ever seen. I have changed nothing in my opinions. The world has moved beyond me. They sat me down at lunch and told me that they were going to take control of the water system around Everglades National Park and told me how they were going to do it. And the quote that is burned in my brain to this day is, "You two idiots are going to destroy the park, Florida Bay, and the water conservation areas if you do this." The day I came in here as superintendent, I was invited to a meeting with the Corps, U.S. Fish and Wildlife in this building upstairs, and they gave me the details of the plan for the Cape Sable sparrow. My quote was the same: "You idiots are going to destroy Everglades National Park, Florida Bay, and the water conservation areas with this." 20 years later, I have absolutely no reason to believe that what I said is untrue. There have been massive impacts. Florida Bay does not get water, nor will it ever, at any kind of head that we're ever going to be able to put together out of Shark River Slough. It's a system on life support. The structures that the district has built, finally, over the last couple of years to put water in there, are constrained by another Cape Sable seaside sparrow. So yes, Florida Bay is impacted by this. I've got to agree with Mr. Timely that it's probably outside your purview, but if they do reopen the BO, I would suggest very seriously that you folks consider spending some time working on it. And if you get a chance, I'll give you my card. We can talk about some of the other impacts I've seen from this. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. T, is that it? Okay, great. That was it. Okay, we're back to priorities. One thing I heard from a number of the West Coast stakeholders, Mr. Bartlett, had to do with the minimum flows and levels in that rule challenge. I heard a couple people ask for a hearing, a public hearing. Is that something that we can do? If you could give me your thoughts on that.
Yes, sir. We can we can basically bring the rule. Hold on. So we can bring it back to the board, and the prior board heard it and adopted it as part of a public hearing. We went through some administrative procedures. We're running into a clock by May 7th. We have to file it unless we decide to have another public hearing and take more comment, and this board can think about it. So we could do a workshop over on the West Coast with staff and then bring it to the May board for a public hearing if you just want to hear it. You're not making a decision to change it or anything by us just having another hearing. So we can just keep the public dialogue going until you guys do make a decision on whether you want to change the rule in any way.
Thanks. And would you need a motion to that effect?
I think I can do it under direction. Okay. Tia, do you think I can do that? All right. So if you, unless anyone opposes, wants to give me a different direction, we can start that engagement.
I think that would be.
Okay.
I'm seeing nodding heads, yes.
All right.
Anything else, board, on priorities? I think that's it for that one. Thanks, Mr. Sands.
Yes, sir.
We're now going to move on to 26 and a discussion of the Water Resources Analysis Coalition, or RAC, and Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon. I'm Derek Brown, an attorney with the Office of Counsel, and I'm here to give an overview of the Water Resources Analysis Coalition and its predecessor, the Water Resources Advisory Commission, which both were created and serve to support the governing board. I'm going to give a brief overview of the history. Pre-RAC, the stakeholder engagement was accomplished through multiple independent groups. There were individual self-directed stakeholder committees that were created by the governing board and included environmental, water supply, utilities, and agriculture. There was limited collaboration between these stakeholder groups as they each focused on their own topics, and then they were brought individually back to the board for discussion and consideration of various topics. In the approximately 2001, so right before there, the governing board made the determination to form the Water Resources Advisory Commission. And then the subsequent Water Resources Analysis Coalition was formed in 2017 when the original Water Resources Advisory Commission was essentially sunsetted, both of which were created by the governing board to facilitate receiving varied stakeholder perspectives on water resource issues. The charters that were developed and approved by resolution by the governing board and placed into the district policy code contained all of their tasks as well as the purpose for them, and I will go through each of them individually. But it's important to note here that each of these RACs, so collectively they were both referred to by their acronyms, each of them had a RAC-REC component which focused solely on recreational issues. And the distinction between the RAC-REC and the two RACs that I'm going to describe for the governing board and given this historical perspective is the RAC-REC was a forum for all the various recreational users to come together to discuss all of their various issues. The membership or the invited attendees, and you'll hear those terms as I step through this process, of RAC-REC were not selected by the governing board. It was essentially an open door. And then the results of those, what we would now term public forums, were brought back to the governing board for consideration. So as you hear me talk about the individual RACs, the Water Resources Advisory Commission and the subsequent Water Resources Analysis Coalition, those are essentially separate and apart from what is now deemed the RAC-REC, which focuses on recreational issues. So first I'll start with the Water Resources Advisory Commission. It was created by the governing board by resolution in March of 2001, and it was dissolved by the governing board by resolution in November of 2017. Specifically created by the governing board to serve as an advisory body. That was captured in its charter and contained in district policy code. It was to serve as a forum for improving public participation and consensus building, identify opportunities for enhancing coordination, identify and evaluate water resource issues, prepare recommendations for the governing board, and then it also had an aspect where it was required to provide a monthly report to the governing board. And several of these topics are important to note as I also discuss the second RAC because they were very similar, but there are distinctions. The current Water Resources Analysis Coalition was formed by the governing board in November of 2017 to serve as a fact-finding body to support the governing board. It too was to serve as a forum for improving public participation and consensus building and to gather information for governing board consideration to enhance coordination between the various stakeholders. It too had a broad directive to address water resource issues, and it too was to provide a monthly report to the governing board. So if we do a charted comparison of the Advisory Commission to the Analysis Coalition, you'll see that both were very similar in how the public was informed and engaged in the process. Both were publicly noticed, both had public comment, there were agendas or topics of discussion provided prior to the meeting, minutes were taken, the webcast and posted video, just like our governing board meetings. Both had monthly reports to governing boards. A governing board member served at the direction of the governing board chairman as either a chairman of the original RAC or as a facilitator of the second RAC in order to provide for decorum at the meeting. In both versions of RACs, the governing board members selected the participants, and I'll go into that in more detail in a subsequent slide. The distinctions were the Water Resources Advisory Commission served as an advisory role, whereas the Water Resources Analysis Coalition, specifically by charter, did not serve an advisory role, but instead was tasked with a fact-finding role. For participants, for both the Water Resources Analysis Coalition and the Water Resource Advisory Commission, and I made reference to the charters that were contained in the District Policy Code, both look to have a balanced and appropriate representation from 6 classifications: the South Florida business community, the water supply utilities, agriculture, public interest groups, local government, and environmental organizations. Again, for participant selection, both the Water Resource Analysis Coalition and the Water Resource Advisory Commission had its participants selected by the governing board. Each governing board member, including the governing board chairperson, selected 2 members of the individual RAC. Then the governing board chairperson selected an appropriate number of additional members or invited attendees to ensure a balanced representation of those 6 classifications. Those balancing appointments were subject to ratification by the full governing board. And as I stated earlier, both had the governing board chairperson designated a member of the governing board to facilitate or to chair the meetings in order to ensure proper decorum. Both also had additional participants. Agencies and entities were requested to identify and provide a representative. So the individuals were not selected by the governing board or governing board members, but instead these various entities were requested to send somebody to provide further factual support and further information for subsequent governing board consideration. And with that,
So our agenda now calls for public comment. Does anyone, do you want to listen to public comment at first? Let's do that. Let's see if we have public comment on this, which I'm sure we do. I'd like very much to hear it.
Yes, sir. I have Lucky Politis, then Nyla Pipes, then Marissa Carozzo.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucky Politis. I'm from Loxahatchee, Florida. And I wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you guys discussing the RAC board. I attend very frequently the RAC and REC meetings as often as I can. And I appreciate the opportunity as a stakeholder in this community who uses South Florida Water Management District lands for not just recreational purposes, but to show people why Florida is beautiful. To have this chance to come and provide what you guys discussed right in the beginning. You talked about transparency, hearing both sides of the discussion, enfranchisement, public input, ease of participation. That's facilitated by these RAC meetings. A 5 p.m. meeting is a lot easier for someone like me to attend than to waste an entire day from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. to discuss with you guys for less than 2 minutes. I run a small business. By the grace of God, I was able to take time off of work, speak with a client, move things around, put people in place so that I could spend all day to come talk to you guys for 2 minutes. There's not a lot of other people that are going to have that opportunity. There's not a lot of other stakeholders that would have that opportunity. The people inside this room are either retired or paid to be here. I'm neither of those things, but I do love my state, and I want the opportunity to present my input on what I think the state and the conservation of my state should be. That's what this REC board affords us. You have sportsmen, you have businesses, you have farms, you have agriculture, you have conservation groups, you have environmentalist groups. You've got bow hunters and tree huggers sitting in the same room discussing amicably the issues that are difficult to discuss. And just as you guys have seen today, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of moving parts. This state is intricate. The state is very difficult to comprehend if you're not putting your muck boots on and getting out there and chasing pigs in the Kissimmee public use area during small game season. If you don't do that, you really won't understand a lot of the problems that we face. If you don't drive down Beeline Highway on your way to the Kissimmee public use area, you should have made a turn, but if you're not heading that way, you're not passing cattle farms, and you're not understanding from a sportsman's perspective why those cattle farms are so important. Those cattle farms are places for the aquifer to get recharged. Secondly, they're a place for deer to breed, for hogs to breed, for ducks to breed. There's no cattle farmer in this state who is going to let coyotes come ravage the deer population on their property. It's just not going to happen. But when we take away the ability for sportsmen, for farmers, for businesses, for everybody, local governments, to engage and discuss in these roundtable discussions, what you're doing is taking a very valid input that this board should be extremely concerned about and throwing it to the wayside. One of the things that's been discussed here is the mission statement. This is the South Florida Water Management District, not Marketing District. We have an important concern, like you guys have been discussing, the do no harm concept. There's a lot to weigh in. There's seaside sparrows and there's declining deer populations. And the more input you guys get, the better decisions you'll make and the happier stakeholders like I will be. Thank you.
Lucky, don't go anywhere so fast. I got a quick question for you. I'm asking everybody questions, so I'm
All
just going
right.
to ask you. Are you talking about the meetings that you're going to? Is that the RAC meeting?
I've been to both.
Okay.
I've been to the RAC meetings, and I've been to the RAC-REC meetings, and I've given input on both. I actually spoke in front of the Planning and Zoning Board recently when GL Homes was up for consideration of their change of land usage for the acreage, because they bought a massive tract of land, 4,800 or so acres in Loxahatchee. And that's a topic that comes up for discussion. We have water usage that's going to be changing, and the more input that goes into the Water Resources Analysis Coalition is more input that you guys get to hold on to. I don't know how familiar you guys are with the situation that's going on in Loxahatchee with GL Homes. And I don't know how familiar you are with the fact that they're discussing putting a massive impoundment north of the shooting range off of Seminole Pratt across from Corbett, which is a WMA that I frequent quite often. These things come up in the RAC meeting, and you guys would get such a more full body of information. The same people that are in this room today are the same people that attend those meetings, and they're beautiful roundtable discussions, and it's something that I think brings a lot of value to this board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's hard to follow. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation, also prior member of the Water Resources Analysis Coalition. The big difference that was not on those slides between the Advisory Commission and the Analysis Coalition is the fact that the Analysis Coalition was not under sunshine. And I know that sounds scary because we talk about being open and transparent. But I will tell you that part of the reason that it is not under sunshine is because this is not a one-day-a-month discussion. This is a constant lifestyle. If you want to fix Florida's waters, he's right. You need to be in the muck, and you need to be in Florida Bay, and you need to be out fishing with my friend Marianne Martin on Lake Okeechobee. And under RAC, under that Advisory Commission sunshine rule, Marianne Martin and I could not go out and discuss the very thing we're most passionate about and bring facts back so that we could be more educated, so that we could have these open roundtable discussions and come to it with some knowledge and understanding of where each other live, because we have very different needs throughout the ecosystems, okay? Because, Kissimmee is very different than Florida Bay. So that's why the change was made, because this, especially when you factor in social media and you factor in the fact that this is a huge discussion that you will find is carried by a small group of Floridians who care greatly. There is a body of information in this room. There are people that are 35 plus years that do this as volunteers because they fell in love with the state of Florida. And those people are the people that also end up around the RAC table. And they bring to you an opportunity to watch an open discussion and decide from there what you think. I learned a ton from every single RAC meeting, and I have been involved for just shy of 7 years. I'm a relative newbie, and I will say I think it's very obvious that this is a conversation that takes time to learn. So I am here to say to you, RAC, as the Water Resources Analysis Coalition, is not a bad thing. It is one of the most transparent things, and we encourage you to keep it and to get involved with it. Use that and utilize this body of information. Thank you.
After Marissa Carozzo, I have Jeremy McBrien, Celeste De Palma, and Kara Kapp.
Good afternoon, Governing Board. Again, Marissa Carozzo on behalf of the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. So this board has expressed your strong commitment to public transparency and bringing all stakeholders to the table for an inclusive and iterative public engagement process. And I think that yesterday's workshop was an excellent example of that process in action. It was a robust discussion with questions and comments welcome from both the board and the public in attendance. And it truly gives all stakeholders, not just representatives of stakeholder groups, such as how the RAC is currently constituted, a seat at the table and a direct line of communication in real time with this decision-making body. So I just like to say that regardless of whatever future direction you decide to take with regards to RAC or the RAC, I'd like to extend a sincere thank you to the board for your commitment to transparency, and to Executive Director Bartlett, the guest panelists, and all the staff of the district who brought their expertise, time, and resources to kick off a successful first workshop yesterday. So thank you.
Good afternoon again. Jeremy McBrien, Palm Beach County Water Resources Manager. The county supports the continuation of RAC as it allows local governments the opportunity to express their viewpoints, receive detailed technical reports, listen to other stakeholders, evaluate solution strategies, and collaborate with other smart people, as many of the other speakers have talked about. So we encourage you to continue to utilize RAC as a way to engage with stakeholders and improve transparency. Palm Beach County would like to be at the table. We have expertise to add to the discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Celeste Palma again with Audubon, Florida. I'll just add that whereas the concept of RAC is good in theory, in practice it doesn't really carry the intent for which it was created, and I think it merits further evaluation. As a member of RAC myself, I can say that in its current iteration, I do not believe that it is a helpful way to gather stakeholder feedback because I don't see it as a balanced forum and it's not representative of the community. When voices are missing, you don't really get the full picture, and that could lead to making decisions based on incomplete public perception. The current RAC doesn't have the power to advise the district in any way, shape, or form, as it was explained, but when it did, those recommendations didn't come from a balanced forum. Oftentimes, my own objections and concerns were dismissed or largely diminished when the reports were passed on to the full board. And that's something that I've made a claim for on the record. One of such objections was the idea of the exemption of RAC from the sanction law, which I didn't think was a good idea. And another one of my objections was pursuing deep injection wells. In both occasions, the report to the board noted that RAC had been strongly supporting these ideas and sunshine was removed. So as a board that values transparency, I think that's something that you should really think about and reconsider. You have the opportunity to look at different models and different ways of engaging stakeholder input. I think that it would be a great idea for you to take a look at what other type of stakeholder groups are doing across the country and come back with some ideas, but without going too far into what other people are doing outside of Florida or outside the district. Yesterday's workshop was a great example for providing meaningful input from all stakeholders. In fact, I thought it was pretty refreshing because we had the opportunity to address the full board, and everybody was being able to represent themselves. If someone that was appointed to be an environmental stakeholder in RAC was not sharing their viewpoints, they had the opportunity to share their viewpoints themselves with you directly. So I thought that was a really good model. Obviously, Audubon will look forward to continue to provide feedback and hopefully be part of whatever this type of stakeholder input takes shape, but we really appreciate the opportunity to provide our thoughts. Thank you.
Celeste, come back.
Sorry. Not used to this.
So tell me exactly, why is it that you don't feel that it's reflective of all the stakeholders?
I think there were a lot of stakeholders that were missing from the discussion, and probably because
when you say omitted, were they not part of RAC? Or
yes,
they were part of RAC, but they just weren't listened to? They weren't part of RAC?
They weren't part of RAC. Okay. And personally, I can say that I don't feel like my comments carried a lot of weight when they were being reported back to the board, so you didn't really get a complete picture.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Kara Cap. Okay, I have Newton Cook, Marianne Martin, then Rayanne Wessel.
I'm not going to say anything else about the recreation side. I think I've said enough on that. And it's important, and how can I say anything beyond what was just said by the first speaker? RAC was changed the name for one reason and one reason only. That was to get it off the Sunshine Law. You guys on the Sunshine Law. I was on the Sunshine Law on 2 different committees. I couldn't even hardly talk to my wife. And when you're on RAC and there's 30 people, and if I want to talk to Audubon, I can't talk to Audubon. If I want to talk to the fishermen, Safer Group, I can't talk to the Safer Group. It was rightfully taken out from under the Sunshine Law. Let me tell you about RAC. We have everybody that I know of represented on RAC. If you're not on RAC, you don't want to be on RAC, because there's always a governing board member that will appoint you, or the chair, if you really have an interest in being on it. Most people dropped off because of the Sunshine Law. That's why the last 2 years there might be a few people that were not on there that were on there before. They got out because of the Sunshine Law. They couldn't handle it. You guys are Sunshine. Watch the RAC the Thursday before you meet, a week, and you will learn more in that 3 or 4 hours to help you up there in your meeting than even we saw today and yesterday. Because you're going to get people from the utilities, you're going to get politicians, you're going to get the people from the West Coast, you're going to get the people from Martin County, you're going to get people like me that recreate, shoot ducks or whatever. You're going to get Audubon. And you get the presentations that are given to you are normally given to RAC the week before. And you're going to get to hear the public comments from that. And it does have public comments. If you're not on RAC, you can come and you get your 3 minutes. It is the most important thing in this place for you guys. I don't have to go to RAC. I can come here. I'm retired. But there's a lot of people that come to RAC that are not, because they know they can sit down and have a conversation, and they know they can do public comments, and they're not going to be pushed and not have to be there all day. That's the big killer here. And it shuts you off from so many people. So many people cannot do what I do. And I've been doing this since 2002. And I was put on RAC because of Lake Okeechobee when it was destroyed by the hurricanes. And God bless them, we worked hard for 3 years to get back where we were. Thank you.
Wow. Well, my name is Mary Ann Martin. I am a stakeholder, one of the biggest stakeholders on Lake Okeechobee. I own and operate Roland Martin Marina. I've been there 38 years. Started from the ground up, fell in love with Lake Okeechobee, and when I like something, I want everybody to come see it, experience. It's a great place. And it's become great because of South Florida Water Management Board and the people that have the love and the interest in what we are. We are water, we are land, and we are fun. Are y'all having any fun? Oh, goodness. We just have a ball when we're in recreation, and that's what Florida's about. I want to follow with what Newton said, and I was on that board with him. We were upstairs around a table, and we talked a lot. We talked about all the problems on the lake and the problems around. What I want to talk about is how important the RAC is. I heard someone today say, ooh, we have a lot of things to fix. And that came off of someone at the board. And you know, a great way to cure a lot of those problems is to use the RAC. You have so many diversified people on that RAC that will spend time with you and listen to you, and you listen to them. You will learn so much from these people who are government people, who are talented people, water farmers, engineers. They're local, they're state, they're county, and they're federal people. And you can get a lot of ideas and advice from these people just by listening to what they're doing. And that's what I have done throughout the years. These people will make your life a lot easier, and we're all together. So when we are all together in the room, sometimes it gets nasty, but sometimes it's really, really good, and we solve our problems. We talk. We have great people like Terry and Susan that come in and teach us. You know, all of these years, I didn't know that I knew as much about water management in South Florida until today. And you all are the newbies. And you've got some great people here that are going to educate you, instruct you, show you, and lead you to a lot of success. And I still say I think the RAC is one of the best success stories that you've had here in years. Thank you so much.
After Rayanne Wessel, I have Joan Lawrence, Michael Collins, then Lisa Interlandi.
Good afternoon, Board. Again, Rayanne Wessel, Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. I was on that original independent group for the environment back over 20 years ago, before RAC was created, and we did gather and share concerns about the different parts of the system and the different parts of the district and the things that we needed and things that were in conflict, and it was an effective resource. There were other community independent groups that dealt with their issues. Perhaps somewhat similar to the way the RAC, a recreational group, operates today. But in the intervening years that I've stayed involved with these issues, RAC has become very politicized. As you heard, it's very easy for appointees to be directed in certain areas. They've tried different categories of groups, and I can say in an unmitigated way that our West Coast interests have not been adequately represented by the appointees. It's just a fact. It's also a huge duplicative effort in your staff resourcing. You're really doing something like as a trial run that's not feeding you a whole lot of information that the workshop yesterday proved you can do in an open, transparent, and fully public way and get everything that you need. So we will encourage you not to support continuing with the RAC, but fully support, encourage the continuation of the workshops and the way that those are set up, especially kind of target specific. I think they're very effective, and you get as much input as you want. There are no designated representatives, and I think the other thing that is done, this is not RAC, but that's very effective, is the monthly permit comment periods that are available to the whole district, and I'd encourage you to continue that as well. Thank you.
Joan Lawrence. Okay, then I have Mike Collins.
Do we know if the people who are not here were speaking in support or against?
Can't say. Joan's been a member for years, though. So, lots of opinions. I'm not going to give you one. A little history, though. Why RAC was created and what really the goal was, and I can tell you that because I did it. I served for the first 8 years as chairman of RAC. I had a little hiatus during my old buddy Charlie's administration, and then I've served for most of the last 8 years. It has worked well, it has worked less well, and maybe times not quite at all. But the goal was, in the previous administration, previous to my showing up here 20 years ago, the board would have 100 people show up, and 50 of them with torches and pitchforks and raising hell, would say, if you don't do A, B, and C, we're going to sue the heck out of you. The other side would show up and say, if you do A, B, and C, we're going to sue the heck out of you. And the board's right back where they started from after everybody sits down. We learned during the Governor's Commission that one of the most important things is people in this room, everybody in this room agrees with probably 90% of what you're going to have in front of you. And if you leave them alone, they're going to go to war over the other 10%. Well, we learned if you stick them in the room and make them sit next to each other and talk to each other, a lot of times they'll come up with D, which is something that probably there's a consensus. There's never going to be 100% support, rarely 100% support for things. So the goal was you get to put people in the room, you get to educate them. So the guy that's standing here, you know, I'm mad as heck and I'm not going to take it anymore, gets shown what actually is going on and what the constraints are. What can the district do? What can't the district do? How can you help? People want to help. Everybody out there in the general population that's impacted by this stuff wants to help find a solution. So I think I'm not going to give you the opinions, but the goal was that those people sit down, they come up with solutions. When they do that, this job that you've got is a lot easier. You're not going to be sitting here like people did in prior administrations at 7:30 every governing board meeting, while a totally divided community takes, if you do it, we're going to sue you. If you don't do it, we're going to sue you, because that's what was going on. So, you know, the goal was to try to encourage people to get educated, find some common ground, and proceed. You're going to need political support to go forward. You know, you're in a honeymoon period. I've been through 6 different administration changes. I directed one of them. And I'm going to tell you, the honeymoon don't last. There is one scientifically proven fact in life: honeymoons don't last. And at that point, to continue the great things you guys are talking about, you know, and like I said, we all agree on pretty much what they have to be. You're going to need political support, and it's going to need to be broad-based. And like I said, what RAC is up to you. If it's not balanced, it's because the board didn't balance it. I mean, it's that simple. It's a creature of the governing board. It'll be just as good or just as bad as you folks want to make it. And again, thank you, and I apologize for speaking twice. I try to avoid that.
After Lisa Interlandi, I have Bishop Wright, Beth Lewis, and Gary Ritter.
Hey, Lisa Interlandi with the Everglades Law Center. I guess I'm not the newbie in the room anymore. I went to the first RAC meeting, I think, and I've been around ever since. I think that, well, first, before I even get into the RAC, I just want to thank you for the changes that you guys have made with regard to the agendas, posting them early with all of the backup. That was so helpful. I have never been so happy reading a Water Management District agenda as this one that encourages public comment, and I mean, that was fantastic. The opportunity for public comment at the very beginning of the agenda was awesome. I mean, that helps people who aren't paid to be here to come in and make their comments on whatever item and leave. I mean, that is incredibly helpful. I cannot say enough about that. And just also, all of you going up here and going through this process out in the sunshine for all of us to be part of is so commendable. I mean, I really appreciate it. You could be in private meetings with staff, getting briefed in private, and the fact that you're doing it in this way is wonderful. So thank you all so much. It really does reflect the new transparency of this board. So, I mean, I agree with some of the problems that have been stated about RAC. I don't think that there has been truly balanced representation, particularly, I represent environmental organizations, so I'm really speaking for our community. I don't think that there has been balanced representations on it for some time. And when the change was made to change the entity from the Water Resources Advisory Coalition to the other one, the one that operated outside of the Sunshine, I went to the RAC and I raised very serious objections to that. I think that it has to do with the specifics of the Sunshine Law. So under the Sunshine Law, advisory bodies to an entity such as yourselves are required to operate in the Sunshine. The one exception to that, or one exception to that, is for fact-finding purposes. So fact-finding is not opinion stating, it's not policy, it's not what I'm doing right now, is absolutely not fact-finding. It's for a very specific purpose. Like, envision a school board that has identified 20 sites for a potential school. They have certain criteria that have to be met. They convene a group to go ahead and evaluate all those schools and say, which ones meet our criteria? Which ones are the minimum size, have the stormwater, have the transportation infrastructure? Okay, it's numbers 1, 6, and 9. We'll go forward with those. That is a fact-finding body. Just stating opinions, policy advocacy is absolutely not fact-finding, and I don't think it complies with the Sunshine Law. to have it operate outside of that. So I think that the model that you were last left with, I think is inextricably flawed and cannot be repaired in such a way as to really comply with the requirements of the law. I mean, I agree. The Recreation Board seems like it serves very valuable purposes. The number one thing that seems great about it to me is that it's not limited to certain representatives. Anyone can come and participate. That's great. You know, if other special interest groups like the environmental community want to meet together, I think that's a great opportunity too. And if the district wants to support that by providing staff for those purposes, then that's even better. But I think that this board, I mean, you guys are new and you realize there's a lot for you to learn. I think that the workshop setup that you established yesterday was fantastic. I think that the resources should be devoted, or especially in the short term, to briefing you all and the public in an open forum, because that provides the very absolute best opportunity for input, because you are all hearing the same thing at the same time, hearing all of each other's questions and the questions from the public, and the dialogue that occurred yesterday was just fantastic. So I urge you to go in that direction. And, you know, perhaps consider moving forward some, you know, special groups, or if you actually need a specific fact-finding body, convene one to find actual identified facts. But what was happening before was not that, and so I think it was just way too fraught with potential legal problems for you to move forward in that way. So thank you again for the opportunity to comment, and look forward to see what you do with this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Bishop Wright with the Florida Airboat Association and the Sportsman's Trust Group. Congratulations on y'all's appointment, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I just want to say I've been to several RAC meetings, and I agree with RAC, because I think without RAC Rec stands alone and doesn't have the value that it has. But I just want to tell you, as someone who pretty much attended every Rec meeting, no matter where it was held in the state of Florida, I was there. So I can tell you that there's nothing like putting all the different recreational users in a room and working out the difference. We got a little saying in there, you know, it's an 80-20 rule. 80% of the time, everybody in that room is going to agree on something. 20% of the time, we're going to have to agree to disagree, because you ain't going to change some of our minds. But with that said, we worked out a lot of differences that wasn't brought here, that could get ugly at times. And I think all of us left that room, from stargazers to horseback people to hikers to hunters to boaters, no matter what they did recreational-wise, they left with a value and an understanding of what the other side enjoyed and what the other side has seen in it. And the other thing we all realized, there's not enough land for all of us to recreate on. And the sooner we all sit down at a table and we all work out our differences, the more land and the more opportunity we would have. And we created that. Rec got a lot done. What I also want you to understand is we worked together with each other. The sportsmen went out and built paddocks and redid the horse barn in Dupree. We got together and we marked trails for horsemen. The sportsmen went out and helped mark trails for the horse community. We helped, we worked out differences where hiking trails should be close to hunting trails. I invite all of y'all, any of y'all that would like to come out on May 11th. May 11th, we're going to remove some old fence posts and some fencing to make airboating safer on the Kissimmee River. We're planning to do that. That's one less thing staff has to work on. In 2 weeks, the airboating community and the Sportsman's Trust community is going to remove the third Coliseum from Conservation Area 1. The last two that we removed are probably well over $60,000. Is what it would have cost someone to come remove it. And the sportsman's community has done this, and has done this through working through RAC. So again, I don't think y'all can afford to lose this valuable resource. Thank you again.
Good afternoon. My name is Beth Lewis, and I'm the Freshwater Program Director for the Nature Conservancy Florida chapter. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on your appointment, and I'd also like to congratulate Drew on his appointment as well. So I'd like to just take a moment to introduce you very briefly to the Nature Conservancy. The Nature Conservancy has been involved in restoration within the South Florida water management ecosystem since 1974. And we facilitated key land acquisition for Everglades restoration, including the land that the EAA reservoir will be constructed upon. Now, I've been listening to the comments today. And I think that what is very important from the Nature Conservancy's perspective is whatever you want to call it, whatever the name you come up with it, whether it is a sunshine body or not, the key is for y'all to have a body that allows stakeholders to come together to discuss the diversity of opinions and viewpoints and issues that come before this board. They're complex. I wish that we could simplify them. I really, really do. But they're very, very complex. And it's really, really helpful, we believe, for the board in order to make informed decisions to have some kind of body that allows individuals to come together and to break down communication barriers in a way that public comment before the board cannot do. You should think of it as a tool in the toolbox. You're going to hear a lot of that mentioning of tools in the toolbox throughout your tenure here. You have your workshops, and I think your workshops are one valuable tool. But to have a body that is convened regularly, where you have the opportunity to have people come together. And I'm going to tell you, I've been working in Everglades restorations for 20 years. It's scary to think it's been that long, but it has. For people to come together and actually understand what each other is saying, it's very difficult to get people to do that. They come with very different perspectives, and it can take a while just to get a common language together for people. I'm going to offer you one other perspective. I am former Water Management District staff. I was an attorney for the Water Management District, and I also was your State Policy Bureau chief before I left to come to TNC. Now, under the original RAC, one of the things that happened was there was the constitution of subcommittees. And these subcommittees were incredibly valuable for tackling very particular issues. So, for example, under the Lake Okeechobee 2008 regulation schedule, you had a subcommittee here that the Army Corps of Engineers couldn't have to allow stakeholders to come together and work with staff and work with the public to really, work through these issues so that they could tee up key policy issues for the board to decide. So I just wanted to inform you that I thought that was really, really valuable from a staff perspective to actually get things, completed. So again, I want to thank you for your time, and I hope that you will continue to consider having some kind of advisory body. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, Gary Ritter with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. Very well said from Beth, and I feel like I almost need to give my salary today to Mr. Politis back there, if he's not already left, but because I couldn't articulate any better his opening comments concerning RAC. I am not a member of RAC, but our agency found that type of a forum extremely valuable. And although, you all had a great workshop, and I think the workshops are a great tool for you because you're a relatively new board, I think keeping the RAC in whatever form you want to keep it at does provide a balanced discussion and a balanced table. I think I've heard, I came to you the very first meeting, and I said agriculture wants to continue to be a partner with the Water Management District. We've been a long-standing partner. We've always had a seat at the table with you all. And I think Mr. Wagner, I think Ms. Meads, and then I believe Mr. Goss at the Senate subcommittee said everyone's going to have a seat at the table. Right now, I really don't see a seat for agriculture either up here, and if you get rid of RAC, you've actually got rid of a table that we considered a valuable seat for us to express our viewpoints as well. So I think it's very important that you consider keeping this type of forum. It's very valuable, And we would hope, again, since we support this greatly, we would hope that you would continue on with RAC as, in some form. Thank you.
Next, I have Pete Quashis, Todd Hallman, then Captain Andrews.
I'm Pete Quashis. Most of you know me as the Audubon of Southwest Florida advocate, but I wear some other hats. I'm a $1 a year man for the Stuck Foundation and president of the local chapter of the Isaac Walton League. And that's one of the things I could bring to the table at RAC. I've served on both the advisory committee and on the fact-finding operation. I resigned from the former because of sunshine, mostly because I had governing board, my life didn't get any better, calling me for discussion, and that would have put us in violation of sunshine. And I couldn't talk to my colleagues about things that were really important without feeling uneasy about it, knowing that this was an advisory body that was under sunshine and we shouldn't be doing that. So I love what we're doing. I think what your enthusiasm, your desire to gather knowledge, to get input from the public, to hold the workshops, which I think people are talking about tools in the toolbox, great tool. Let's do it. It's the kind of thing that we used to have before, and RAC was one of those things that facilitated it. We had the meetings, we went on field trips together. We got to meet people that we wouldn't have met otherwise. I mean, we would be sitting together and we formed those discussions and those opportunities. One of my friends yesterday said, I saw you sitting with the sugar lady. Yes, I sat with the sugar lady a lot, and I sat with my ag friends, and I sat with the environmental people. That was one of the beauties of RAC, is that we had these discussions and we had the opportunity. So I suggest that whatever format you take, you avail yourself of this tremendous body of experience and knowledge and enthusiasm that exists within this community, that want to make your job easier, that want us to get on pathways that for which there is a consensus. And yes, there's always going to be objections. I think exactly right. The fact that we're going to have people who want to ride their horses slow and people who want to gallop on the trail, they both want to get out in the field. And we want to get people on the water. We want to form that community that provides the public enthusiasm to provide the tax base and the political will to do what needs to be done. We've got a lot of work to do. It's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to take much longer than we hoped. And the results might not be exactly what we want, and they might not even be what we hoped for. But if the way to get moving forward on these activities is to get all of the people we can to engage whenever they can for as long as they can. So I'm looking forward to participating, whether I'm at the table or in the back bench or driving back and forth on my phone to the West Coast. I'll be there. Thank you.
Again, Todd Allman with Florida Sportsman's Conservation Association. I spoke earlier on this in item 9, and I thought it was pretty important to stick around, so I kind of put my day aside here and spent the next 4 hours here waiting to see if there was going to be any kind of action on this. But, I don't usually agree with TNC, but Beth did a great job, and I'm just kidding on that. But anyway, we do use the 80-20 rule a lot, and we'll work with them on that, so. But I think RAC is, to you guys, is another tool in the toolbox, Yesterday, you brought a brand-new tool in. You brought your workshop in, So now that we got the toolbox open and we got this new tool, let's not throw that old tool away. Let's take it out. As Mike Collins says, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Let's polish that tool up. It's your responsibility to do that. You have the choice of inviting 2 people to serve for you, volunteers, and then you have a whole we don't have it up there anymore, but you have a whole bunch of counties and municipalities and agriculture and everything else that you invite, that's separate from that. So that's just another tool in your toolbox that you can use and to help you, get the ball rolling and get started and get more educated as this time goes on. So thank you again.
After Daniel Andrews, I have Reynaldo Diaz and Richard Johnson.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to come up here and comment today, and thanks for encouraging the public to come up and comment throughout the agenda for today's meeting. Stakeholder input is critical for the Board for all the decisions you're going to make But I would caution you that self-selecting the stakeholders to make those comments on RAC can be a dangerous situation. It opens the door for a committee to become an echo chamber of the board's agenda, which doesn't accurately represent the overall public opinion. I've been involved with this issue for a little over 3 years now. We had over 30,000 of our members and supporters last year that helped get the EAA reservoir authorized in Washington by sending letters to the members of Congress, and I was never offered a seat on RAC. I think if you want to learn more about how this has operated in the past and what the deficiencies were, just go to the Water Management District's website and watch some of the old meetings. I think you'll get a pretty clear understanding of what was going on there and find some opportunities to make changes. I think that moving forward, whatever forum and however you all want to set it up, it should be open to all the public, not a select group of the public. I think everybody should have an equal seat at the table, whether you just learned about South Florida Water Management District the day before or you've been coming here for 30 years. I think everybody needs a seat at that table. And I think the board should look for opportunities to really get everybody involved, whether that's setting up meetings on weekends or evenings or whatever is going to work. I think the goal needs to be to bring as many different people to the table. That way you really do get a full perspective rather than just whoever you pick to sit on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So my name is Ronaldo. I'm your Lake Worth waterkeeper. I've been busy. I've been traveling around, so I haven't been here since this board took over. But I have been following along thanks to your awesome internet streaming. And I wanted to thank you because for the longest time, for years, and really one of the reasons why I even started Lake Worth Waterkeeper, we advocate for Lake Worth Lagoon and its watershed. But for many years, a lot of interests, a lot of agencies, this one included, would talk about the Lake Worth Lagoon kind of passing by as if it was like an obscure water structure. But this board really has kind of stepped up and started in the first meeting. I can remember, I think Jackie said, you talked about the lagoon as the northern estuary that it is, as opposed to just some other structure. So thank you, that's definitely very appreciated. Now about RAC, I can certainly appreciate the problems that were mentioned about limiting public participation when it comes to scheduling these kinds of meetings. And I know that's a problem with every government agency, really. And on its face, RAC does seem like a great idea to address this problem, but in reality, that was never reflected, right? So RAC was still limited to those who were invited at the table. And then the summary that was presented to the board acted as a middleman, if you will. And it really, what ended up happening was the opinions of many people who weren't sitting at that table, and even many people who were sitting at the table tended to get drowned out of those summaries and lost. I wish I had a silver bullet to address this problem, but there is no easy answer to creating the best, most effective public participation opportunity. You know, we have to live with that unfortunate fact that not everybody is going to be happy when we schedule these meetings. That is a limitation, but a great example of moving in the right direction, I think, as many have said, was the workshop yesterday and even today's meeting, in that you, the board, has been tremendously transparent. You have been asking great questions. You're even asking public speakers questions, which, believe me, for years, considering what we've had to deal with, that is just a massive improvement and cannot be understated how grateful we are of that. It's clear to me that your commitment to transparency is very genuine, it's very honest. So again, I just can't thank you enough. I also wanted to reiterate something that Lisa mentioned from ELC regarding the Sunshine Law. And that one thing that seems to be lost on many is that you need to consider is that changing the name of RAC did not exempt the RAC's actions from the Sunshine Law. It's really their actions that they did at the meeting that determine if they're subject to that law. And I can remember a specific example. I won't name names, but at the very first meeting after the name change, somebody literally said, now I know we're not allowed to advise the board, but I'm going to advise the board anyways, and then he mentioned his comments. So the danger is still there, and it's the actions of the board, so it's something to heavily consider when you're determining its future. Thank you.
Richard Johnson.
Governing Board, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you once again today. You've heard a lot of great input on this from the public and the private sectors, and just a couple of points that I'd like to reiterate. I think I'm the last on the list, so most everything I was going to say has been said. I do believe in Governor DeSantis' call for transparency and a new process, and I think that's why you're all here. And I think that new process, if you do not follow through with the governor and you do not follow through with the transparency, you're making a terrible mistake. I do understand. I'm not against anyone. I'm for everyone. And I think in order to do a good job with the input that you receive from the public, from the communities, from the groups, and from other cities and such, I think you need to hear from all of those and be able to weigh that information. What you did yesterday, I thought was fantastic. I thought it was a good use of your time, and I think it was a good use of my time. I'm not paid to be here either. I stepped away from my job and my career, my business, to be here for the last 2 days. And it's going to be a late night tonight by the time I get back as well. So I strongly encourage you to continue to gather that public input, but I am very concerned about the things that I've heard with the old RAC. And once again, whatever you call it, it doesn't matter. I do think it should operate under the sunshine. I think it's impending upon you, important for you to do exactly that. And I would encourage us all to sit down. The format that you used yesterday, with us all sitting on a level playing field and being provide input and ask questions and hear the questions that you're asking, I thought was outstanding. I would encourage you to do that same thing. Maybe we need to adjust the time a little bit so some other folks can join us at that very important meeting. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate what you do.
No further comments, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Jay. Thank you all very much. I'm going to lead this off, and then we'll come back to board discussion. And I just want to let everyone know I'm very supportive of RAC. I appreciate, Mr. Collins, you're getting up here and telling us about the goals, because I think those are admirable goals. I think the purpose, the mission of RAC is exactly what we should be looking to do. It's a great opportunity for our stakeholders to engage in dialogue with the governing board and with each other, with our staff, to let your hair down a little bit and be able to talk. I think that's good. It's also an opportunity for us to take a look at issues that we wouldn't normally. We can dig down, in greater depth, not to use a bad analogy in the water management world, but we can look at things. But I want to explore the current structure, because I've heard some things that do concern me, and primarily it's the fact that this board appoints members. And by definition, if we're appointing someone to be on the RAC, then we're being exclusionary. And you all heard us say up in Tallahassee, and said very plainly to the senators, we're going to make sure this board is not exclusionary, and we're going to make sure that there's a seat for every single person at the table. So I don't want to be party to anything that excludes people. Another reason I'm a little bit concerned with the appointment process is my reading of Florida law, and I'm not a lawyer, but it does lead me to conclude that appointed boards are subject to sunshine if they're providing any sort of recommendation. And I understand that we've called the RAC fact-finding, but I think it's sort of a semantic dodge. If it's fact-finding, that's one thing, but I've got a staff of almost 1,500 people here. They can find facts for us. I don't think that that's what we need. If we need to know what time the sun's coming up, that's a fact. But if it's not that, then it's more than that, and then I think it kicks off sunshine, and that's what I'm worried about, because I don't want to ask our stakeholders, who are going to all be volunteers, to be under sunshine. I don't think it's fair to them. It opens them up to the liability of fines or imprisonment if they violate that. And I think a lot of people, sunshine is very difficult. I've been on a council. Some of my colleagues here have been on council. Sunshine is difficult, and I don't think it's practical to ask you to be out in the field doing your daily lives and put you under sunshine. So I think we need to look at that, and we need to, I think with Ms. Cobb we can. I'd like to see RAC continue in some form where all the stakeholders can come in. And, you know, I don't know what we're going to call it, and I don't know what the structure is going to be, but we do need to have something for all stakeholders. I'm committed to it. I think the rest of the board is. We're not going to take any formal action on this today, but I do want to hear what all the governing board members have to say.
Okay.
Mr.
So absolutely, I from what I heard, starting with Lucky and everybody else, number one, there's no doubt that we need a forum like this. Now, one question that I had, Derek, how often did RAC meet? Every month? Okay, so they met every month.
Yes, sir.
And as far as when they came, I guess the member that from the governing board that sat on RAC would read the report from the previous RAC meeting?
Yes, sir.
Is that the way it worked? And so at that point, since it's a fact-finding body, or it was a fact-finding body, all they did was basically read whatever facts they found, correct?
Correct. They would
There was
essentially
never
summarize the discussion.
Right. So it wasn't like they were he was reading an opinion on behalf of RAC or a recommendation on behalf of RAC.
Correct. There was no vote taken. There was no essentially decided consensus. It was the board members' summary of what occurred at RAC and what they brought to the table.
Okay. So there's no doubt, you know, like somebody was saying earlier in one of the ones that came up, you know, a lot of people can't come up here during the day and express their opinions on some of these matters. So I think it's important that we keep that. Having said that, and I'm also I was somewhat, it was Gary Ritter's comment that he doesn't feel right now that ag has a seat in the table. And I'll reiterate what I've told Gary before, and I'm committed to making sure that ag will always have a seat on the table, Gary, so give us a chance. Don't prejudge us. Or at least don't prejudge me. But having said that, what does bother me is that it seems like there was a common denominator on the people that didn't like RAC, and it seems like there was a sector that was getting kind of pushed out of RAC. So whatever form it takes in the future, I think it's going to be up to make sure that not only do we have to include all stakeholders, but all stakeholders need to have a voice in RAC.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I echo your remarks that you made, and I'd like to add a few others. I think it's incredibly important that the stakeholders and the citizens in general have a voice, and I think that our workshop yesterday and our first two meetings have been an example of that. And I'm committed to having that continue and move forward. I think that there's a different component of the RAC, which is RAC recreation. And I think that group is just a group of dedicated sportsmen and who love Florida, who love the outdoors, and just come together to talk about how they can work together and how they can collaborate. And I think that seems to be a whole different approach to all the stakeholders who want to join in the conversation coming together. What I've observed in looking at some recorded meetings and what I've heard about the current RAC, I share some of your same concerns. Going forward, I would like to look at a new approach to this that is transparent, that is accountable. And there's a couple thoughts that I just throw out there for however we want to decide to do it. We could go with working groups in some capacity and invite everyone. We could do with ad hoc committees, ad hoc RAC that comes together for specific issues. And we could also encourage more citizen input and stakeholder input by email. And I know if they can't be here, they could always communicate with us either by our cell phones or by email. So I just throw that out there.
So I think I share a lot of the concerns that have been heard today from both our board members and from the people who are here. I want to start out with a comment that I've been incredibly impressed from the moment I've been to this district, with how many people show up for these meetings, how important it is to them, and how long they wait their turn to speak. I am totally sympathetic to the idea that there are certain people who are here with a prospective organization and they're paid to be here, which I also appreciate. Don't get me wrong, sitting in this room listening to us go back and forth for hours is not an easy task. But there are also people who are in the rec category, who are maybe in the small business category, who are, we're putting a serious onus on them to come here at 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, it's almost 4 o'clock now, and sit here all day long and take time out of their day to have their 120 or 180 seconds at the dais without really any back and forth. I can hear them come out of the gates speaking quickly because they're trying to get it all in. And I'm deeply sympathetic to it. I have to tell you that my initial, before I came here today to listen to everybody, I initially was not necessarily a RAC fan because I had this thing in my mind where I believed it to be a little bit like a private caucus where people were appointed and things were going on maybe in a way that perhaps they shouldn't be, or it doesn't look like they should be. And so for me, it was concerning. I have listened to everybody, and I've been very impressed, and I have been persuaded in a lot of ways as to what I think is a great benefit of having whatever you call it, whether it be a round table discussion of stakeholders. I do think that there are obviously some issues with the process in the past, and I don't know how, I'm not smart enough from a legal perspective yet, but I'm going to talk to Paul about it in terms of how we might be able to cure some of the issues. For instance, board members were appointing people who were stakeholders and by definition deselecting others to sit on RAC. Is there a way to have a process whereby a stakeholder simply can apply to be on RAC, and by virtue of signing a piece of paper that says I hereby apply to be on RAC, they are kind of automatically appointed to the board or to the RAC, to whatever, the round table? They automatically have a seat on the table. You want to be part of it, you're a stakeholder, you fill out an application, you sign the application, it is a ministerial appointment. There is nothing, no person we don't get to say, oh, you go or you don't go. If you fill the application out, you have a seat at the table. To me, if we can do that, I don't know if there are sort of legal implications to that, but if we can do that, that would make me feel much more comfortable with people who are quote unquote, appointed. They're basically, you're changing it from they've been appointed to they have filled out an application and therefore they're at the table. So that's one thing. Number two, I don't know how we can do this. First of all, I don't know who writes the summaries. I think previously it had been some board member who was assigned to sit over the meeting and write the summary. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, they may have had staff assistants, and
Okay,
that was
but-
up to the individual board member who was serving, but yes.
But that board member was effectively driving the train, whether the staff member had typed it up or suggested some language. It was ultimately approved by that board member. Is that correct?
That board member would then read the report or present the report to the governing board as a whole. So if you would consider that as an approval, then yes, that governing board member is the one that presented the report.
Is there a way, who authors that report? For instance, somebody has either sat in at the meeting.
I think Tia is saying that there was staff.
Staff.
That would be at the meeting.
Okay. Is it possible, from a legal or whatever it may be, to have a sort of round table like this where people who are stakeholders can come and speak with one another and it only be staff there and none of the board members?
all options are available to the governing board.
It's really up to you on this subcommittee. So you could do it that way or a different way. You could have your own subcommittee. I mean, it's really up to the board on how you want to structure any kind of engagement.
And we can evaluate different options and present those to you.
Are the meetings, I'm hesitant to use the word rack because some people either love that word or they just totally hate the word. But these roundtable discussions, were they live streamed?
Yes.
Okay.
Just like this.
Oh, that's comforting. I heard that some of the summaries that were written, ultimately, some of the people who were at the meetings did not agree with the summary that was presented. Is there an opportunity to provide people who have shown up at these meetings an opportunity not to write some sort of, book on it, but simply to say, we object?
Again, I think it's whatever process the board sets up.
Okay.
So we'll need to look at all the various options, what the benefits are, what the drawbacks are, and present a suite of options where you balance those benefits.
Yeah, because I don't want to open it up into some sort of, something that never ends and we go down some rabbit hole.
But an opportunity for input.
Yeah, for
on the
somebody
draft.
or for somebody simply to say we object or we dissent to this particular report, so that at least you know that who is saying they don't feel like they've been either properly represented or their opinion has been taken, and then that would perhaps give us an opportunity to direct staff or whomever to meet with that person to say, well, what do you think? Where's the shortcoming here? How have you been slighted or whatever it may be? Because I have heard everybody, and I am totally compelled and persuaded by the fact that these things have value and they're meaningful to a lot of different people. But I do think we need to tweak some of the current procedures to turn it, because I am troubled by the fact, I never heard the Sunshine Law situation. To me, you're not, the reports, the prior reports, if you just had to look at them objectively, in my opinion, it doesn't say on this date so-and-so stood up and testified and said X, Y, Z. You are at some level making okay, you might be making some finding of fact, but in reality, you're given a recommendation at some level, implicit or explicit. And so I am a little bit troubled by that. I don't know whether you can have these roundtables change appointments to simply applications where people can automatically have a seat at the table, and now you're outside that situation legally and not put us in any sort of gray area. I don't want to be in a gray area on it. Those are my comments, and you can take them for what you will.
I sat on the rack early on in my time. I'm sorry. And it's of great value. I like to tell people my voice is like this from toxic algae in 2016. So I'm serious. That's when I started having problems with it. Now I'm full-time on allergy stuff. So I apologize. I don't know why it won't go away. So anyway, the rack is awesome, okay? It is awesome, but it's like I think Mike said earlier, Mike Collins, it's only as good as the people up here. Not everything is only as good as the people up here. And it takes a lot of checks and balances. I think that our chair was awesome in what he wrote and said, and I'm in total agreement. And I'm also wishful that it would continue, but I think you'd have to have not totally, but many new rules. For instance, I think it's just like politicians. You have term limits. I think you should only be allowed on it for a certain period of time. I don't think you should be allowed on it for, 20 years or 15 years. And there just has to be some kind of checks and balances on it. And before I totally go hoarse, I think that Newton's, I love this word, the RAC rec, isn't that what it's called? The RAC rec, I think that should continue, starting right now, that we should allow that to continue while we figure out what to do with the traditional RAC.
So I'm not a statistician, but I know this. We represent 8.1 million people. If we all appoint 2, and then the chairman gets to throw in a couple more, what little I do know about statistics is that 20 is statistically insignificant in relationship to 8 million. And I also know from the book called Tuesday with Morries by Mitch Ablum that life is about relationships. So we hear that you enjoy getting together and having this meeting. I agree with the chairman. I don't want to appoint 2 people. I think anyone who wants to come should come and talk through the issues and problems, and that's all I have to say.
I would agree with everybody's comments up here. I think that clearly it's it or one form of it is a avenue that we need for stakeholder input. I think we also have to acknowledge, as we learned yesterday, last night, that there are only so many hours in a day, and we can't talk about all the issues. And in fact, we shouldn't be. We should be more focused at a policy level. So I think one form of these stakeholder groups is important, and I think it would be helpful to get some ideas on what those forms would be on from staff, and also to the extent that staff needs to sit on yet another engagement body, that we use staff's time efficiently as well.
I do have one other thing to say. The Sunshine Law is a real burden. It is a heavy weight and a real burden, and I would rather also that there is a way that RAC is not under, or whatever this group is not under Sunshine. I wanted to have dinner with all of these guys last night. I think we might have been at the same hotel. I don't know, because we hid from each other.
Thank you. So what I think I'm hearing is we'd like to ask staff, we'd like to keep some sort of RAC going. Whether it's called RAC or not, I don't know, but it will be an opportunity for stakeholders to come and have roundtable discussions. The structure of it is up in the air right now, and we'd like to ask staff to give us some recommendations to bring that structure to make sure that it's consistent with all Florida law, so that no one's going to get into trouble inadvertently, and so that it's useful to the stakeholders, so that it's useful to us. I mean, that's really what we're looking for. And is that something, Mr. Bartlett, that makes sense?
Yeah, we'll explore all options within the law, whether it's Sunshine, whether it's not, how to get people together to make sure we have engagement. We can do that.
Great.
Did you, I heard a couple of, you got it?
The RAC Rec?
Yeah.
Is that where you're going?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so RAC Rec meets quarterly, is not appointed, is not subject to Sunshine, and from what I understand, the recreation community is very important to staff here and to the recreation community, and if we can keep that going right now, that would be great. Mm-hmm. So is that something that everyone's happy with?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Do you need a motion on that?
I don't know.
I don't think we do.
No?
All right.
Okay.
No motion.
All right,
No.
we'll keep
All
that
right,
going.
attorneys say no.
All right.
Is Newton still here?
Yeah.
Newton, you can go kill your ducks.
All right.
All right.
Just want to make sure Newton's okay with that.
All right. All right. Next, number 27. We're going to talk about the EAA and stormwater treatment area. And before we do, we received a letter yesterday while we were going into our lengthy workshop from Florida Crystals, and I'd like to read a part of that letter. It was addressed to Mr. Bartlett, and it was copied to all the board. I'd like the public to be able to see it if they'd like. So I don't know how we could figure that out, but if somebody wants a copy of it, we'll figure out a way to make it public. And it's from Florida Crystals, as I said, signed by Alfonso Fanjul and J. Pepe Fanjul. And the first part of the letter gives sort of a background of their relationship with the Water Management District and working with us in their operations. And the pertinent paragraph I'd like to read to you as we go into this next section is the third to last paragraph, and it says, "Furthermore, to be clear, as we have communicated to the current administration as well as to the prior administration, you have our commitment that if construction of the reservoir is accelerated, we will transition land covered by this lease as needed by the South Florida Water Management District for construction of the EAA reservoir project." So I take that as very good news, and I'm very appreciative of Florida Crystal saying, basically, if we're moving ahead of schedule and ahead of that lease they currently have, they're not going to get in the way. They're going to give the land back to us, and I will defer to Ms. Cobb as to understanding if that's my interpretation is accurate, but I'm just reading the words there, and that's what the words say to me. So that gives me comfort, and I'm appreciative of that. Mr. Bartlett, do you have anything you want to say on that?
No, I mean, I view it as a commitment to make sure that as I drive John hard to get the project going and everything, he knows that as soon as he's ready to get onto the land and for whatever he needs, we've got their commitment to come to the table with us, with DEP, with whoever, is really needing to move forward and make sure that we have that access. So I see it the same way, sir.
Great. Yes.
Drew, have they made contact? Because they mentioned in the letter that they have talked to staff. I think, don't they mention in the letter?
They've talked to the administration.
Administration, who have they?
Well, I know they've talked to me and they've talked to Noah.
Oh, they have.
I really can't tell you who else they've talked to, but they've
Okay.
certainly engaged, and it's not inconsistent with what they've told me.
All right, okay, that was my question. Then from what you've spoken with them directly, that's basically what they have said, is that if it needs be, they will go
That's right.
over and above what they have on the lease, and if they need to turn it over to us, they would.
Right. So we'll continue to engage as John gets everything ready to make sure that we have that working relationship so that they will allow us to access the land to build whatever, explore whatever we need to do.
Okay.
Mr. Lopich?
Mr. Bartlett, just because I sold real estate for many years.
Right.
And, it's all in the contract. It's all in the writing. A verbal offer means nothing. So, I mean, the letter is great, but are there things that back that up with the legal staff to support what you've just said?
If you read the lease, it does not have what's contained in this letter. Okay, so the lease has specific exit criteria, which we'll go over in this presentation. And so if there becomes a conflict between that and our ability to move forward, at least we have a commitment that they will work on it, and that they have told us, and Noah will actually be involved as well at DEP, is that they'll work with us to get access to the land.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Mitnick and Mr. Collins, you're up.
All right. Afternoon. So this presentation is actually going to be a team effort. I'm going to kick it off and talk about the Central Everglades project and then the stormwater treatment area, and then I'm going to turn it over to Colonel Kelly, and he's going to talk about the Corps' participation in the project and the reservoir construction itself, and then Mr. Collins will talk about the lease termination provisions that Mr. Bartlett just referred to. So with that, Central Everglades project. It is the project that Congress authorized and the President signed back in October of last year. It consists of a number of construction features here in the Everglades agricultural area. Here in the northern portion of Water Conservation Area 3A, as well as we've talked a lot about some of those features over the last 2 days here in the southern portion of Conservation Area 3A. So that is in total what the Central Everglades project consists of. So specifically today, I'm just going to focus on, in this presentation will focus on those constructed features within the Everglades agricultural area. The first one that I'll touch on is the canal conveyance improvements. We talked a lot yesterday about the ability to convey water from Lake Okeechobee down through the canals, the Miami and North New River canals, to the southern portions of the EA for treatment and subsequent conveyance down south through the Everglades. So this portion of the project is looking at both of those two canals, here the Miami River and here the North New River, and being able to improve the capacity at which they have currently to convey water. Nominally speaking, what the Central Everglades project that was authorized discusses is improving the North New River conveyance some 200 cubic feet per second, or an additional 200 cubic feet per second beyond what it already has. And then the main improvement would be along the Miami Canal over on this side, roughly an additional 1,000 cubic feet per second for that conveyance improvement. To date, what your staff, have been doing since the authorization of the project last year, we have contracted with our consulting community. We have performed geotech and are still continuing to perform survey analysis along those two canals and rights of way to establish the boundary conditions and any infrastructure and utility easements, et cetera, that may be within those rights of way that we would have to address when we go in and widen or improve or deepen those canals. So that work has been underway for some time. We've already got some initial results back from the geotechnical investigations. As we continue to collect that survey information, we will then use all of that information over the coming months to start the hydrologic and hydraulic modeling as to how much and how wide, how deep the canal may need to be improved. One concept that you'll hear about is a staggered improvement, so to speak, that when you're up here closer to the southern end of Lake Okeechobee, especially on the Miami Canal, there's a lot of infrastructure up in that area. So there may be nominal or minimal improvements to canal up there, because as you go farther south is when you'll need more and more conveyance capacity, and the canal may get wider and wider as you go farther south. So that's something we still have to work through, and that's what we're currently underway and doing right now. So the next feature that everybody focuses on that is within the Everglades agricultural area is the actual reservoir and stormwater treatment area. It sits roughly on this 16,000 acres of land right in here, sitting just to the west of the existing A1 FEB and just to the east of the existing Miami Canal running along here. The reservoir itself is roughly 10,500 acres in size, store about 240,000 acre feet, 23 feet deep on that property. The stormwater treatment area, which I will focus on, is located immediately to the west, right here between the reservoir and the Miami Canal, sitting on roughly 6,500 acres of that parcel. So as I said, I'll focus specifically on the stormwater treatment area. What you see depicted here on the left-hand side of the screen is the conceptual layout that was identified in the authorizing documents that Congress authorized. So what your staff has been doing since January of this year, we've been going through a number of iterations of the conceptual layout of that stormwater treatment area. And while what you see depicted on the screen is good for the authorizing documents, once you get into the devil in the details and actually designing a stormwater treatment area, we're going through and we're looking at things such as what you see here. There's 4 treatment cells associated with that STA, roughly 2 flowways. The way it was set up was that water would come out of the reservoir and discharge into one flowway to the north, come out of the reservoir and discharge into one flowway to the south, be collected over here on the western side of the project, and then make its way down and subsequent discharge to the Miami Canal down here. So one of the first things that we are doing and have been doing since January of this year is revisiting that layout. Maybe it's just 2 very large treatment cells, or maybe it's 6 treatment cells with 3 different flowways. Maybe the water's flowing from north to south instead of east to west. So those are the things and the activities that we have been engaged in since January of this year. We have a consultant on board helping us with that evaluation. In addition to that, we are actively and aggressively coordinating with the Corps of Engineers with site investigations for the reservoir. We have undertaken a number of those investigations and geotechnical surveys of the reservoir site. The Corps of Engineers is getting ready to come down, I think, later this month, and maybe the Colonel will discuss this a little bit more in his discussion, to do some additional test pits and investigate the geotechnical strata underneath the reservoir site itself. So as far as a timeline, I'll kind of break it up into those actions by the South Florida Water Management District, and then I'll turn it over to Colonel Kelly to talk about the actions on the federal side, so to speak. For the design concepts, I'll give you 2 analogies. Just last month, the governing board voted and awarded the final contract for the C-43 reservoir project. In that presentation, what you heard is the project approach or the implementation methodology that we took in delivering that project for the citizens of South Florida was we broke it up into several different construction contracts. You heard of a construction contract for the 2 pump stations. There was a site clearing, vegetation clearing, tree clearing contract associated with. There was a contract for access roads across the site. All of that effort in order to expedite the project such that when the main construction contract came in that the board just voted on, then all of that stuff is out of the way and that contractor could just focus on the meat of the job in building the reservoir embankment. We're looking at doing a similar thing for the stormwater treatment area. So we're looking at those individual early start contracts, those quick, easy, low-hanging fruit, things that we can get going and up and running as quickly as possible and start that construction while we're getting into the real design of the water control structures, laying the rebar, the concrete, designing the levees, how tall they need to be, doing the wave run-up and wind setup analysis on freeboard for those levees to make sure that that water is contained within the project site. So that's one component of it. The other component I'll touch on is Stormwater Treatment Area 1 West. As part of that expansion for STA 1 West under the Restoration Strategies Program, it was a very accelerated time frame in which this agency had to deliver that project. We were under a consent order with Department of Environmental Protection that had very tight time frames. From when we had to start design to when we had to start construction and then get the facility into operation. In all, that time frame was roughly 18 to 24 months. There were some upfront land acquisition issues that I won't get into, but suffice it to say it was a very aggressive schedule. So what we were dealing with there is constructing a stormwater treatment area, roughly 4,700 acres in size, in the Everglades agricultural area. So you're digging through the muck, you're blasting rock, and you're digging canals within the EAA. It's something this agency is very good at. We've been doing it for a number of years. We've constructed 60,000 acres, give or take, of stormwater treatment area in the Everglades agricultural area. This particular STA, as I said, sits on 6,500 acres of land, so it's slightly bigger than the 47 in 1 West, but you're building an STA in the EAA, you're dealing with the muck, and you're digging through the cap rock and blasting the lime rock. So looking at that very aggressive delivery schedule we had to go through in STA 1 West, we're using that exact same approach and that mindset, that leaning forward attitude to deliver the stormwater treatment area associated with this project. Along those lines, we've got to obviously get permit authorizations from the regulatory agencies. There's a permit application that needs to be presented to the Department of Environmental Protection, and they need to issue us a permit. There's also a permit application that needs to be applied to the Corps of Engineers under the 404 program. And once we receive those permit applications, and hopefully we'll be looking to submit the first of those permit applications within this quarter of the year. Once we receive some of those permit applications, then we'll be moving forward with the construction of those pieces. As I said, we'll be breaking up the construction into a couple different pieces, and the first of which we'll hopefully be applying for those permits this quarter and getting that underway and getting that moving. So with that, I will turn it over to Colonel Kelly, and he can discuss the reservoir and the Corps' actions. Sir?
Right. Excellent. Do I click something here?
No, you gotta do this.
Oh, yeah, okay. So for the stormwater treatment portion, and I guess I'll just kind of highlight a little bit of what I'm going to talk about in a second anyway. So decided to kind of orient this similarly to the way we've done other things like C-44 in the past. So stormwater treatment area, obviously, that's the South Florida Water Management District, and that's going to be to execute as John just talked about. We are going to start working and are currently working on design activities for the actual reservoir, and I think is it 4,500 CFS? 4,500 CFS pump. So that's kind of how we're divvying it up. As of right now, we are fully committed to everyone's efforts to expedite this. We have an authorized project. That project had some initial conditions from the Assistant Secretary from Civil Works, where we had to answer some questions that would get to the fidelity that we would do in a normal feasibility report. What I can tell you is that our engineers and your engineers are sitting next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, and doing everything concurrently as we move forward, and we see no showstoppers. So we are going to be able to execute, and we will do everything we can to expedite any PPCAs, the cooperation agreements to begin construction, and expedite any permitting activities that we have. We have to deal with the National Environmental Policy Act and NEPA as we go forward with the project holistically. That is something that we have been challenged to do, specifically because at the first, once the 203 was actually completed, we had some questions on the design to validate the footprint. So in order to ensure that the reservoir and everything could fit exactly as was articulated in the 203. I could say that we're very, very close to being able to say that's pretty solid. We've done very well with seepage analysis just recently, and we're going to come to finally complete that. So it looks very, very promising that the footprint, as indicated in the 203 report, is going to remain, which will allow us to then look at NEPA as a whole for the project. And then so I already hit the highlight of the first one. So we've got the reservoir and the pump. We're working to continue that geo and H&H analysis as we go forward. The initiating phase 2 geotech investigations, what I'm trying to express there is we're doing concurrent activities as much as possible, and we're already, moving down the road in the design phase. John already mentioned we're starting to begin site surveys and fully committed to going forward. So I will pause right there for questions.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to talk about the lease in a few minutes, and there's a 2-year period of time where, anyway, I was asking staff about the 2-year period of time. How long do you think it will take the Corps to have all of your activities completed so that construction can begin?
So that's a challenging question to answer. When we first initially discussed this, and on January 20th, I believe, the Secretary sent back to Congress an initial report. Our analysis at that time was to answer all of the congressional questions that came with the authorization was going to take us about 19 months. And that was to figure out simple things, like, is there a seepage problem? What is the certified cost? Getting the NEPA done, Those types of issues that we would normally have done in the feasibility, if we were to do the feasibility report, we would do the report, it would go get authorized, those questions would be answered, we moved to the next phase. So we initially came out with a 19-month schedule. And that raised a lot of questions, and what I can say now is that we're calling that report, we're calling that final initial, or that final report back to Congress, we're just calling it a follow-on report. So the Secretary has said unequivocally that there are no showstoppers that are foreseen, and that we would move forward with an authorized project to continue, which enables us to continue all of our activities. You know, we would call them pre-engineering design, but it's design, right? So we're continuing design activities starting now, and then we're answering questions as we concurrently execute the designs. We're going to have some issues as we go through with NEPA and how we look at it holistically. We are advancing every opportunity to get PPCAs done for pieces and parts, as John suggested. So if there's a piece of it that we can start now, that we have coverage on because we have some NEPA coverage for the flow easement basin, then we'll get those done as quickly as possible so we get to turning dirt quickly. For the bigger portions of that, it's probably going to take closer to spring of 2020 to get the full-on NEPA for the entire project. I'm sorry, ma'am.
But there's a possibility that you could be ready sooner than 19 months?
We're gonna be able to start executing pieces of it earlier than 19 months.
Okay.
So each time we get a recommendation or a permit or something that we're ready to go, as an example, we know we've got to do some efforts in the canals because that's going to convey the water. So in some of those, we already have some NEPA coverage already, so we could potentially execute a pre-partnership agreement, a PPCA, that will allow the South Florida Water Management District credit for funding on the back end, assuming everything's good. So we will take those in pieces and parts and move forward. We've got a couple that we're trying to set up in order to do that. So we will be able to take pieces of this, and it's not completely, wait 19 months and then we do something after that 19 months.
And my final question
Yes, ma'am.
is, having that land being farmed, will that hamper or slow down? So if you were ready in 15 months, would you need the land then? Or will having it farmed for 2 years, under contract for a certain 2 years, could you be ready sooner than 2 years to actually access the land and get started? That's okay. I take that as a yes.
If we get the permits from the Corps, we'll be ready to turn dirt, and we would need access to parts of the land.
And just to be clear, so the design portion of the reservoir itself, that we're talking about, taller than Herbert Hoover Dike. So it is going to take some time. The initial scope, I think, was about 3 years. We think we can pull that back, and we're already working together to be able to pull that design phase back. Obviously, funding dependent in certain cases, but it's going to take us a little while to get the design done to be able to do the major construction on the reservoir portion itself.
John, I'm sorry. John, permitting for the STA. So you have to go to Colonel Kelly, and you have to go to DEP, correct?
Correct. And then on that other slide, there was also another agency that has not a permit, but an approval, and that's the Department of Interior.
Are these permits I guess basically, is it just like documentation stuff, or are there plans involved, the actual plans of the reservoir, and they check the plans and you send it to them, and then they send it to you with comments, kind of what we're all used to when you send plans to a building department kind of thing. Is it more or less?
Correct, it is like that. There would be plans and specifications that go with that, as I talked about, at least for the stormwater treatment area, when we break it up into those different construction contracts, whatever that construction contract was doing, and I'll say site clearing and grubbing, vegetation removal, there would be a plan sheet that laid that out that would have to be submitted to that regulatory entity for them to review.
And in your timeline, and I imagine you have a timeline for this project, how much time do you give to acquire the permit from DEP, and how much time do you give to acquire the permit from Colonel Kelly?
Obviously, that varies with the complexity
Don't
of
look
the
at
project.
don't look at the Colonel. I know he's intimidating, but don't look at him.
Or DEP.
DEP, I think we have a hookup with DEP, so we'll do that. We'll
Right.
deal with that one.
So a lot of it, as you go forward and you implement these kinds of projects, a lot of those activities go hand in glove. In other words, they can't give me a permit until I get the design done. So we've got to get the design done as quickly as possible to be able to provide them the level of information that they need in order to issue that permit. As I said, overall, if it was just one single construction contract, then that's that 18 to 24-month time frame. That's what we did with STA 1 West. But we're going to break it up so there'll be little pieces of it that, as the Colonel said, that we can move forward on, that they already have the NEPA coverage for, that it's just a matter of getting our design consultant to produce those plans and specs in relatively short order, and hopefully we'll be moving out on that first permit application this quarter.
And sir, I'd like to just add that not every piece and part requires a 404 permit. So there are areas where we've already issued permits, or we've determined that there is no Army permit required.
Okay.
So again, it's how these things get sectioned and the sequencing of those that's going to be critically important.
I guess what I would like to ask on behalf of John and his people, Colonel, is that the Corps designate a person that would be the one person that we submit the plans to. As we all know, problems happen a lot of time with plans is we send them in the first time, they come back with comments. When we send them the second time, they go to somebody else because that person's either on vacation or they left or they're not there. So now you got a different set of eyes and you have whole new comments. And this creates huge delays. So I think if we could have, if John knows that he's going to deal with the same person for each of all these number of permits that we have, I think it'll go a long ways to be able to streamline it and expedite our process. So I would ask you respectfully that if that's possible, if you can do that, that I think that would help a lot.
Like the guy John needs to give it to is me, and
Oh,
so
great.
you're not
going
it's
anywhere.
expedited. I'm not going anywhere for a little while. So I may change in a while, but at least for a couple of years, you're good.
Thank you very much, Colonel.
I had a question about that also. I think you may have just answered it. When we submit our plans to you for permitting, does all of it stay with your office, or is there another office that it goes to and comes back, or is it's in your purvey and you are the one liaising with John directly on all the design?
We do that, but we obviously have our consultation requirements with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, with the EPA, with tribes. So we have to do all the normal consultation that's required for any kind of permitting action.
Okay, so when we submit the design and plan to you, it's not as simple as you saying, this looks good to me.
Correct.
And sending it back to John.
Correct.
It's got to go through a variety of different.
Right.
Are those people committed? Have you talked to those people to commit to you that they are also on the expedited track for this particular reservoir? Because you may be on the expedited track, and I appreciate that, and I totally accept that as true. But you don't control, unfortunately, the other entities that you've got to go to. And have they also said to you, we're committing to expedite this thing?
Sir, I think you laid it out earlier in kind of your reaction to one specific species, right? So everybody's got a dog in the fight, and as we go through this process, certainly the entire, I'll just speak for the federal family right now, and Adam can punch me if I make a mistake, but everyone is committed to the restoration effort. And we're all looking at it through perhaps a different prism, but it is very, very clear, from the state, from Congress, that this effort is necessary and necessary now. So I think we've got commitment in that regard, and there is no doubt that we are going to run headlong into a specific issue, that we're going to have to, overcome that hurdle or blow through that obstacle as an engineer. That's what I'd say. We got to dynamite our way through that obstacle. But we'll do that. And that's why the timelines kind of sound really long. But when I talk about the reservoir and I talk about the EA project, the thing I keep saying is, it's still going to be the tallest thing in Florida. It's going to be 37 about feet in the air. It has huge safety, risk, and analysis that needs to be done. And we are going to do what the Corps always does. We are going to be very, very diligent about doing all that. Yeah. In the meantime, we're going to do all the consultation necessary to get it done. And right now, we see those things happening concurrently. And I will continue to press our teams in every way possible to sequence some of those events so we can get the things that we can get done early. Let's get moving. Let's get the things we can get done and get after it.
John, in terms of our having something tangible that I can look at, is it possible to break down the overall project? I'm assuming somebody's done this before. We're not going to start piecemealing it from the hip. But is it possible to set forth the multiple sub-projects that you're looking at and the ones that you think will be fast-tracked earlier than the other ones, and the ones that will be later, and what our prospective idea is on timing for that, with some sort of column as to design and plans have been submitted, permit has been issued, that kind of check things, so at least visually we can sort of look at a sheet or two and have an idea as to A, what those sub-projects are, B, the sum of the sub-projects equal the whole project, obviously, and then C, where each of those sub-projects are on the timeline. Is that possible to do?
Yes, it absolutely is. Okay. I mean, I've mentioned it a couple times, and the easiest low-hanging fruit is site demolition work. We've already started that process.
Okay.
One of those very low-hanging fruit is site demolition, vegetation clearing. It was one of the things we did right away on the C-43 reservoir. It's something that needs to be done for this project as well. But the meat of what you're really asking about will come together over the next 45 days in that conceptual layout of the STA that I had described. Once we get that conceptual layout and determine for sure, is it those 4 treatment cells, or is it broken up a different way? Is the levee here or is the levee there? Once we solidify that over the next 40 to 60 days, then we'll be able to really get into what you're asking.
That puts the other pieces of the project. It's the first piece, and then once you've got that in place, the boundaries and where you're going next.
Correct,
Okay.
absolutely. And the Corps of Engineers will be part of that discussion as we lay out the whole project.
And sir, just to add, so in order to do that, recently, it wasn't too long ago where we finally came together and decided, okay, who was best fit to do what part? So the fact that we're now doing the actual reservoir portion, and I do want to make clear, because I think I just said subject to funding, we don't have any 2020 budget funding for that yet, but we're trying to work through that, so we may have to come back and potentially ask for some funding if necessary to do things like send it out to an AE contract or something of that nature. But we're not at that point yet. So we've kind of started breaking some of this up into a longer-term schedule, and in about 60 days or so, we should be able to lay that out.
And I don't mean to put any more onus on the people that work at this particular district, but is there something that we can be doing to help you that we are not doing right now? Is there something additional that we can take off your plate, taking into consideration all the things you do as well, that we can help do and expedite it, even if it was not something that we traditionally handle, but something we could handle to help move it forward?
So I think, so one of the things, as I just kind of briefly mentioned, and I'm the new guy here, so my understanding is typically we work, the Drews are new. So the typical mode is, we in most cases do work in kind credit. And usually there isn't a dollar value that's passed back and forth or cash up front. Perhaps in this case, if we get far enough along the line in design, perhaps if we don't have the budget funding at that point, perhaps that's some funding that could happen. Otherwise, it's as simple as, let's make sure we are being clear in our plans and specs in terms of each of the permits, our activities, and how we break it up. And what I can tell you is there is no daylight between us in trying to do that right now, so nothing else.
And I would respectfully request that if anything comes up in the future that you think we can help you with in terms of easing your burden or getting something off of your shoulders and put onto ours, just please ask.
Yes, sir, absolutely. I mean, I think we've got a good delineation of roles and responsibilities going forward right now. I think we're streamlining and making it as efficient as we can. I have no doubt there will be hiccups where we'll have to come back and readjust, but I will be here for the board. I'll be here for Drew and John and the entire team to try to overcome any of that as we go forward.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair. So John can break down, Mr. Wagner, all the components for you, and the clearing and grubbing is obviously the first thing that we could get done and apply for a permit quite soon. I have glanced at timeframes along those lines for this project, and it seems that nothing can start breaking ground until we have the permit. That's kind of the federal permit and the state permit, but it's the federal permit I'm concerned about. Because that NEPA analysis has to get done.
But this is the permit that comes from the Colonel's?
That's right.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yep. And so
it's not like that's not another separate permit situation.
Right. So while John may submit the permit this quarter, I don't think you can act on issuing the permit until the NEPA analysis is done, and then there's also just the regular permit review.
Who does the NEPA analysis, and forgive me, what does it mean?
That's fabulous question. Colonel?
Oh, gee, thanks. Okay. So, I mean, the NEPA analysis is making sure that it's in the federal interest and meets environmental compliance or for the action. So if we take out
it's a yes and a yes.
What's that?
It's a yes and a yes.
A yes and a yes.
I mean, isn't it that simple?
Right. Yeah, no doubt. But for something as complex as this, right, it becomes challenging on a typical permitting action, right? We look at where it is. Does it affect certain things? Does it require consultation with the tribe? Yes, no. Does it require additional invasive species, or not invasive species, but endangered species? Thank you. So each of those steps potentially take, a long time, depending on the complexity. Now you're looking at something that is, this size with this scope for, there is an argument that has the NEPA analysis has to be 100% completely done for the entire thing. with everything analyzed, with every model possibility run for the entire thing before we can even start doing anything. And then there's some parts of this that you could look at as distinct elements. And we have certain coverage that we did when the flow easement or the flow equalization basin has some coverage. So I know that's ugly, and it doesn't answer your question, but we are fighting through that quickly because there's negotiation with the federal agencies on, what is good enough at what stage in terms of modeling runs and effects and all that kind of stuff.
All these different federal family, I think, as
Yep.
you called it,
Yes, sir.
all these different agencies, each one of them has to sign off and bless the NEPA analysis?
If it affects their area.
Do they self-decide whether it affects their area?
Together we decide.
Okay.
I mean, they get an opinion in their area, and we get to acknowledge their opinion. We get to put it out for public comment, and the public comment is the other critical piece of this whole thing too. So each of these has to go to public comment. We receive and address the comments. So it's not an if-then in almost every case.
But for the size, I understand
Right.
the size of this is large. But for that and other types of infrastructure projects, how long has this NEPA analysis lasted? Is it just a crapshoot, or is it something that you can say this?
It's specific. I mean, and that's why I'm saying it's going to take me to the spring of 2020 to get NEPA accomplished.
Did the A1 flow equalization basin have to go through a NEPA analysis? Yes. How long did that take?
I'd have to get back to you.
If memory serves, it is along the lines of the 18 months that the Colonel had mentioned before.
Okay. Thanks.
Great. Anyone else have questions? Colonel Kelly, thank you very much for being here. Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds, thank you very much for your time yesterday and your time today. We really appreciate the partnership we have with the Corps.
And
John,
Colonel,
we're going to Steve, or you have more slides to do?
I do not.
I didn't think so.
Colonel, thank you so much. I just want to tell you the Army won the first Gulf War in 7 weeks. So I got faith in you.
We're still working on the second, ma'am.
In and out.
Good afternoon, Chairman Goss, governing board members. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to present to you today. I'm here to talk about the lease that has been signed and is in effect as of April 1st. As we all know, there are many provisions to a lease document. I'm just going to cover the key provisions, then we can discuss anything else you're interested in. The area covered in blue on this map is the area that is encumbered by the lease. It totals approximately 16,158 acres. There are 2 areas on the map. One is green and labeled parcel 2, and the magenta parcel labeled number 1. Those are not included in the lease, but they are owned by the district. Those are the rock quarrying and rock storage sites. In terms of the key terms of the lease, the commencement date of the lease was April 1 of 2019. Again, as I said, the 16,158 acres. That excludes the rock quarry and the rock storage areas. The initial annual rent is $1,615,800. That's $100 an acre per annum. That was determined based on an appraisal. There's an annual adjustment based on the producer price index. In this case, we're using the producer price index for raw cane sugar and sugar cane mill products and byproducts, not seasonally adjusted, for those who are interested. But with a not to exceed a 3% increase or decrease on an annual basis. If not terminated sooner, the lease expires on March 31, 2027. The tenant does have the right to ask for a 5-year lease extension, but that is awarded solely at the discretion of the governing board. I mentioned that if the lease is not terminated sooner, there is a termination provision in this lease. It's called the Notice of Termination, or the acronym of NOT. A notice of termination is issued by the executive director based on the following 3 factors. We have to have an executed contract approved by the governing board. The specific work and location defined in one or more of these executed contracts will include the day or dates upon which the lessee's occupancy and farming operations are to cease on each such field due to project construction incompatibility, and the district's determination of incompatibility must be consistent with the district needs for project construction as set forth in the construction contract. A notice of termination cannot be issued sooner than 20 months, earlier than 20 months from the commencement date of the lease. So December 1, 2020 is when we can issue our first notice of termination. The termination itself will be effective the sooner of 120 days from the issuance of the notice, the completion of the current harvest of crops existing in the field as of the date of the notice, or the lessee may elect to terminate earlier if than requested by the district if they so choose. Notices of termination are issued on a field-by-field basis. A field is 40 acres in size, and there is a field map attached to the lease. Once the field is removed from the lease, the district is responsible for managing the property in such a manner that it will not interfere with farming operations of the remaining leased fields. And this primarily pertains to water level control and exotic vegetation control. Other key terms to the lease that are important to the district its agents and Corps have the right to access the property with reasonable written notice for lease compliance inspections, investigatory purposes, and with the proviso that the district's access rights cannot unreasonably interfere with lessee's permitted use of the property. And what was intended by number 3 was if they're in a situation where we would like to come on the site on Monday to do some survey work and they happen to be burning that field on Monday, they find that burning may be incompatible with survey work, and they might ask us to wait a day until they finish their burning. The lessee has the right to terminate the lease in whole or in part with 1 year prior written notice. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Who's going first? Okay. So there are a couple of, can you back up one slide? I'm not an attorney, obviously. I'm a little concerned about the language in item number 3. I hear what you said is the intent, but I'm interested in how that could legally be interpreted, the word unreasonably interfere with the use of the property. And then go back one more. That seems all very complicated. Knots issued by field based on 40 acres in size. You're talking about 16,000 acres. That's a whole lot of knots. But and I'm not keen on the 2 years. On the back one more. On the we can't terminate. A notice of termination will not be issued earlier than 20 months. So I love this letter that we received, and I wonder if it would be possible to have a discussion with them to amend the 20 months in line with what they're saying here in the letter to make that formal. That's all I have.
Yeah, I would say that letter opens the door up for that conversation. Yep. And I think it's, we can use John's more detailed timeline as a basis for that conversation, right? Okay, we need it in 18 months, we need it in 15 months, we need it in 10 months, So, that'd be good to get together, share with you, and that's a good basis for that engagement.
I think you might want to talk to the lawyers about just signing it and sending it back.
That's right.
You read these things, and I just have to say it out loud, you sort of, raise an eyebrow, put your hand in the air, whatever it may be. As a lawyer, I did. You hear, we just talked about a 19-month plan that we hopefully can accelerate, and somebody has built a notice of termination into a lease not less than 20 months. a project that we've been waiting to do. It's been in the pipeline, as I understand it. It's not even on plum land for the people that we're leasing it to. So it's concerning to me. I think we've made a lot of headway, and I think the letter that we received last evening is promising, and I take it in good faith, and I believe it, and I believe it to be true, and I believe they will do that, and I think we should try to pursue these things, but it is concerning to me. I heard it, well, it's only a 20-month lease. It's not a 20-month lease, because if you go back a slide, it's an 8-year lease, right? And then it's an 8-year lease with a bunch of really, really litigious clauses built into the notice of termination as to when you can, what you can do and when you can do it and how you can do it. I'm curious why we did it.
At the time that we negotiated the lease, 2 years was the guidance I got from engineering and construction as to how long it would take them to be ready for construction. So,
well, why don't you just give them a 2-year lease? Why do you give them an 8-year lease with a litigious clause in there that, I mean, I'm asking this because it doesn't exactly say clearly, if you need it in 2 years, we're out. I mean, that can be built into a contract, I think, relatively simple. What's been done here is we've got a clause that is a litigatable clause. It is not a clear clause. It's a clause that's booby-trapped with a bunch of conditions that are difficult, you know, to extract from what you really want. What we want is the ability, I think what we want, if you ask me, is to continue to get paid on land we lease until we need the land back, and then we need to have some sort of immediate execution where the people will get off the land that we need. This doesn't really do that as far as I'm concerned, and if we didn't get the letter that we got last night, I would be deeply concerned that come time to issue these notice of terminations, somebody would say to you, sorry, you didn't do it the right way, or sorry, you didn't meet the conditions, or now you got to sue me, and next thing you know, you're caught up in litigation for years while this project that we desperately need, and everybody knows we desperately need, is stalled. So it is deeply concerning to me that we've got these clauses in here that are built in that don't really give us a clean out the way that they are, and it's concerning to me, and I think it frankly is very troubling to me.
okay, well, I don't have your experience in litigation, obviously.
You got a lot of scar tissue.
I'm sorry for that. At the time that we drew this up, we thought that there was value in having specificity such that when we meet these 3 conditions, it's over. And the conditions that we put together, we thought we could clearly define as part of our normal business.
Well, I mean, I think if you look at these conditions, for instance, you look at number 3, it says the district's determination of incompatibility must be consistent with the district's needs for project construction as set forth in the construction contract. It doesn't say in the sole subjective discretion of the district. That, to me, is a very easy clause to put into that particular notice of termination so that somebody else on the other side doesn't challenge our notice of termination and say, well, hang on, that's not consistent with your needs for the project construction. As set forth in the construction contract, I got to imagine that the construction contract is probably not a 2-page document.
Correct.
I got to imagine that it's a huge document with exhibits and schedules. It's like a lawyer's dream, right? And so when we right there, to me, we are leaving, and I just say this, you know, for we're here today, and so we can't, you know, in a lot of ways, we can't, you know, maybe we can, but I mean, I just, I have to say it out loud because in the future, we're going to have other lease contracts that we're entering into. And in those lease contracts, if we are to be the decider, we need to include a clause that says in our sole subjective discretion, which I see in a lot of contracts, but I don't see in this one. And it really leaves us exposed to a challenge. And from my perspective, I think it would be probably a challenge we would win in court. But our enemy is not the other, our enemy's time. Losing, winning in court 2 years later is not, it's a Pyrrhic victory. I mean, it's not what you want. What you want is to get the permit, and the minute John gets the permit, you're out there turning dirt, as the colonel said. I mean, this just creates a real, to me, it creates a quagmire, and I think it's something that we absolutely need to look at as, where we are now and how we move forward, because from my perspective, we can't have situations where we're encumbered putting huge tools in our arsenal because we got these little, leases on our hands with questionable terms.
Okay.
John, on signing the contract, when you sign a contract with the contractor, the first part, whatever it might be, whether it's the demolition, the clearing, or whatever it might be, I imagine you do that immediately after you get permit, or at least immediately after you get approved drawings?
No, it would be after the governing board votes to award the construction contract.
Okay, and would you present it, you would present it to the board after you have permits in hand?
Correct.
Correct?
Typically, and I'll just walk back through the overall progression. Got to design it first,
right.
Whatever that feature is. Could be clearing groving, could be the major embankment.
Right.
You get those plans and specs put together, and along the way, we're coordinating with the Corps of Engineers, getting their review of those plans and specs, because they've also got to approve and sign off on them just from the civil works side, never mind the whole regulatory aspects of it. At some point, we reach where we've completed our design, we'll go out to the contracting community and put a bid on the street. That bid will run for typically 30 days, get responses back. In that period of time, from the start of the design when we applied for those permits to putting it out on the street typically is when we're acquiring those permits. So by the time it comes to the governing board, 30 days after that bid typically, then we already have all the permits in hand, and what you're voting on and approving, we know we can move forward with. And it's not something you're awarding a construction contract, and then I got to sit there and wait 4 months to go get a permit for before we can even start constructing.
Okay, but the plans that you got bids on were the permitted set, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I mean, look, I believe, Mr. Bartlett, I think you and your administration needs to reach out to these two gentlemen, the Van Hool brothers. I am very happy to see this letter. And while some people might be skeptical, I'm going to be an optimist, and I'm going to assume that these two gentlemen are not going to sign their names on a piece of paper and not honor what that paper says. I don't believe that's who they are. So I think they've shown good faith, and I think we take this and we sit down with them and we work out the possibility of us being done earlier and letting them know so we can start working towards how we transition to those spaces.
And I think along with that, clean up some of these other discomforting language in the contract. By the way, I used my calculator to find out that's 404 NOTs. So 40-acre farms, 16,150. That's somebody in the district, some employee has to do that 404 times. God bless that person.
If I could clarify, this wasn't meant to create a great new paper act. An NOT can terminate 40 fields with one notice. It's not, a field is just defined as 40 acres, but I could terminate 10 fields, 100 fields, 400 fields we have the ability with this lease to terminate all of them on the first notice if we have a signed contract showing the work for all the.
Yeah, but unless the other side says to you, well, I just think you need to issue 404 NOTs, right? I mean, if you have a willing person who agrees with your interpretation of the lease and you're dealing in a good faith, then that's true. But if you have a situation that's quite contentious from the get-go, people can gum up your situation pretty quickly by being a non-willing participant in the termination of the particular lease. So I agree with Board Member Martinez. I take the Fanjul brothers as signing their name in total good faith. I don't have any indication otherwise. I have no idea of being cynical of the letter. I don't think that people would write these types of letters cynically. I think they write it in total good faith. I think they had both of them sign it for a reason, which to me gives me great comfort. And I think it's an opportunity to revisit a situation that, quite frankly, is not in our best interest in terms of how the lease was originally written. It's just not. Whatever it was not well negotiated, considering what we intended to do with that particular piece of land. It's a lot different than dealing with some sort of piece of land that you don't really know what you're going to do with in the next couple of years, and maybe you're going to do nothing and it's going to sit there. I mean, this is the piece for which we intend to put our biggest project ever on. So we need to visit it. We need to visit it soon. My opinion is if we get a letter from two gentlemen like that, you don't make them wait. I think you need to reach out to them. They reached out to you. Don't let there be any timeline gap between this, because they made a huge move, in my opinion, to write and sign this letter, perhaps in a situation where they did not need to do so. And I think we need to act on it immediately.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you, and I can make that call tomorrow. There are two pieces of land that are leased by DEP to them as well. So my first call will be to Noah Valenstein at DEP, because I think he would be instrumental to that type of conversation as well with the Fanjul brothers. And also, Mr. Wagner, being the attorney on the board, I don't know if you'd be willing to look at our lease templates and put your lawyer litigation eye on it and see if there's improvements we can make.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to do it. I don't know if all the leases look like this one.
I don't either.
You know, and I'm happy to. I'm here to serve. So you know, I'm happy to take a look at them. And I don't mean to step on people's toes in terms of, you know, what our standard lease is, but this particular lease on this particular land, which was designated for our biggest project, that was supposed to happen as soon as possible.
Right.
That's a different animal to me than we're leasing some land in the middle of an area that has no significance to us from a massive infrastructure perspective.
I agree.
And I would add in the form as well, that it happened, and the timeline. So I think Mr. Wagner, your legal perspective is an incredibly valuable one to have on the board, and I would agree that this is clearly a good faith gesture, and we should explore codifying it a bit, and also. In addition to reviewing the contracts, maybe I'm sure we have done this, but maybe for the board to eventually hear if there's been a sort of self-reflection or an internal reflection on how this happened the way it did. Not to belabor the point, but just for the purpose of it not happening again, in terms of the process being broken or better. Improved.
Thanks. Stephen, thank you very much. All right. Ms. Marr, we made you wait till at least...
Sir, I do have public comment
I'm
on
sorry.
this item.
Oh, thank you. Not so fast, Nancy.
I have Rayanne Wessel. Left. Jean Duncan. After Jean, Nyla Pipes. And Richard Johnson, I think he left too.
Yeah, I think you did. Thank you.
Are you tired of seeing me yet?
Nah.
Well, I got to tell you that the Miccosukee tribe is not a fan of the EAA reservoir. Senate Bill 10 was passed by the Florida legislature without consultation with the Miccosukee tribe. The water coming out of that STA will discharge directly onto the top of the federal reservation. We have several problems with the reservoir. Starting off with the amount of water that's going to be discharged onto the tribe. We've already talked about the flooding problems in the conservation area and the tree islands going underwater. This reservoir will generate 43% more water going into Conservation Area 3. Now, every single year we get flooded. Our tree islands are underwater for months. Imagine 43% more water with no ability to move it underneath Tamiami Trail, as I've already mentioned. That's why that's a very important aspect. Another is phosphorus. The Post-Authorization Change Report, EIS, acknowledges it to be a 36% increase of phosphorus going into Conservation Area 3. Now, the federal Everglades lawsuit contemplated an 85% load reduction to Loxahatchee and an 80% load reduction going into 3A. We're going to see a 36% load increase with this project. From our perspective, the STA associated with the reservoir is way undersized, and the EIS that accompanied the PACR acknowledged that. Just read just a very small couple of sentences. This is from page 44-28 of the EIS. The STA bypasses and significantly less uptake of phosphorus by the deep FEBs than predicted could result in a worsening of downstream conditions in WCA3. That's us. Water quality treatment features may need to be more conservatively designed in the PED. Let me skip down here. By overestimating an uptake of A2 FEB, the STA may be undersized, which would lead to more water bypasses of the STA before being discharged in the WCA3. So I think from both the amount of water, 43% increase, and the amount of phosphorus load, 36% increase, the Miccosukee tribe is ready to fight you on this issue. I think our first point of entry is going to be this permit. I can't imagine that there's a federal interest in polluting tribal trust lands. They have an obligation, a fiduciary obligation, a trust responsibility to protect federal lands, including tribal Indian reservations. So from our perspective, it's engineering needs to be redesigned so that we get clean water. And we don't find any comfort in the fact that the SDAs you have now are not meeting water quality standards. None of them. So telling us there's going to be an SDA doesn't give us any comfort. So I just would like to tell you that we're out there and we're not happy about the SDA. We're not happy about the 23-foot reservoir will have very little water quality treatment. A shallow reservoir, larger in size, will at least treat some of the water that you want to discharge down there. So just give you our perspective. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
So if the water is low in nutrients and clean, then would the tribe be okay with the, is it the nutrients in the water, is that your one objection? If we could fix that, if we can fix that
if you
for
can get the water clean, now you also have to be able to discharge it. and we can put water in the system 6 times faster than we can get rid of it. 43% increase really is going to cause a tremendous amount of flooding on tribal land. That's the reason I stood up here in the other public comment to tell you we must solve the water moving underneath Tamiami Trail. You can't move forward with these projects unless we can get rid of the water. We'll do you no good to build a project that you can't discharge from. We've got to be able to open those gates. And my comment to the fellow that says water only moved through Shark Slough, all you need to do is look at a satellite photograph and look at the orientation of those tree islands. And you will see that those islands curve around and they go towards the southwest, right where the gates are that they keep closed. Now, they didn't form themselves like that with no flow. So whoever tells you that all of the flow was to the east is just wrong. You only need to look at a satellite photo and see that those gates need to be opened, just as on the east they built the bridges so they could move the water through. But while they did that, they took 3B out of the equation. So we need a lot of discharge capacity on Tamiami Trail before we start talking about building reservoirs and shifting pollution problems from one area to another.
If the water was clean and the gates were open,
You would probably not find as nearly as much objection.
Okay.
We want restoration of the Everglades. But if you're shifting pollution from one area to another without adequate treatment and then stacking that on top of us, we have no choice but to fight to protect our own lands.
do you have a position or do you have an idea how much bigger the SDA would need to be, or where another one would need? I'm just
Well, this is just me
curious.
speaking, right? I was on the
Just you.
SDA design committees, right? The SDAs you got were never designed to achieve 10 parts per billion. They were only designed to achieve 50. The fact that they're actually getting down into the 20s is amazing. But if they're actually designed to achieve 10, that would help. And I believe that the A2 SDA may have been designed for that. But the volume of water that you're putting through, the actual size, I have thought about how could we ever meet water quality standards? How is that even possible to get down to 10? And 3/4 kind of gives you the answer. The larger the area, the lower the concentration. And I'm going to throw this out there. The sportsmen will absolutely go ballistic. But I think if you're not going to use Sugar Land, and Senate Bill 10 prohibits you from taking Sugar Land except from willing sellers. So if you're prohibited from taking Sugar Land, you've only got public land left. And you got 2 big chunks of public land. And it depends on how much you really want to clean up the Everglades. You have some tough choices ahead.
The 10 number, the 10 parts per billion number, and I understand that is that also the Miccosukie's number? Because I know that a lot of people have sent different numbers out over time, and some of them have come out in, maybe in some sort of arbitrary way. Is Miccosukie's position also 10, or is that because you guys have your own?
Yes. Our 10 is 10 at our northern boundary and at all northernmost inflow points. The state of Florida's 10 is measured at a network of stations throughout the conservation area. So station up close to the discharges and then other station, they're all averaged together. Now they've got impacted areas and they've got unimpacted areas, but the effect is to use the conservation areas as a mixing zone. So they can say they're meeting 10, but at the discharges, they're not meeting 10. They're meeting what your SDA outflows are. Our 10 is 10 at the boundary. And so that's what, the number was adopted to protect the Everglades, all of the Everglades, not just the mixing zone Everglades. And so if they're not seeing 10 at the discharge point, where are you seeing it? How far downstream is it okay to destroy? How much of the Everglades are we willing to trade off? So our 10 is 10 at the boundary.
Could somebody please show me a map and show me where the Miccosukee is located in reference to
Anybody have a map?
A1?
While he's getting that up, our 10 for design purposes of the STA and all that does apply what we call levee to levee. So it is across. There is, to determine how we're doing as far as the Everglades area as a whole, we do have monitoring stations around and we use them. But as far as discharging from STAs, we design to achieve the 10 at discharge. And then when you try to put permit limits on the discharge, that's a matter of putting permit limits on it and then taking sampling points at certain times and comparing that to a permit limit. But, you know, that gets complicated. But we'll, you know, the 10, it is at the boundary of the Everglades.
All right. Let's see if we can. All right, this is Conservation Area 3. And this is the Miami Canal called the C-123. And the C-123 passes our northern boundary right at the tip of that arrow. Where did the arrow go? It's not on the screen. It's here. Do what? Oh, okay. All right, so this is our northern boundary right here of the edge over Broward County. Well, here we go. From here, it goes all the way across to about here. And so from here to here is the discharge. So that little teeny, and there's no levee on the Miami Canal. So when you discharge down the Miami Canal, right down here, it gets dumped in right on the top of the Miccosukee Reservation. This is this federal reservation where our 10 parts per billion apply. It also damages the leased area, which the state has promised the Miccosukee would be maintained in its natural state. So these are the tree islands that are being drowned out, and with 43% more water and no ability to move that water through Tamiami Trail, it's bound to get worse. So we think that there's a significant issue that needs to be resolved with the design of this, but I think your first
Can you
priority...
show me, sorry to interrupt you, I see that triangle, but where would the reservoir be?
The reservoir is right up here.
Okay, so how many miles is there between there and your
I
reservation?
don't know, what do you think? 10 miles down maybe 10 miles down the canal.
Thanks.
But it's the state's 10 parts per billion applies right here, which is much closer.
Are you directly south of, are you talking in an area that's directly south of what's been called the Holy Land WMA?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And also the Rottenberger?
The Rotenberger.
Okay, Rotenberger.
We sometimes call it that too.
Okay.
The Rotenberger.
All right, my eyes are going at some point.
So STA 5-6, your worst performing STA, is right up here, and it's discharging at 56 parts per billion onto our reservation. So anyway.
So Chairman or Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you.
So it turns out that we mine phosphorus in Florida, and that was a surprise to me. Everything's a surprise to me. I wondered when we have our workshop on water quality if we could invite, there's a lot of phosphorus mining. It's one of the states that does the most mining, actually, is Florida.
So.
And
Not in our district, is it?
Right, it's
It's
not.
mostly in
Well,
southwest Florida.
no, it's all over. You know what, I don't want to take up everybody's time right now to talk about something I don't understand. But I do know that there are two companies, the Mosaic Company and the Nutrien Limited. And you know how things move around. It doesn't matter whether something is in our district or not. I'm trying to figure out where phosphorus is coming. I just want to know where these factories are located. If somebody on staff, figure it out any way you want. But I just want to know, I know where the counties are, but I'm interested in knowing about that
We've got a mining guru at the Department of Environmental Protection has a mining guru that I can have him call you, that he's been doing it for years.
Okay. Okay, great. Where are we?
Good afternoon, evening. Nyla Pipes again, One Florida Foundation. There are a number of things I wanted to talk about regarding the EAA reservoir, but I do want to add one little note as to your question about phosphorus. The reason we mine it here is because the state of Florida is very rich in phosphates. Phosphate mining, that's why it happens. And it is believed to be part of our problem north of the lake. And considering what Gene was just talking about and our, inability to get things as clean as we would like fast enough south of the lake, and inability to open up that bottom end of the system fast enough south of the lake, which, by the way, the things you've been told today are about the bird and about the trail and about the flow and about the way that the tree islands literally die. What happens to those tree islands when the water stacks up is they just disintegrate. And then you have no upland habitat left where it should have been. So he's right, those are the Everglades. But a bigger part of the Everglades that nobody really talks about is the northern portion. Keep in mind, the Everglades start up near Orlando. That's the historic Everglades. So we've got a lot of work to do north of that lake. If we don't start cleaning north of the lake, we're never going to meet the water quality that we want south of the lake. So on the EAA reservoir, we have been supportive of and worked to go ahead and get Senate Bill 10 passed alongside many, many other people. But that's because it's a SERP project. And it's a SERP project that fits together with the other SERP projects as a part of a whole that's going to help get us there. And I think it's really important to keep in mind what the SERP project, the EAA reservoir, is really supposed to do. Sorry, is this? There. I'm short. That was uncomfortable. The EAA reservoir in SERP is really about water supply, primarily. It's about water supply, both for agriculture and also for the natural system south of the lake. And considering the conversation about Lake Okeechobee and what happens in drought and what happens in too high levels, I think you guys can probably see at this point why that project is important. This EAA reservoir in Senate Bill 10 over the last 3+ years, and maybe even longer than that, has been sold by certain organizations and in the press as the solution to our discharges. And I think it's important that we manage expectations because that was never the purpose of this reservoir. It will help. Every bit of storage we put back on the land is going to help. But it is not the solution to the discharges. And you can look that up in the Yellow Book, which is your outline of SERP. That's the historic reason. And so that's why we have been supportive of this reservoir. We continue to be supportive of this reservoir, understanding that it is one piece of the puzzle. Thank you.
Steve Walker.
Good afternoon. Steve Walker with the Seminole Tribe. I wanted to address, Mr. Wagner, your comments regarding coordination with the Corps in the permitting process. But I also want to acknowledge Mr. Duncan's comments. The Seminole Tribe doesn't have any property, own any property interests in the conservation area. We actually sold them to the state, and the bottom 6 sections of the Rodenberg area as part of the settlement we did in '87, where the compact, Water Rights Compact, was adopted. So there was a big land transaction as a part of that. Nevertheless, we did retain hunting and fishing rights in that portion that was sold to the state, and we have a concern with the water quality, of course, in those areas. The tribe also has a cultural affinity with the tree islands. A lot of their ancestors used those as part of their travels in hunting and fishing and temporary camps. And so impacts to the tree islands through excessive flooding is an issue for them. And you asked, what could you do to speed up the review? We will certainly do our best to provide the review that you need. But there's a second aspect of the review in our coordination with the Corps of Engineers, and that's in the cultural resource area. We had an unfortunate incident a number of years ago when what was then Compartment C is now part of your STA 5 and 6, where in the process of building that project, you dug up about 50 of the tribe's ancestors. They were not pleased. It called a halt to the construction of that project and required us to go back to square one in a lot of ways. And the tribe ultimately resolved that issue with the district and built you built a little levee around it to keep it dry. All the bodies were relocated back in the positions they were actually in, which was very important to them culturally. And it's kept dry with a solar-powered pump, and as it should be. And so the tribe is very pleased with that outcome. That kind of solution isn't going to occur in a 23-foot deep reservoir. So we have, with the Corps of Engineers, in addition to the Section 106 Historic Preservation Act, we have a cultural resources agreement with them that the Corps and the tribe do a three-phase approach on addressing cultural resources. First, avoidance. Second, minimization. And finally, if all else fails, the tribe may decide to let them be either relocated or to be inundated if all else fails. But there is a process that's involved with that. It's a time-consuming process. The biggest delay is not having the proper cultural resources survey done in advance. And so if you wanted to get started on something or have the Corps work with you on something, please meet with our Historic Preservation Officer and the Miccosukie's Historic Preservation Officer to begin designing the CRAS, Cultural Resource Assessment, that needs to be done for this area as we move forward. And I think that would help solve a lot of the delays in the process.
I very much appreciate that, and I can't tell you how much we take that to heart and into concern, and it's not light on me for sure, and I absolutely appreciate that recommendation because, getting that cultural resources survey, done beforehand and done with the appropriate analysis it deserves is important to everybody.
Right.
So thank you.
Right, we don't need those kind of unpleasant surprises. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. That's it for public comment. Any more board comment on EAA? All right, now, Ms. Marr, 2 days in a row we've done this to you.
Okay.
That's good.
Good afternoon. Ansley Marr, Chief of State Policy and Coordination. I'm here to talk to you about a lease and a project agreement for one of the dispersed water management projects we spoke of briefly yesterday at the workshop. It's for El Maximo Ranch, which is on 7,000 acres up in off of Lake Kissimmee. Before I get to that, let's talk about the method in which we got the project here at the district. It came by way of the Northern Everglades Public-Private Partnership survey that was submitted and responded to by the DEP. They sought projects that were large so that they could help provide solutions to meet their Basin Management Action Plan for the Lake Okeechobee watershed. They identified 6 projects in 2016, and they assigned work by way of the 2016 update to the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program legislation that was Florida Statute 373-4595 that we talked about yesterday. So the coordinating agencies were all part of the development of the project, like the other 5 projects that were in the program. So the DEP was responsible for reviewing all of the water quality aspects of the project that was submitted by the landowner. The district responsible for reviewing the water quantity aspect, and the Department of Agricultural and Consumer Services assisted with the planning and permitting process. So each of these entities were a part of the total production and the coordination effort to get the project to where we have it today, which is before you, and we'll be seeking to bring the project to the board for approval in the future. So the project itself is 7,000 acres, which is just a portion of a larger 35,000 acre ranch off of Lake Kissimmee, off of the Kissimmee River. The site is located just south of Lake Kissimmee and south of the S65 structure here. It is a flow-through project, so it is intended to be an active treatment project which will pull water off of the Kissimmee River and water from the Blanket Bay Slough to the east of the land. And it will flow the project across the landscape. 8 treatment cells will be built. So a lot of infrastructure will come with this project, water control structures, 3 pump stations in order to move the water across the landscape, and it will then discharge by gravity back to the Kissimmee River. So the DEP has estimated that there will be, here we go. The DEP has estimated that we will see about 2 metric tons of phosphorus removed by the project. And the district has estimated through our water quality benefit estimation tool that we talked about yesterday, 32,000 acre feet of water treated annually. So we look forward to moving forward this project in the future if this is something the board sees fit for the district. We've estimated $136 cost effectiveness, which is, remember, the amount, the cost per water treated, cost per acre foot of water treated. There has already been an expenditure by the Florida Department of Agricultural and Consumer Services of about $800,000 for the planning, design, and permitting of the project. The landowner is seeking $10.6 million for the infrastructure, which was the water control structures, the berms, the pump stations, estimated about a 1-year construction period. This is funded by the legislature under an appropriation back from 2016, that's 1590A. They will be seeking $3.9 million on an annual basis. This is money that is not yet appropriated. It has to be sought from the legislature on an annual basis. And again, this money is solely funded by way of the legislature. It is not funds from the district's ad valorem sources. So before we go into discussion, I did have one thing I wanted to talk about briefly. We did not talk about yesterday a couple of important items within the contract that I think are very important for you to understand. We've talked about termination on leases today. On these contracts that we are looking at, there are 2 termination clauses. One is for convenience by the landowner or the lessor, and one is for convenience by the district. So it's important for you to know that the district has the right to terminate at any time for anything. So should we feel that it's not performing, we have the right to terminate. Should we feel that we don't want to fund it in the future because the legislature has chosen not to fund it and the board seeks to not fund it in the future using ad valorem, you have the right to terminate. The landowner or the lessor has the right to terminate as well. However, they do have a payback that they have to provide. So the state has provided $10.6 million up front for infrastructure. And when I say up front, it is paid on a reimbursable status as they move forward with construction and they confirm the construction has been built. They seek reimbursement for that activity, just as you would in a standard construction contract, as John does in his other construction contracts. But if they choose to terminate, they must pay back that initial infrastructure on a prorated basis determined based off of how many years are left on the construction or on the total contract of the service period. So these are 10-year contracts, 1 year for construction, 10 years of service. So that's one important factor. The second important factor is every year we have the right to reassess the performance of the contract, to reassess the performance of the project. If we find through the monitoring efforts, since there is a requirement to monitor both flow, quantity, and quality, that the performance is not in accordance as we expected by way of the water quantity benefit estimate that was determined through the modeling and simulation, or the water quality is not in accordance as determined by way of the modeling and simulation for water quality, we have the right to go reassess the contract, whether it's reviewing whether additional infrastructure needs to be provided or whether we need to look at the cost. We have that opportunity every single year, and we do that. We are doing that. We are right in the middle of that with Calkins right now. They have completed their first year of performance, and we are in the reassessment period for that contract. So I think those are 3 really important factors that I did not bring up yesterday that are important when we walk through these types of contracts.
Thank you. You showed us, I think it was the Big 6 yesterday.
Yes.
Was this one of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This
So
is one of the Big 6.
the costing
Yes.
for this is already taken up in that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in the calculation you gave us. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone?
Yeah, real quick, Ansley. the landowner, can they ask to renegotiate if they see that the performance is way over what our pro forma was?
If they find, we have the opportunity, everyone has the opportunity to stand up and say, I'm doing better than you ever expected. When we look at the water quantity benefit estimate, remember we talked about it as being the average annual estimate. And then each year, we likely will not hit the average annual every year. They're either going to be above or they're going to be below, and it's determined based off of, is it a drought year or less than average annual year, or is it above? So there is a chance that you're going to have a few above average years. And if there's a chance that you're a very high performer, you might negotiate in your contract a not to exceed value, so that if you hit a certain point within your performance, you say, you know, I have pumped and pumped and pumped and performed. I think I have hit the total contract performance that I should. I'm going to shut down. You've hit your not to exceed value that you can negotiate into your contract. And we have that in some of our contracts. And it's based off of an exceedance curve that is determined through the water quantity benefit estimate simulation. So it is well calculated.
Okay, but if we do exceed, like the one yesterday, Caulkins, I think has shown that it has exceeded all our expectations, and the owners of Caulkins come to us and say, hey, we want you to pay us, you know, your annual rent. We want to bring it up a little bit because you're doing so well. And we say, you know, sorry, we're fine where we are. What happens?
So we would go back to look at that cost effectiveness. We would go back and we'd reevaluate. We maybe would remodel. Did we look at a parameter incorrectly in the modeling? Were the conditions as modeled different than the conditions that we're actually seeing? Were we in some very strange historic period or historical period, you know, monumental period that was not in the actual historic trend line? So if that's the case, maybe it's an outlier that we throw off and say, I don't know that this is a renegotiation opportunity, but maybe it's one of those outliers and we'll take a look at it again next year. If it is, we can say, it doesn't fit the cost effectiveness model. It doesn't fit what we believe is a cost effectiveness solution for us, so we can choose to accept it. If it's a value judgment, it's in a great location, it's worth paying more, or we walk away. We have that opportunity.
So, I mean, what I'm hearing is, yeah, they can ask, we'll look at it, and if we think they maybe deserve it, we could adjust it, but we'd have to come back to you with that kind of conversation if we think it merits it.
It's a true negotiation.
Yeah, there's no automatic adjustment within the lease.
Okay.
Yesterday, I heard a comment that, I don't know whether this was a throwaway comment or is this just an accurate comment or how often it happens, but it was suggested in some of these programs, some of these lands that we're building these farms, that the landowner is also, the building of these farms is now attracting, for instance, ducks to the land, and they are now making money as well on the duck license situation.
There is a term within the contract that allows compatible uses. So compatible uses, and this sounds funny, is frog gigging. Compatible uses includes activities that are not going to contribute nutrients to the project. So if it's something that they can make money on, it's something they can make money on. If it's not, it's not. It's still their private land, but it has to be a compatible use with the project.
Okay, because it sounded a little bit funny to me because the suggestion, the comment that was made was, these people have been trying to attract ducks to their land forever and invested a bunch of money to do so and could never quite do it, and now we're paying them to build that infrastructure, and then they're making the money on top of it.
I honestly do not know any of our landowners who are hosting hunts on the properties that we are paying for.
Oh, okay.
I don't know of them.
Oh, okay. No, I was just I didn't know if it was, if that was true, if it was not true. Is it happening all the time?
I know that the public has requested access to hunt on these lands. And that has been a request by the public before for us to try and negotiate public access on lands for things like hunts. But that has not been something that the landowners have been interested in entertaining at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. Could you please talk about what they did with the or what they'll do with the $10.6 million?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they building berms, or what costs that much money?
So in this project, there are 8 cells, and those 8 cells are all earthen berms that will roughly be between 2 to 4 to 5 feet in height. So when we looked at the Calkins picture yesterday, we saw the line and the during construction. Those would be earthen berms. So we'll have 8 cells built of this. So this is 7,000 acres that are then divided by earthen berm. We'll have water control structures that split those berms to allow the water to transfer between cell to cell. And then we'll also have the 3 pump stations that have to get installed in order to move the water from Lake Kissimmee and also from Blanket Bay Slough in order to bring the water to the landscape. So all of that infrastructure plus the project management of bringing all of that activity on site.
Thanks. She probably mentioned that last night, but it's kind of becoming a
long
blur.
day.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, moving on to next item is East Lake Toho. Mr. Coughlin.
Give you a pointer. Your pointer. That's your pointer.
Good afternoon, or should I say good evening. My name is Beecham Furs. I'm a biologist with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. My job is aquatic habitat enhancement in South and Central Florida. We have 2 projects, 2 project teams, one in Okeechobee, one in Kissimmee, and what I'm going to talk about today is some of the work that we do, and then my project manager on the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes is going to talk specifically about the East Lake Toho project. As y'all are well aware, y'all have talked for the last several hours about how we've changed the state of Florida. Lake and wetlands have been changed by human-induced changes, and those have created habitat changes that affected our fish and wildlife and how people utilize those resources. We have an urbanization problem. We have hundreds of people moving into the state of Florida that want to live by water. We have a water management issue. We drain, we channelize, we ditch, we plug wetlands throughout the state of Florida. We've changed our lake systems so people can use those resources, so people can get water to live. We have a nutrient enrichment problem. Y'all talked about that earlier for the Everglades. And we have an invasive and exotic plant problem. And all of these issues have led to advanced succession. Our wetlands and lakes age much more quickly, and we don't have the natural disturbance mechanisms in place like floods and droughts, natural burns that allow us to manage these resources naturally. Y'all all know that. So what can we do to manage our resources? And we have a few tools in our toolbox that we use. One of them is aquatic plant removal. We use harvesters, we use barge-mounted excavators, we use cranes and barges to remove floating islands and tussocks. Tussocks are just floating plant material in areas where those types of plants and floating sediments accumulate. We use aquatic plant management. We use helicopters, airboats to treat with herbicides, and that's a super sensitive issue right now. My agency is going through a process to look at how we can better use herbicides, how we can better work with the public to use herbicides to manage our resources. We use aquatic plant revegetation and transplanting, both emergent plants, native emergent plants, and submerged plants like eelgrass and pondweed. And what we're going to talk about a little bit more today is drawdowns, managed drawdowns. And throughout South and Central Florida, this has been a very effective tool in managing our resources. The last project we did in the Kissimmee chain where we had a managed drawdown was Lake Kissimmee. And when we do these drawdowns, we like to use as many tools in the toolbox to be effective. We get the lakes down, which helps consolidate and dry out the sediments. We get heavy equipment on the bottom. We get where it's not going to be effective, or we don't have storage available. We'll use helicopters, or we'll use land-based equipment to treat invasive and exotic plants. We'll use prescribed burns in those areas, and then after we've created improved habitat, we will come back and revegetate many of those areas. And I would now like to introduce my project manager for the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes, Tim Coughlin. He's going to talk a little bit about drawdowns and specifically about the East Lake Toho project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Beecham. Starting off here, the reasons why we do drawdowns in the Kissimmee and Okeechobee Basin. Water control structures were constructed in the 1960s, and regulation schedules were created for flood control. Historically, lakes in the Kissimmee Chain and South Florida lakes would fluctuate up to 10 feet, but now only fluctuate 1.5 to 3 feet. So the greatly altered hydrology, and this stabilized water levels have negative impacts on fish and wildlife habitat. And to help mitigate these negative impacts, FWC has performed managed drawdowns. Started way back in 1971 with our first managed drawdown on Lake Tohopekaliga. We call it Toho for short. And managed drawdowns were in 1971 and 1979 and 1987. And most recently, as Beecham said, in 2004. We've done managed drawdowns on Lake Kissimmee in 1977 as well as 1996. And our last drawdown on East Lake Toho was in 1990. And this is the project that I'll be speaking about is a drawdown that we're pursuing for this coming fall and spring. This is an example. This is actually Lake Istapoga in 2001. This was an area when the lake was down prior to scraping, so this was an area prior to enhancement. This was just after enhancement, and you can see the scraped area. Scraped area back here. This is actually spoil material. This is a little bit darker gray. And this is where an in-lake disposal island was made, as well as a smaller one over here. This was in July, after partial refill. You can see again the spoil islands here and here. And this is a view from the lake showing again after refill, a good response with plants coming back and the spoil island in the background, right there. For the East Lake Toho Drawdown Enhancement Project, the goal of the project is to manage the lake's aquatic habitat for the long-term benefit fish and wildlife and the people who use those resources. The expected benefits are the removal of invasive aquatic plants and associated organic sediment to be replaced by native plants and a firmer, healthier sand or hard bottom substrate. The enhancement of the lake bottom will benefit foraging and spawning and provide protective habitat for invertebrate fish, waterfalls, and wading bird populations. There will be natural reestablishment of desirable native aquatic plant communities and an increased diversity of plant species once the project is completed. There will also be an improvement in water flow within the shallow water littoral areas, which some areas right now are kind of choked, and berms along the lake, and it keeps the water from flowing and flushing itself from the shallow water marshes to the main lake. There will also be an improvement in water quality by reducing the nutrient cycling through the removal of organic material with associated improvement in dissolved oxygen levels. There will also be improvement in lake access for recreational users. There will be areas that will be opened up to be used for angling, hunting, and other activities that right now are just too choked up to enjoy with vegetation and muck. Another benefit is an increase in aesthetic value for the lake. This kind of describes basically the project. We have a few different management tools we'll be using. This area on the east shore in red, this is an area where we have a berm that's built up over time of muck and is actually supporting off away from shores, tall trees, woody vegetation, and that berm is keeping, as I said earlier, water from flushing from inside the berm, shallow water marsh to the lake. So the inside of that area gets rather stagnant right now. So while the lake is down, this red area will be totally dewatered, and heavy equipment will be put on the lake bottom, and the material will be scraped up, the muck and the associated plant material, and we'll be using depositing of it in two in-lake disposal islands, one on the south end and one up here on the north end. Another management activity will be doing herbicide work on areas of thick vegetation, primarily thick cattail monocultures, and that will be on the north area, the north shore of the lake. There we go. Right up here, as well as the west shore, and we'll be treating those, and then where feasible, we will then be burning them with fire to get rid of the material. To do this project, we will need to install pumps to pump down the lake. They will be here on at the S59 structure. We will open up the structure and let it gravity feed for a while, but once it starts to equalize with Lake Toho, water levels or gets close to it, there won't be much flow and we'll have to pump the rest of the way. We will also be putting in a sheet pile structure to keep Lake Runnymede here from going down with East Lake Toho. Lake Runnymede here has deposits of organic material that are extremely deep, 15, 20 feet, and we don't want that lake to go down and then have all that mud and associated stuff pop up during the refill. So we're going to put sheet piles there to keep that lake from coming down. Expenditures so far regarding this drawdown project. We've done East Lake Toho apple snail monitoring at the request of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We've spent close to $200,000 on that. We've done a pre-emergent herbicide study to try to find out what herbicides work best as a pre-emergent. We've also done a juvenile snail kite study, again at the request of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for $36,500. In-house, we've done electrofishing, pike netting sampling at a cost of just under $60,000. And then, of course, there's a development and preparation of the environmental impact statement, or EIS, at a little over $250,000. And we've also conducted a sediment study to see exactly what we're dealing with on East Lake Toho, which cost $5,500. So total expenditures are a little over $500,000. This project has been under development for quite a while, and it's very important to our agency. And our agency is setting aside upwards of $3 million to complete this project. Process, kind of where we are, where we're going. This isn't particularly in order, but there's the draft EIS, Environmental Impact Statement. This has been released to the public, and we are also having our second public meeting on May 2nd, which is required by NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act. What we are needing from the district, or requesting from the district staff, is to review the EIS and get comments into the EIS as soon as possible. Comments, concerns, and it is due by May 27th to get the comments in. And during this commenting process as well, we would like the district to seek the governing board approval to request a temporary deviation or the regulation schedule. The earlier the better, of course, with everything, but we would prefer, for this to happen on schedule, we need that approval by no later than June. There was some discussions earlier today where the temporary deviation may or may not require governing board approval, so we're not quite sure about that. That's something we could discuss. If it doesn't require governing board approval, then obviously that would make the process go a little faster. Also, we have the biological assessment, which is currently and has been under review by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for, I think they've had it for 4 or 5 months now. And the biological opinion we're anticipated to receive in early June. The final step is for the Corps to approve the temporary deviation request, and final EIS will be finally complete in July 2019. And this temporary deviation schedule is for this drawdown will be going down 2 feet lower than the normal low pool. So that gives you an idea exactly how much lower we're going. Of course, there will be certain things that could postpone or discontinue the drawdown. We're not just going to shove it through regardless of weather conditions. Pretty much these are some things we've discussed about. Just to wrap it up in a nutshell, basically when things are wet, if the Kissimmee chain is full, if its flow is going down to Lake Okeechobee from Kissimmee River, Okeechobee's full, water's going out to the estuaries, basically everything's saturated. Of course, we would not pursue, a drawdown under those conditions when nobody wants absolutely any more water. So if it's going to be an extreme drought condition or an extreme wet condition, that is something where we will not pursue the project, and we would then pursue it the next year, the next fall. The timeline would be September this fall 2019 to construct the sheet pile weir at Lake Runnymede. Also, around that time would be when we'd be doing the herbicide treatments on the cattail stands on the lake. We'll begin lowering East Lake Toho on October 1st. We won't be going up to High Pool that fall because it didn't make sense to go all the way up to High Pool and then turn around and start draining it down again. So we're going to be 1 foot shy of High Pool. In November, we'll begin the recession on West Lake Toho, where the water drains to. And also around in October or September, we'll be putting in the pumps. And in December, we will be, sometime in December is when we estimate that the pumps will be required and turned on to start pumping the lake down the rest of the way. Our goal to get down to our target low will be mid-February 2020, where we will reach 53 feet, again, which is 2 feet below normal low, and we will maintain that elevation while stage while doing our management activities. From April through May, we'll be doing some revegetation, the fire burning of the herbicide areas, any other little additional herbicide treatments as needed. June 1st, refill will begin, of course, weather, rain permitting. We don't want a super steep, very steep ascension. We want it to be gradual. That's what's best for the native plants to come back under. So we will try to limit it to an ascension rate of 1 foot per month or less. And given normal summer rains and maybe a little help of tropical activity, as in a depression or a storm, we should reach the high pool November 1st and begin again with under the normal regulation schedule. We've had a lot of partners over the years, or agencies involved throughout in developing this project. DEP, Corps of Engineers, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, district staff that has met with us up in Kissimmee, St. Cloud, Osceola County, City of Kissimmee, and City of St. Cloud. Thank you for your time tonight. Any questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you draw down a river,
A river?
like part of a river?
I would say it's probably feasible. It's nothing I've done, but I would imagine you could put some sort of sheet pile and then have a diversion around it.
Thank you, that's remarkable.
Any other questions? Mr. Coughlin, thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. And please let us know if you do need governing board approval. We'll try not to slow you down. We're sensitive to that.
Very good.
And Mr. First, thank you also.
Thank you.
We'll go to staff reports. I get the financial report from Ms. Heater.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. It's a pleasure, no matter what time, to stand in front of you.
Oh, is it late?
The monthly financial report in your packets is through the month of February. I'll just get to the punchline. There's no financial concerns at this point. But I do want to want to highlight a few things. I'd like to highlight that thus far we have collected $344.8 million, which is $13.5 million higher than this time last year. That is in your intergovernmental category. Those are reimbursements. The largest revenue...
Were those from DEP? Is that...
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Thank you.
The largest revenue funding your recurring expenses are from taxes. Your tax collections are at $257 million, which is the majority of that $344.8 million that we have collected thus far, and it is on trend, so there are no concerns. Your investment earnings continue to outperform. We are at $4.7 million, which is over $1 million higher than this time last year. As far as your expenditures, you're at $48.7 million obligated, and thus far we spent $190.3 million, which is $33.8 million more than this time, or than over from January. Excuse me, I'm used to saying from last year, from January. So that does conclude my report. Again, no financial concerns.
Good.
Candida, why
Yes.
why the big variance in the intergovernmental revenues?
Why such a higher spike than this time last year, or why there is so much still left?
Yes, why is there so much left? We only have 12%?
Yes.
when we're 42% into the year?
Yes. So the reason being is due to large encumbrances on contracts. So, for example, C-44, C-43, Lakeside Ranch, those revenues correlate directly with your restoration projects. So based on the phase in which those projects are on determines how fast the money is
Okay.
expended. So when the money is then expended, then it gets reimbursed.
Okay, so it's not a straight line across
No,
during
sir.
the year? Okay.
No, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Heater? Thank you
Thank you.
very much. Now that we save the best for last.
No, I doubt it. Is that me?
That's you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief. I only have 4 things to update you on. The May meeting is originally scheduled to be located in Okeechobee City next month. Governor DeSantis, said last Monday that the next board member is imminent. He'll be appointing that soon. I think that is where that board member will reside, that jurisdiction. So I'm proposing that we make the June meeting in Okeechobee City, not the May meeting in Okeechobee City, so that board member can come on board, get acclimated, get adjusted, and then when we go to his backyard, he's got more under his belt, he or she. I really don't know who it is.
Mr. Bartlett, that's fine with me. My only concern is if we don't get someone by June.
Right.
I want to be, do we have the flexibility to move to July?
We absolutely do. Okay. Yep. All right. I wanted to give you an update on the state budget because it's looking really nice. I think you may each have a chart that looks something like this that you can, I'm going to go through it line by line. Joking, I'm not going to do that. So it looks really good. I mean, honestly, Governor DeSantis had a record-breaking budget request for Everglades restoration. The Senate and the House have met and exceeded that. So right now, there's one budget. The Senate passed a budget at $370 million for Everglades restoration, and the House is matching that. Basically, they picked up the Senate's budget. So now it's all the way at the leadership level at such a huge amount. Also, $40 million for alternative water supplies. We've been asking for that as executive agencies for a while. This is the first time it's made it through this length of process, and that's going to help us in water supply areas where we need water other than traditional groundwater. That's what alternative water supply is. So that will go to DEP. It may or may not get allocated pursuant to a formula in state law, or it may just get competed statewide. So that remains to be seen on how DEP will execute that. $10 million for land management, of which 2.35 will come to the district. And then $6 million is a transfer from Alligator Alley revenues to the district. That was in question last year, so this looks really good to get $6 million into the district. So really that represents $390 million, which is $120 to $140 million more than the previous year under Governor DeSantis. So that's fantastic. Session ends May 3rd, so we'll keep our eye on that. With respect to the federal budget, not a whole lot. I know that there is a major press to get the while in Congress where they're deliberating the allocations to agencies. We're all asking for $200 million a year for SERP in the federal budget. So that message needs to be consistent and clear for our federal partners for SERP. But regarding cost share balance, that's this table. So we keep a spreadsheet. The SERP cost share is 50-50. We have invested tremendously as a state over the years. So right now we're at $987 million ahead of the federal government. Now, are we going to stop funding at the state level and wait for them to keep up? No. We are going to keep funding because it's important to our citizenry. In fact, where there's projects that don't require a cost share, we bring state funds to the table, like rehabilitation of the Herbert Hoover Dike, like the Tamiami Trail projects. Those are 100% federal, but we want them done, so we bring money to the table, and they get done. So that is something that underpins the importance of increasing the federal budget. All right, ready to move on from money?
One quick question, does the 987 to our good, does that include a land acquisition?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Now, the Department of Environmental, well, let's start. Governor DeSantis, in his executive order in January, directed Department of Environmental Protection to update their basin management action plans this year for Lake Okeechobee, Caloosahatchee, and St. Lucie estuaries. That's their nutrient control plans. They have started that process of public engagement last month, and they'll continue that process of routine public engagement until the BMAPs are updated. Our role is to update the Okeechobee construction project, which Ansley talked about a little bit yesterday, which is where our dispersed water management projects get captured and categorized. So we will start our engagement with the public on putting together projects, strategies, ideas into our construction project. It's not the best name, but it is kind of like a plan so that we can feed that to DEP for update of their basin management action plan. So that's our role. And our public engagement is beginning soon on that. Is it this month? Is Ansley still here? It's this month? So that will begin. So, and that's critically important. And the last thing I would want to update you on is you've heard from the public, and you guys have done great things to increase our transparency, increase public access to our board and to our staff and to our agency data. What I want to do is, we've been doing a lot of good things. I want to put a strategic lens on that. Because at the end of all of our efforts, we certainly want the people of South Florida Water Management District to feel like they can access us. They can access our data easily, our people easily, our policy decisions easily. And right now, we're doing a lot of those things, but I don't have that strategic lens on it. So Sean Cooley, when he comes on the 22nd, he's going to help me put that strategic lens to make sure that we are not missing anything, that we're aligning our goals with all of our actions as far as transparency and engagement go. So I thought I would let you know that I'm going to undertake that. That's all I have for the director's report, sir.
That's great. Thank you very much. A lot of good news. Any questions for our
Just
director?
one, Drew. Is there anything that we can do as a body as far as the federal budget and what we're asking? For example, if we go there, maybe
Yes.
just to see some of the legislators or members of Congress to ask them to step up for it, and does the governing board usually have they done that in the past?
That is something we can absolutely do. It is very consistent with Governor DeSantis's request, and so he would actually look to us to see what we can do to influence those decisions and move that budget forward. So I can come up with ideas. You can collaborate with other groups that are making those trips. You can use your own connections. The message is consistent. Get that SERP line at $200 million per year for the Corps of Engineers.
And I think that every one of us has sort of incumbent on us to make sure we've talked to our local, federal representative or representatives, if you have more than one, to make sure that they know that that's the ask of the Water Management District. Florida has a couple of appropriators. Not everyone is. I think this Southeast Florida has a couple. So you just, pay attention to who's doing what, and make sure your reps know what our ask is. And I think most of them do, and I think they're putting on a united front, and I think that's important.
Do we have a lobbyist that we use in D.C.?
No, ma'am. The one thing I did fail to mention, thank you, staff, for keeping me on the ball, is we are actually doing a Hurricane Freddy exercise next Wednesday. That's where we simulate a hurricane coming through the district, and we launch our response center and our hurricane center, and we simulate all kinds of crazy things that might get thrown at us during a hurricane and have gotten thrown at us at a hurricane, so that we can prepare to respond nimbly to all those, like failures of pumps, electricity issues, those types of things that can happen during a hurricane. So that's the first exercise is next Wednesday, where staff, and including me, will see what we can do.
Do you need governing board participation?
You're welcome to come over.
We can mess things up.
Well, I plan to mess things up
All right,
just to
that's
see
your
if staff can accommodate me.
Okay. I guess you can't have more than one of us in the room anyway for sunshine, so.
I have a quick question. I'm tired and I want to go home. We all do. Should we have a lobbyist that we use in DC? My little community, right? We have lobbyists that we use on certain things, and we don't need to go into it now. We can just think about it.
We can, and I'm sure that, yeah, we'll talk about it. The state has people in the state who can help us. Yeah. The governor's office has someone in DC.
Yeah, we might be able to leverage other agency lobbyists.
T, is there any public comment?
Yes, sir.
Good.
We have Adam Gelber. I don't see Pete Quashis. And Bob Mooney.
It seemed, good evening, Adam Gelber, OERI. It seemed more important when I put it into TIA at about 10:30 this morning. I just wanted to address Ms. Mead's comments earlier today about coral reefs being a more integrated portion of this when I put it into TIA. And in response of past task force meetings, in response to Drew's inquiry and request, and as well as NOAA's administrative assistant, Nicole LaBouffe, we are having on our agenda a coral reef update, a joint effort presentation and update by the state and the federal, Sarah Fangman from the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary, along with Joanne Walczyk from DEP in conjunction with Gil McRae from FWC. So that'll be at our April 26th. I just wanted to get the word out to you that that opportunity is there, where it'll be right here and also webcast. That was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for staying to tell me that. Thank you.
It's all part of the information that we share.
Now, if any of you want to attend the Coral Reef Task Force, please let us know.
So you
We
can
would need
notice
to
it.
notice it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello again. I commend all of you for sitting on your butts for so long. Most boards get up, walk around, walk out in the hall, disappear for a while. I have two things. The first item has two parts. That's a donation to the district, and it refers to a technical reference library. From 1963 through 2003, the district had a professional librarian, Cynthia Plockelman, and at the end of her 40 years, the district disbanded the technical library and tossed it to the winds. I think that was a great disservice to the district and also to the 800.1 million people. So I've donated two items. One of them is an 1884 book that has the first published restoration plans for the Everglades. The other one is a 1972 comic book, and what does it say on the bottom of it? I can't read. Stalks the Everglades. I think you'll like that one more. The second item I have, and I'm glad you're sitting down, is there's an Everglades jetport that was built 50 years ago. And if you look at any space satellite imagery, it shows up on it. And a side note is the reason we have a NEPA Act is because of that Everglades jetport, which should never have been started because there was no coordination at all with any of the federal agencies. And my challenge to you is get that out of there. It doesn't need to be there. Miami-Dade spends a couple $100,000 keeping it there just so jets can touch down and take off, which of course puts a lot of pollution into the Everglades besides noise. And it's something you can do in months instead of years like everything else you have to do.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. And thank you for the heavy book and the comic, which I think is Alligator Ron on the front. I'm not sure. Do we have any more comments?
No, sir.
Great. Is there any board Comments? For today?
And I have one thing.
Please.
I have one brief thing. First of all, I want to thank Drew and the staff for such quality information that we're being provided. I mean, the level of discussion and the supporting materials have just been outstanding. I feel like I've been here a weekend, but it's only just been overnight, so I want to thank you for that. And when we discuss the dispersed water management projects and the success of those private-public partnerships, it made me think that maybe there are some other ideas out there that the staff has talked about over the years, or maybe it's an idea that the staff has been waiting to tell somebody that might be one of those ideas that could bridge the long-term commitment that we have to these larger projects. And I'm hoping that maybe we could encourage the staff to come forward through Drew with those ideas to see if there's something that we can do in the interim. That's all. Thank you.
It's a good idea. Thanks. Jackie? Yeah.
First of all, it's been really nice. We shut him off. It's been really nice getting to know everybody, staff and board and people out there. I have a couple of requests. I try to stay I always try to have something like a beacon, because I know we're in this constant storm of information. So I would like to request, please, Mr. Mitnick, and you've done a great job with your new maps, but I would really like to see an Everglades National Park, how much water has gone into Everglades National Park over a 10-year period. And you can use water years if you want. And then the second thing I have, I've really been thinking about for a long time. So I sat on the I sat on the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council when I was the mayor of Souls Point. And when we were all getting ramped up for, this whole thing started with the EAA reservoir and Senator Joe Negron and all this stuff, I asked them for these maps, and they made these maps. And this one is, thank you, it's leased land in the Everglades agricultural area. And I don't know if it's totally right, because I've looked at some of the stuff, it seems a little off, but I was hoping you could make a map like that too. I think we should know all of our leased lands, all of them. So we don't have any situations like we just had the past month or so. And also, could you please do it for north of the lake? I know Martin County has lots of land, and we talked about Dupuy, I think, last night. What lands do we own? Yeah. What lands do we own? And this might be able to help with some of the other questions that others have. Okay, I think it's important to know that.
Yeah, we got that.
And what the leases are, basically.
I'm assuming Mr. Collins has that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want my map? Do you want to have it?
He's familiar with that. Yeah.
Okay.
It looked right.
Okay.
I am going to make one last comment. Sorry, Charlie. Yesterday, I don't know if we got this in the record, but yesterday we talked about 33, I'll make it quick, 33,000 acres of land that we have identified for dispersed water management programs that we own, on land we own, that we identified as possibly viable areas that we wanted to do. Can we take some direction to actually put those on the, put a list on them and how, and rank them? Right. Here's one that's big and it's great and we can do it quickly, some sort of ranking system, put those projects on a list, and let's, from my perspective at least, try to get them going if we can.
Yeah. And I think, so there's a couple of things. We can do that, and I'm sure some of those lands are sort of ready for projects that need to get designed and moving forward, which I want to get that complete list together of lands we own, project opportunities that feed into Governor DeSantis' vision, essentially.
And
right.
and with an eye towards, I understand that the gentleman from Seminole Tribe of Florida spoke, and he was the only person, I think, that expressed what I think was characterized as a less than enthusiastic view towards the dispersed water management situations.
Right.
But there are areas where he would, there's areas where he might be affected. There's definitely going to be areas where they're probably not affected and have just absolutely no objection. I think we should take that into consideration as well. As somebody, this might be a great area, but we have a massive stakeholder who's going to lodge a huge objection, as opposed to we've got a great area over here and everybody agrees, green light it.
Absolutely. That's going to happen with every parcel, honestly. Someone will, as you have ideas, someone will say it's complicated. Right. So, but we're going to do that. We're going to put it all together.
Drew.
And I think timing is of the essence, honestly.
Speaking of projects that need to get designed and moving forward, John, could you send us and have Matt, I think Matt Morrison has it, could we get an update for the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Project? What is done, where we are, what we need to do to move that forward, and all that kind of stuff, so I can pretty much monitor that, and then you and I are going to talk on a weekly basis to see how we're progressing on it? Thank you.
My quick thing is that I'm absolutely obsessed with phosphorus coming from the north, right? I can't stop until I know there is phosphorus mining to the north, but it's very far away. But still, everything flows this way. So when we have our workshop, please help me figure out. I sat with 2 Department of Agriculture. Thank you. That was nice to hook me up with a great place to sit. And also the Farm Bureau. And we sat there together and we talked about it. I said, come on, there has to be a reason. This doesn't look like any place else. We've got to figure it out. So that's just my request, that every possible reason, that it's sheet flow, that it's this, that it's that.
Right. Yep.
Anyone else? Great. Thank you, staff. Thank you, those in the public. Thank you, board. We're adjourned.